Chapter 1, Phoenix, Phoenix, you will not rest unless you have a Wutong tree. Chapter 1, Phoenix, Phoenix, you will not rest unless you have a Wutong tree. Soto City. Suburbs. A dilapidated thatched house. The pale moonlight shone on the faded old wooden door. The night wind was cold and the desolate environment seemed a little eerie. A young man in tattered clothes curled up on a straw mat, gritting his teeth and enduring the severe pain of being burned by evil fire. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and seeped out from his back, making the boy wet all over. Squeak! The shabby wooden door was pushed open. A childish voice with a hint of disappointment was heard. "Brother Xiao, you are still so stubborn. If you refuse to find a woman, you will be possessed by evil fire and burned to death." After the teacher took me to the brothel, I felt relaxed all over, and the process of venting my evil passion was not painful at all, but rather very comfortable. Although we are young now, the evil fire allows us to have the same functions as normal men. This kind of thing is nothing more than a matter of time. Isn't it necessary to do it when we grow up? Why are you so stubborn? Hearing this, Lin Xiao opened his eyes hazily. Following the sound, I saw a fair-skinned, slightly wretched-looking fat boy, accompanied by a tall, middle-aged man with a hooked nose. It was Ma Hongjun and Flanders. "Hongjun, everyone has their own aspirations. Even if I die, I would rather die than do such a dirty thing, and I don't want to be controlled by the evil fire like a beast." Lin Xiao's voice was weak. Sweating took away a lot of water, making him feel a little exhausted and his lips chapped. Flanders frowned. "If you think the women in the brothel are dirty, I can help you clean them. You have two choices. The first is that I will spend money to buy the innocence of a commoner's daughter for you. The second is that I will find you an older girl as your fiancée, and you will be responsible for her. Think about it carefully. The evil fire has been suppressed until now, and it is close to the limit of what your body can reach. When the evil fire erupts, your fate will be either self-immolation or explosion." "Done." Flanders waited quietly for Lin Xiao's response. He observed the young man curled up on the straw mat in front of him. He has a pretty face and a heroic look between his brows. Although he is in a desperate situation now, one can still see the pride in his heart and he does not seem to waver in his principles. He's a good candidate to be a soul master. Lin Xiao's awakened martial soul is the same as Ma Hongjun's, both are the evil fire phoenix, and his evil fire phoenix is even more ferocious than Ma Hongjun's. When the phoenix flame appeared, even Flanders couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But this is normal. After all, compared to Ma Hongjun's innate soul power of level 8, Lin Xiao has innate full soul power. It's a pity that he is too stubborn. Do we really have to stick to the bottom line and not even be able to make some adjustments? Although Lin Xiao was weak, his voice was extremely firm. I don't choose either of these two options. Lin Xiao couldn't do such a thing as spending money to buy the innocence of a commoner's daughter and then ruthlessly withdrawing from it. Lin Xiao also couldn't accept getting engaged to a girl he didn't know just for the sake of having sex. Then you can only wait for death. There was anger in Flanders' voice. This Lin Xiao is so stupid. He thinks the women in the brothel are dirty, so why not find him a clean one? Wouldn't it be convenient to find a commoner's daughter, give her money, and not even have to take any responsibility, and then just get out of it? Doesn't he know that he is a noble soul master, and yet he still cares about the innocence of ordinary people? Isn't it an honor for ordinary people to be able to sleep with a soul master? You are obviously a young man. Why are you so pedantic? The night wind was howling, making the holes in the window paper make strange noises. It was drizzling outside, and the raindrops hit the blue bricks, dripping. A faint smile appeared on Lin Xiao's pale little face. "Then die." He spoke calmly, and even though he gritted his teeth from time to time due to the severe pain, he had a kind of detachment that disregarded life and death. I tried to persuade Lin Xiao with all my heart for a long time, but Lin Xiao just didn't know what was good for him. Flanders was furious just because of those so-called principles. you're willing to give up your life. Lin Xiao's expression was indifferent. It is better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. Flanders' expression suddenly changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, it is good. It is better to die in glory than live in disgrace. Ma Hongjun felt dissatisfied. Brother Xiao, I kindly asked the teacher to save you, but you ignored me and even said something like it's better to die in glory than live in disgrace. Do you have to act so noble? For the sake of so-called nobleness, you are willing to give up your own life. Brother Xiao, I always thought you were smart, but now it seems that you are the most pedantic and stubborn one. I don't care about you. Ma Hongjun was a little worried. If Lin Xiao became Flanders' disciple, he might become a student that his teacher valued more, and his own position would be in jeopardy. At this moment, Lin Xiao offended Flanders. He was still stubborn and refused to vent his anger. Considering their past relationship, he thought persuading her once was the limit and would not try again. But Flanders still loves talent. He had seen the power of Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix spirit. Compared to Ma Hongjun, Lin Xiao would be even stronger. It's just that he was too stupid to think flexibly. Lin Xiao, I'll give you one last chance. This evil fire, are you going to release it or not? Lin Xiao did not answer. Close your eyes and whisper softly. The phoenix soars thousands of feet high, and it won't rest unless it finds a place to rest. The phoenix will not roost except on the paulownia tree, will not eat except on bamboo fruits, and will not drink except from sweet springs. How could Lin Xiao allow himself to fall into depravity? Flanders' color changed suddenly. This Lin Xiao is really unrepentant. Forget it, everyone has his own destiny, you can do whatever you want. Hongjun, let's go. Ma Hongjun pretended to be serious and shook his head. He looked down at Lin Xiao with some pity. What a pity, what a pity. Brother Xiao, you always think you are smarter than me. But actually you are the stupidest one. After saying that, Ma Hongjun shook his head and followed Flanders out. Inside the thatched house, only Lin Xiao was left. He gritted his teeth and endured the tremendous pain. It felt as if all my internal organs were being burned, and it was worse than death. I, Lin Xiao, have traveled through this world for 6 years. Am I going to die like this? Lin Xiao was really unwilling. He was originally a college student on Blue Star, but accidentally traveled to Douluo continent and became an abandoned baby outside Soto City, growing up eating food from hundreds of families. He was young and sensible, and with the wisdom from his previous life, he improved the lives of his fellow villagers. But on the day when his martial soul awakened, he awakened the same evil fire phoenix as Ma Hongjun. Lin Xiao, who was born with full soul power, felt like the sky was falling. If possible, I would rather not have this talent and just live with a clear conscience. Lin Xiao, who had received higher education and had been chaste since childhood, could not accept the fact that he had gone to a brothel and committed such a beastly act. He was afraid of seeing his ugly self being dominated by the evil fire. Note, the following is a clear cover, which is also a concept drawing of the protagonist. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Ice Heart Technique. Chapter 2, Ice Heart Technique Pain. My internal organs were burning in flames. Lin Xiao felt his body getting hotter and hotter. The boy's originally fair skin now turned the same red as a cooked shrimp. The evil fire has accumulated to a certain extent. If this continues, what awaits Lin Xiao is his body spontaneously combusting and turning into ashes. Or before spontaneous combustion, the fire poison attacks the body and causes explosion and death. I don't want to die. At this time, Lin Xiao's mind was already showing signs of gradually becoming blurred. But his strong will to survive forced him to bite the tip of his tongue hard to prevent himself from fainting. He sticks to his principles though. But that doesn't mean he is willing to die. In a daze, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered the spell of Bing Xinju that he memorized from his previous life. If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be surprised if the sky falls. Things are changing but still stable, and the spirit is refreshing and peaceful. With the mentality of trying everything possible, Lin Xiao began to silently recite the Bing Xin Ju. After a while, he actually felt a hint of coolness emerging from the depths of his heart. Under the suppression of Bing Xin Ju, the evil fire in the body seemed to be eased. But the good times don't last long. Soon, the evil fire launched a fierce counterattack. Lin Xiao gasped for breath and staggered to his feet. He scooped a large bucket of water from the water tank and drank it down in one gulp without thinking. His body was already severely dehydrated. If he didn't replenish water, he would die of exhaustion before the evil fire burned him. Staggering back to the straw mat, Lin Xiao endured the severe pain and imitated the Taoist meditation posture he had seen in his previous life. He meditated on the straw mat and silently recited the Bing Xin Ju again. The mind is free from worries and the mind is free from attachments. Relax your mind and spirit, and be free from the soul. The water flows without alarming me, and the clouds are indifferent to my thoughts. If you don't add anything to your heart, you will be free from all things. In a daze, Lin Xiao fell asleep. The next day, there were sounds of conversation coming from outside the thatched house. Teacher, Lin Xiao is unwilling to vent his anger, so why should we care about him? He also said something about preferring to die in glory rather than live in dishonor. Is he the only one who is noble? It's as if I am the dirty one. I am also forced to do so. Flanders glanced at Ma Heng-jun. This disciple. Last night I took him to a brothel to relieve his sexual desire. Although I didn't watch, the noise coming from the room still reminded him of that disgusting scene. Obviously the evil fire has been vented. But he still couldn't let go of the women in the brothel. To be honest, Flanders was a little disappointed. Lin Xiao left a deep impression on him. Although Flanders was angry and embarrassed last night, didn't he admire Lin Xiao in his heart? His ideal is to establish a top university in mainland China. If we have students like Lin Xiao, there is no need to worry about not being able to suppress other colleges. Thinking of this, Flanders pushed open the broken wooden door and walked in. As soon as Fang came in, Flanders looked shocked. Lin Xiao was seen lying on a straw mat, his face pale, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. There was even a smell of ashes coming from the straw mat, and a faint smell of burning filled the air. Could it be that the evil fire had already erupted last night? Flanders moved forward and was about to check on Lin Xiao's condition, but a strange flame appeared out of nowhere and flew towards Flanders. What a horrible high temperature! It seemed as if even the space was distorted. Owl possessed. 7 soul rings appeared behind Flanders, and the aura of a soul saint was revealed. With his powerful soul power, he wanted to extinguish the flame. However, once this strange fire touched the soul power, it was like encountering firewood, burning even more vigorously, leaving Flanders filled with horror. They are both evil fire phoenix. Why is Lin Xiao's different from Ma Heng-jun's? The 4th soul skill, wind blade cutting. Flanders waved his hand and summoned a dozen wind blades, which cut the strange flame into pieces and finally extinguished it. Ma Heng-jun looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. Why does Lin Xiao's evil fire seem different from his? Lin Xiao also woke up at this time. Flanders looked at Lin Xiao and frowned. Did your evil fire break out last night? Lin Xiao nodded. Flanders was really shocked this time. The evil fire broke out. Why didn't you die? Lin Xiao rubbed his eyebrows, felt a headache, and his face was full of fatigue. It was just a fluke. Flanders said coldly. But even if you survive this time, will you be able to survive the next outbreak of evil fire? You forcefully suppress the evil fire. Not only will it not weaken the evil fire in your body, but it will become stronger and stronger with each accumulation. Can you guarantee that you will be this lucky every time? I can hide the first day of the first year, but I can't hide the 15th. If Lin Xiao doesn't vent the evil fire in his body, he will die sooner or later. As long as the martial soul defect continues to exist, the evil fire will continue to be produced. In the future, the evil fire will even evolve further, and the power of the evil fire outbreaks will become more and more terrifying. This is in addition to Lin Xiao's higher innate soul power. The reason why his evil fire is so strange and far stronger than Ma Hongzhen's. Ma Hongzhen's evil fire would be vented every once in a while, but Lin Xiao chose to commit suicide by allowing the evil fire to accumulate in his body and grow stronger. Lin Xiao remained silent. He is not a rigid person and is always looking for solutions. The ice heart technique can only temporarily suppress the evil fire that is not too strong, but when the evil fire accumulates in the future, one day the ice heart technique will not be able to suppress it. But if you want to cure it completely, it seems that only fairy grass. I'm leaving in a few days. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Flanders was a little stunned. Leave? You are a child who is not even a spirit master, and your spirit has just awakened. Where do you want to go? Lin Xiao did not tell the truth. Walk around and see the world again. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao actually doesn't know much about Douluo continent. Although he had read novels in his previous life, only by living here in person can he realize that reality is very different from novels. Compared to words on paper, the people he came into contact with were all real people. A life and death crisis would only be mentioned briefly in a novel. But Lin Xiao experienced it once and felt like it was a lifetime ago. Flanders was puzzled. Take one last look at this world before you die. It's a pity that your life has just begun, and this world is far more exciting than you thought, but you insist on seeking your own death. Is it really worth it? Flanders couldn't help but feel sad. Why is this so? Why is a young boy so stubborn? Lin Xiao smiled happily. When he smiled, even his pale complexion became a little rosier. The boy's long maple red hair was a little messy, but his childish face was handsome, and his eyes were firm, not like a child's. Lin Xiao pointed to a place. Outside the dilapidated thatched house and the moss-covered threshold, a bunch of wild chrysanthemums stood proudly. I would rather die with fragrance on the branch than be blown away by the north wind. Lin Xiao lowered his head and hummed softly. Flanders completely gave up. With a long sigh, he took Ma Hongzhen away. I sighed in my heart, what a pity, what a pity. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 8 Section Brocade and 5 Animal Play. Chapter 3 Ba Duanjin and Wu Qin Xi. The next morning. The morning dew was heavy, the air was bone-chillingly cold, and the thatched house was leaking a little. Lin Xiao ate something, replenished his strength, and then repaired it. After some activities, Lin Xiao felt hot and warm all over. The evil fire has erupted once and will not erupt again in the short term. But the next outbreak is destined to be more ferocious than the previous one, and Lin Xiao has already prepared himself mentally for it. The plan of the day is in the morning. Although Lin Xiao has not yet hunted for a soul ring, he has already started trying to exercise his body. Since the King's Enju can help suppress the evil fire, then the 8-section brocade and 5 animal exercises from his previous life will not be without effect. Lin Xiao tried them one by one. In the end, I found that the 5 animal exercises were more effective. After practicing it once, the remaining pain in my body caused by the burning of evil fire was relieved. There seemed to be a warm current flowing through the whole body, penetrating every limb and bone, repairing the injuries caused by the outbreak of evil fire, and also strengthening the body extremely slightly. Among the 5 animal exercises, I am very good at performing the bird exercise, and the effect is slightly better than the other 4 exercises, the deer exercise, the tiger exercise, the bear exercise, and the ape exercise. Ba Duanjin doesn't seem to be as good as Wu Qin Xi in strengthening muscles and bones and recovering from injuries, but it is slightly better than Wu Qin Xi in warming the internal organs. Lin Xiao decided to practice them all. 5 animal exercises in the morning and 8-section brocade in the evening. Now type it a few more times to recall it. I remember the outline of Ba Duanjin. It seems to be: the mind follows the action, the spirit and form are combined, the looseness and tightness are combined, the movement and stillness are combined. Call after practicing boxing for 4 hours, it was already noon. Lin Xiao then stopped and took a short rest. I cooked noodles at noon. Lin Xiao was eating while thinking the problem with evil fire lies in the defect of the martial soul, and the fact that the human body cannot bear the evil fire. This is similar to Douluo's green phosphorus snake king martial soul. If Douluo did not have the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to help suppress the poison in his body, he would have exploded and died long ago. This was the same as how he used the ice heart art to suppress the evil fire. It should not be difficult to find out the location of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire from Douluo. After all, Douluo and Douguyan also have martial spirit defects, which is consistent with Lin Xiao's interests. But there is still a big problem. Lin Xiao, he doesn't understand magic herbs. If you go in rashly and come across 1 or 2 poisonous weeds, you will die young. Fortunately, with the ice heart technique, I can suppress it in the short term. Lin Xiao still has time to get information. In the original novel, those who are known to know about the immortal grass include Tang San, Zhu Douluo, and the Po Yi clan. Tang San never taught any martial arts to those close to him until he became a god, nor did he give Douluo the slightest reward for helping him. He took the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire for himself, but did not even give Douluo a single immortal herb. Douluo was so devoted to Tang San that he even wanted to marry his granddaughter off. According to Tang San's selfish character, if I show any sign of knowing his secret, let alone teaching it to me, I'm afraid he will kill me according to the Tang sex rules. Even though I'm not afraid of him, Tang Hao, this big Buddha, is following Tang San. It's not wise to provoke Tang San. Tang San's path is a pass. What about Zhu Douluo? Not to mention that he is an elder of the Spirit Hall, his status is noble and high above me. If I want to contact him, I can only join the Spirit Hall, but I don't plan to join any forces now. And Zhu Douluo is arrogant and eccentric. If I reveal the secret of the immortal grass, with so many titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall, as well as Pope Bibidong in the Worship Hall, will it be my turn? I don't dare to bet. Only after struggling in the society will you know that in this world, the more you work, the more you get. And there is no reward based on merit. It's flexible allocation. I pass on Zhu Douluo's path. As for the Poi clan, they have always kept their specialty, such as alchemy, a secret. They have not even revealed any information to their leader, the Haoshan clan. Even if I marry the daughter of their clan leader, I may not be able to access this information. Worrying so much that your young hair turns white, Lin Xiao felt a headache. Is this the gap between novels and reality? In novels, it only needs a passing mention. But in reality, there are many things to consider. If you don't make adequate preparations, you might risk your life. When he was troubled, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. A strange spark appeared on his palm, and Lin Xiao unconsciously began to play with fire, saying, "The temperature of this fire is so high, is it the ultimate fire?" And many more. Lin Xiao suddenly looked at the flame in his palm with some surprise. Ultimate fire? Fire is the nemesis of toxins. In fact, not only extreme ice but also extreme fire are immune to toxins. In the original novel, Tang San's so-called resistance to all poisons and immunity to water and fire were nothing more than training gained by jumping into a cold pond of ice and fire with the help of fiery apricot and star aniseed ice grass. Lin Xiao is a natural, although there is no concept of ultimate ice and ultimate fire at this time. Lin Xiao is born with full soul power. This is the standard configuration of the ultimate attribute. Just like Ma Xiao Tao in Douluo Douluo 2. On the contrary, although Ma Hongjun has a powerful martial soul, his innate soul power is only level 8, which is still some distance away from the ultimate fire. It was only after taking the fairy grass that he evolved into the ultimate fire. I still remember the appearance and efficacy of the magical herbs in the original book. Since I'm not afraid of poison, the plan will work. Even just in case, Lin Xiao could completely isolate himself with the ultimate fire, and then step into the depths of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire without falling into danger. Lin Xiao was a little amused and helpless. He looked at the strange flame in the palm of his hand. This overbearing and evil fire made him love and hate it. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to find anything, and it won't take any effort at all. After planning for the future and clearly seeing the hope of survival, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that the noodles in the bowl were cold. But it seems to be more fragrant than the hot one just now. The goal of life is to survive first, and then think carefully about how to live a wonderful life. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao went out. He went to the homes of the villagers where he had once eaten. Knock on doors. Aunt Wang, I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. Xiao Xiao, are you leaving? Where are you going? I really can't bear to let you go. You are so well behaved and smart. Aunt Wang, it's okay, I'm going to become a powerful soul master. Well, then I'm relieved. Xiao Xiao, you will definitely have a bright future. After saying goodbye to Aunt Wang, I went to Uncle Li's house. Xiao Xiao? Come on, sit down and eat. I'll get you some food. Uncle Li, I've eaten. I'm going to go out for training the day after tomorrow. Training? As expected of a soul master, you followed your teacher, right? Well, yet. By the time we said hello, it was completely dark. Back to the thatched house, the moonlight illuminated the path in front of the door. What's the future like? End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Soul Hunting, Meeting Shui Bing and Number 039, ER. Chapter 4, Soul Hunting, Meeting Shui Binger. 10 o'clock in the morning. Uncle Li pushed open the thatched hut and prepared to call Lin Xiao over to attend the farewell banquet prepared for him by the villagers. But when I came in, I found that the thatched house was empty. There was only a letter on the table. Uncle Li could read. He picked up the letter, read it, and sighed. Although Lin Xiao grew up eating at many people's homes, and the villagers all owed Lin Xiao some favors in some way, over the years Lin Xiao taught the villagers some small skills such as weaving straw sandals and oil paper umbrellas. The lives of all the villagers have improved. They no longer have to work hard in the fields every day and rely on digging for food. Lin Xiao has done his best for the villagers who once helped him, and even the villagers remember Lin Xiao's kindness in their hearts. Xiao Xiao, Uncle Li believes that you can become a powerful soul master. Soto City is located on the border of the Barak Kingdom and borders the Tiandu Empire to the north. It borders the Xingluo Empire to the south and the Xingda Great Forest to the east. The geographical environment is really good. Lin Xiao looked at the map in his hand, thinking about his itinerary route. The endpoint of his goal is Tiandu City. On the way, you will pass by many cities such as Tianshui City and Xiangjia City. It was obviously unsafe for a mere teenager like him to rush all the way to Tiandu City without the protection of a powerful spirit master. In addition, the evil fire problem is temporarily suppressed by the ice heart technique, so it is not an imminent matter. Therefore, Lin Xiao decided to pass by the Stardo Great Forest and look for a suitable 100-year soul ring on its outskirts as his first soul ring. As for how to hunt, Lin Xiao opened his palms, and a bewitching flame suddenly appeared in his hands. The extremely high temperature made the air seem to be burning, making a sizzling sound. The characteristics of the evil fire make it overbearing and at the same time have a strong corrosive effect. Once it touches you, it will be like a maggot on the heel, and it will be impossible to get rid of it. If it is used to hunt 100-year-old soul beasts, I think it should be enough, but it still needs some arrangements. Following the direction indicated by the map, about 2 days later, Lin Xiao arrived at the edge of the Stardo Great Forest. But he did not rush in. Instead, he cut down trees in the outermost area, took out the beef tendons and snakeskin that he had prepared long ago from his backpack, and made a simple bow and arrow. Then install the arrow bought from the blacksmith shop and apply butter on the arrow. Lin Xiao pulled the bowstring and tried to shoot a few arrows. The arrows penetrated into the thick trees and the power was barely good. Of course, the most important thing about bows and arrows is to shoot accurately. Fortunately, Lin Xiao joined an archery club when he was in college in his previous life, and he was a well-known master in the club. Lin Xiao adjusted the accuracy again, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he attached the ultimate fire to the arrow. An arrow was shot and hit a big tree. The big tree caught fire instantly and was soon burned up in the fierce flames, turning into black charcoal, and the arrow was completely melted. The ultimate fire is a terrifying flame that can melt iron into molten iron, but because there is butter on the arrow, it will not harm the arrow until the butter is consumed. And Lin Xiao only needs to shoot the soul beast he wants to hunt with an arrow before that. With Lin Xiao's strength, even if he shot 100-year-old soul beast with a bow and arrow, he would at most injure it. Unless he hit the vital point, there would be a chance to kill it. Therefore, Lin Xiao's real reliance is not the penetrating and destructive power of the arrows, but to let the ultimate fire touch the soul beast through the arrows. Due to the characteristics of the evil fire, even if the soul beast jumps into the water or flutters in the sand, the flames cannot be extinguished. It may even devour its soul power and become stronger. After setting up traps in the jungle, Lin Xiao carried a bow and arrow on his back, a dagger on his waist, and began his soul hunting journey. The fire bird is a very famous bird soul beast. It looks like a vulture, but the difference is that the fire bird does not have a bald head, and its feathers are all red like flames. Logically speaking, the fire bird does not live in the area where Lin Xiao is, but this fire bird flew here in a panic. Lin Xiao bent the bow, put the arrow on, and shot the arrow. The 3 movements were completed in one go, like flowing clouds and running water. As the sound of the bowstring rang out, the flaming bird fell from the sky. The evil fire was like a greedy giant beast, opening its tongues of fire to devour everything on the fire bird until it was burned to ashes. The fire bird's high fire immunity was of no use at all. This fire bird is about 500 years old. There is a detailed record of this in a second-hand book that Lin Xiao bought from a street stall. Sure enough, a darker yellow soul ring rose from the body of the fire bird. Lin Xiao walked forward slowly, preparing to absorb the soul ring. But then a pleasant female voice was heard. "Mother-in-law, that fiery bird ran over here. We finally found an ice python that is suitable as my first spirit ring, but this fiery bird ate it first. How abominable!" Lin Xiao paused and looked vigilantly in the direction of the sound. His palm silently covered the arrow. "Young man, if I were you, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Let your hidden soul master come out." Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old lady in simple sky blue clothes, followed by a sweet-looking girl who was also about 6 years old. The girl looked at Lin Xiao with some curiosity. She saw that Lin Xiao was dressed very simply, but he was very handsome, with long maple red hair. He looked fiery and bright, with a natural nobility. "This little brother is so handsome." Lin Xiao remained silent. He just looked at the two of them quietly, while his brain was working rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. Shui Yuehua frowned slightly. 6 soul rings were released from behind her, and the shadow of the dolphin martial soul emerged behind her, revealing the pressure of the soul emperor level. "I mean no harm, young man. Call your parents out." Lin Xiao said silently. "There are no adults, only me." Suijitsuka showed an expression of obvious disbelief and questioned, "Do you think I will believe what you say? You are just a 6-year-old boy, at best a one-ring spirit master. How can you hunt down a 500-year-old blazing bird? As a fire-attributed soul beast that can fly, it is not comparable to the mandragora snake." Lin Xiao felt helpless. Faced with Shui Yuehua's doubt, he could only prove himself. "Fire Phoenix, possess." The moment Lin Xiao summoned the Fire Phoenix, Shui Binger's eyes were full of shock. This aura is so familiar, this little brother's martial soul is also a phoenix. Shui Yuehua was also a little surprised. The martial spirit is the fire phoenix. Haven't obtained the first spirit ring yet. Then it's even more impossible for you to hunt this flaming bird. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Our martial spirits are all phoenixes. Chapter 5 Our martial spirits are all phoenixes. Facing Shui Yuehua's questioning, Lin Xiao did not say anything. He just bent his bow and drew his arrow, attached evil fire to the arrow, and shot it at a big tree. The tree burst into flames instantly. Soon, it turned into charcoal. Shui Yuehua showed a surprised look. This flame has such a high temperature, and it is extremely strange, as if it has stickiness. Is it a mutant martial spirit? Only a mutated martial spirit could be so strange. Has various unusual properties. Lin Xiao put down the bow and arrow, and said frankly, I don't have a teacher, nor do I have a soul master elder. That's how I just killed the flaming bird. Shui Yuehua observed Lin Xiao's clothes. He had no soul guide on him and his clothes were cheap civilian clothes, so he should not be lying. How come you don't have a teacher with your talent? The Fire Phoenix martial spirit is a top-level beast martial spirit. Just by looking at the power of Lin Xiao's evil fire, you can tell that the other party's innate soul power level is not low. Such a genius is always in high demand no matter where he is. How did he end up hunting soul beasts alone? Lin Xiao sighed, I am an orphan. As for why I don't have a teacher, it's because my martial soul is defective and I must vent my evil fire, otherwise I will explode and die. I don't want to vent my evil fire, and I don't want to be controlled by it like a wild beast. The only outcome waiting for me is death, so of course I was abandoned. No one would think of taking a dead person as a disciple, right? Lin Xiao was telling the truth. However, a lot of information was concealed, such as the method to solve the evil fire, and Lin Xiao did not say a word. When Shui Yuehua heard the words vent the evil fire, a strange look appeared on her face. Later, when she heard that Lin Xiao was unwilling to accept this method, she looked at him with pity and admiration. You have a really strong personality. She originally wanted to say that Lin Xiao was stupid. But if you think about it carefully, young people who stick to their principles like this are far rarer than geniuses. The phoenix is supposed to be noble. What kind of thing would it be like if it lived in a chicken coop, eating chaff and drinking stinky water? Grandma Shui, what does this little brother mean by venting evil fire? Shui Yuehua hesitated and couldn't answer for a while. Will my little brother die? Shui Binger is only 6 years old and has a kind heart. It is the age when one cannot bear to see the sufferings of the world. Not to mention that Lin Xiao gave her a very friendly first impression. Shui Binger's eyes were red, and she felt sad. She shook Shui Yuehua's arm and begged Grandma Shui, I don't want my little brother to die. Shall we help him? Shui Yuehua. Help? How can I help with this? Should I help or should you help? Shui Yuehua sighed and looked at Lin Xiao. Forget it, I will protect you, you can absorb this spirit ring first. Don't let the soul ring dissipate. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after you absorb the spirit ring. Lin Xiao bowed to Shui Yuehua. Thank you, old lady. Lin Xiao looked at Shui Binger again, and seeing the little girl's eyes reddened for a stranger, he felt a little guilty. My name is Lin Xiao, what's your name? When Shui Binger heard Shui Yuehua say that she was willing to help Lin Xiao, the sadness in her heart quickly dissipated and she gave Lin Xiao a sweet smile. Brother Lin Xiao, my name is Shui Binger. Shui Binger, is this the girl who will be the future captain of the Tian Shui team, and possesses the Ice Phoenix spirit? Shui Binger's martial soul is the Ice Phoenix, and she is born with full soul power, so her attribute is definitely the ultimate ice. It's just that the concept of ultimate attribute does not exist on the continent now. Lin Xiao's expression looked a little strange. You know, in Douluo 2, when Ma Xiao Tao's evil fire erupted, it was only with the help of Huo Yuhao's ultimate ice that she was able to suppress it. Thinking from another perspective, could Shui Bing'er also help me suppress the evil fire? Shui Bing'er smiled playfully. Brother Lin Xiao, there is something you definitely don't know. Bing'er's martial spirit is also a phoenix. As she spoke, Shui Bing'er summoned her martial soul. At the same time, Lin Xiao and Shui Bing'er's hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but look at each other. The Ice Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix both cried. An extremely intimate connection was implicitly established. It seems that he can sense the other person's current emotions. This martial spirit affinity is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Shui Bing'er suddenly retracted the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, her face flushed with shame, she lowered her head and said nothing more. Lin Xiao pretended nothing happened. He walked straight to the Fire Bird Soul Ring, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the soul ring. Shui Yuehua did not notice anything unusual about the two people, but just said with some emotion, Bing'er, both of you have Phoenix as your martial spirit. Come to think of it, it's fate. Shui Bing'er's face flushed instantly and she looked at Lin Xiao quietly. The other party was sitting cross-legged quietly with his eyes closed. His handsome face was calm, and his long red maple-colored hair made him look like a heroic knight. Shui Bing'er muttered. Grandma Shui, since Lin Xiao has nowhere to go, why don't we take him in? Shui Yuehua was stunned and a little embarrassed. Under normal circumstances, Shui Yuehua would be very happy to meet such a genius when she went out, and she even hoped that he would join the Shui family. But Lin Xiao himself said that his martial soul has defects. If one refuses to vent his evil fire, the final outcome will be explosion and death. Shui Bing'er whispered softly. Grandma Shui, are you worried about Lin Xiao's martial soul defect? Both his and my martial spirits are phoenix. When we summoned our martial spirits together just now, I established a brief connection with him, and I felt that there seemed to be an evil aura on his martial spirit, which was very violent. But my martial spirit should be able to suppress this aura. Shui Yuehua heard this and looked at Shui Bing'er with some surprise. Bing'er, are you serious? Shui Bing'er nodded. Shui Yuehua was overjoyed. You know, a genius like Lin Xiao, as long as he doesn't die young, will definitely become a powerful soul master in the future. This is certainly a good thing for the Shui family. Then after he absorbs the spirit ring, let's ask for his opinion. Half an hour. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and there seemed to be maple leaf-shaped flames in his eyes, and he looked very energetic. Although her clothes are simple, her temperament is invaluable. After absorbing the soul ring, his soul power reached level 12. You're awake? You're a 500-year-old fiery bird, and you didn't have any problems absorbing a spirit ring for the first time. It seems that your innate spirit power and physical strength are both not low. Tell me, what is the first soul skill? An old voice came to my ears. Lin Xiao stood up and bowed to Shui Yuehua to express his gratitude. Thank you, old lady, for protecting me. Then, Lin Xiao raised his hand slightly towards an open space. First soul skill, Phoenix Feather Formation. I saw a fire phoenix rising into the sky, and countless red feathers fell from the sky, like a red meteor shower, completely covering the open space in front of me. The enchanting evil fire burned fiercely, and in an instant, no grass grew on the ground. And this is not the end. Countless evil fires seemed to have life. They connected together to form red chains made up of evil fires, blocking an entire space. 100-year-old groundhog soul beast suddenly emerged from the soil and tried to escape through the gap of the evil fire, but the evil fire suddenly came to life and joined forces to strangle it. The evil fire is raging and the flames are blazing. Even the soil was burned black. Even though all the grass and trees were burned, the evil fire was still not extinguished. It was only after Lin Xiao snapped his fingers that it gradually went out. Lin Xiao felt that his evil fire seemed to have become stronger again. I really don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Mom said she would give birth to a baby. Chapter 6 Mom said she would give birth to a baby. The first soul skill has such power. It was really hard for Shui Yuehua not to be shocked. Lin Xiao's first soul skill was group attack, and its power was comparable to some people's second soul skill. And there is also a second part, which has a control effect after the group attack, and can lock the enemy in that space, making it unable to escape and can only wait for death. What's more, the blazing evil fire, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, made all of Lin Xiao's soul skills extremely difficult to deal with, and even impossible to restrain. Normally, water attribute soul masters have a restraining effect on fire attribute soul masters. Generally, the skill effects of fire attribute soul skills can be eliminated by simply covering them with water attribute soul skills. But Lin Xiao's flame has the characteristics of evil fire. It is not afraid of water and can even burn even when isolated from air. This goes against the common sense of the soul master world and makes people feel helpless. However, what Shui Yuehua didn't know was that Lin Xiao's evil fire also had the property of burning soul power, and could even absorb other people's attacks to fuel the fire. It was simply abnormal. Shui Yuehua was amazed. Young man, your evil fire is absolutely an invincible weapon in battle. If I fight you at the same level, I really can't think of any means to check and balance you. It's a pity that although the evil fire is strong, it hurts others and yourself. Perhaps this is also the law of nature. Nothing can be perfect. While possessing powerful killing capabilities, the evil fire also poses hidden dangers to the host, hurting the enemy by 1,000 while hurting one's own 800. Therefore, the evil fire cannot be too strong, just like Ma Heng-jun, who can only vent the evil fire constantly and keep it in a weak state. This is also the reason why, although they are both evil fire, Lin Xiao's evil fire is far stronger than Ma Heng-jun's. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. He has always had an idea in his mind, that is, the evil fire, like the martial soul, seems to be able to evolve, and the evolved evil fire will bring him greater surprises. Only, can he afford the price? Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly, not thinking about it anymore. He looked at Shui Yuehua and Shui Bing'er. Grandma Shui, are you bringing Miss Bing'er to look for an ice-attributed soul beast? Before Shui Yuehua could speak, Shui Bing'er answered first. Brother Lin Xiao, just call me Bing'er. Yes, we had already found a 400-year-old ice python, but it was killed by the flaming bird and its gall was taken to eat. It was so infuriating. We chased the flaming bird all the way and ended up here. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, a thoughtful look on his face. In a forest environment like the Douluo Great Forest, there are indeed few ice-attribute soul beasts, but as the largest primitive soul beast forest, the Douluo Great Forest must have ice-attribute soul beasts. It's just that they like a cold living environment. It's usually not easy to find. Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head and asked Grandma Shui, do you think a soul beast like the ice carp is suitable as Bing'er's first soul ring? Ice carp. Shui Yuehua frowned. This kind of soul beast is indeed suitable as Bing'er's first soul ring, but the ice carp usually lives very deep underwater. I have been chasing the blazing bird flying in the sky for a long time. Isn't it even harder to catch the one swimming in the water? Lin Xiao smiled. It's very simple. We just go fishing and catch it, right? An expression of astonishment appeared on Shui Yuehua's face. Some even thought Lin Xiao was talking nonsense. But Shui Bing'er's eyes lit up and she found it very interesting. Okay. Fishing is fun, let's catch the ice carp. The main reason why ice carp is so difficult to catch is that it is the wrong season. It is now the turn of autumn and summer. Without any ice, the ice carp will naturally not float to the surface. Otherwise, why would it come out to bask in the sun when it has nothing better to do? If the environment is bad, then we should improve it. Therefore, Lin Xiao launched his plan. Hey! Boy, my soul power is almost drained, why haven't you seen the ice carp yet? Shui Yuehua cursed. Lin Xiao's idea was to create an environment that Han Bingli liked. Then the ice carp will swim over by itself. It is also called the wait-and-see plan. As a result, Shui Yuehua used her soul power to freeze the surface of the river in front of her, but there was still no sign of the ice carp. She cursed in her heart. If she listened to this kid and ended up with nothing, she would lose all her reputation as a soul emperor. Lin Xiao was very calm about this. Mrs. Shui, you have to give them some time. What time? Give them time to swim over. Coincidentally, Lin Xiao learned to read at an early age and began to try to understand the world he lived in addition to dealing with the villagers every day. The thing he did most was to buy some second-hand books. Of course, I also pick up books that people don't want. The book records that soul beasts such as the ice carp are extremely sensitive to temperature. In the flow of water, they can clearly perceive subtle changes and determine where the cold current comes from. Then the group migrates to areas with cold currents to survive. Therefore, what Lin Xiao asked Shui Yuehua to do now was to artificially create a suitable environment and trick the ice carp into migrating here. Hey! Lin Xiao looked at Shui Bing'er, who was trying hard to freeze the stone. Without realizing it, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Brother Lin Xiao! I succeeded! Shui Bing'er held the frozen stone in her hand and ran towards where Lin Xiao was. The sky blue skirt swayed in the breeze. A pure smile appeared on the innocent face. One can't help but sigh that there is nothing more beautiful in the world than this. Lin Xiao hurriedly took the ice cubes from Shui Bing'er, a little angry. Why don't you wrap it up with something? Why do you keep holding it? Your hands are frozen red. Lin Xiao touched Shui Bing'er's hand. Very cold. Shui Bing'er's face turned slightly red, and she murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito, my mother said that if a girl is touched by a boy, she will give birth to a baby. What do you say? Lin Xiao didn't hear clearly. Shui Bing'er's head shook like a rattle. Brother Lin Xiao, Bing'er didn't say anything. Lin Xiao glanced at Shui Bing'er with some displeasure. I was just about to say that your mother lied to you. But after thinking about it, I thought that Shui Bing'er's mother was probably afraid that her precious daughter might run into Huang Mao, so she wanted to scare her, so I didn't expose it in the end. Lin Xiao also didn't want Shui Bing'er to be kidnapped by Huang Mao. He grabbed Shui Bing'er's hand without saying anything. Help her warm it up before letting go. He didn't care about Shui Bing'er's blushing face. She's just a little girl, what could be going on in her head? Then, Lin Xiao put the frozen stones on the rope. He took out the fishing rod that he had prepared long ago. Boy! The ice carp is really here. Shui Yuehua's slightly excited voice suddenly sounded, and Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, only to see in the distance, a dense tide of ice carp rushing towards this side. Bing'er, let's go fishing. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Shui Binger's fifth soul skill. Chapter 7 Shui Binger's first soul skill. Don't be impatient, calm down. Shui Bing'er held the fishing rod nervously, while Lin Xiao held the upper part of the fishing rod and taught her how to fish step by step. A sweet girl with long sky blue hair, wearing exquisite aristocratic clothing, with a slightly red face. The young man with long red maple hair sat calmly behind the girl, staring intently at the location of the fishing rod. Lin Xiao felt a little nostalgic. How long has it been since you last went fishing? Since you traveled to Douluo. What's more, now there is a lovely Shui Bing'er by my side. Although the little girl is a little immature, she can still be considered as a beautiful woman by my side. Granny Shui Yuehua said helplessly. Lin Xiao, are you sure you can catch fish with this? Will the fish bite your stone? Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Of course can. Because the habit of ice carp is that they like cold and often swallow ice cubes. The reason for freezing the stones into ice is to allow the ice to sink into the water. As for whether you can catch fish next, it all depends on your skills. Although Lin Xiao is not a talented person, he was a fishing expert in his previous life. When others come back empty-handed, he can still return with a full load. Don't underestimate the ability of fishermen. Shui Bing'er was a little absent-minded. She was originally very interested in fishing, but now she couldn't concentrate at all. Because Lin Xiao was right behind her. Lin Xiao smells so good. It's not that strong fragrance, but a light and pleasant smell. She remembered her mother's words again. If you are touched by a man, you will give birth to a child, but she was touched a lot by Lin Xiao today, and now she is even closer to Lin Xiao. Bing'er, fishing is actually a science. There is wisdom and skill in it as well. Fishing is a competition with the fish, to see who can hold their breath longer, and to test the endurance of both parties. Lin Xiao taught Shui Bing'er how to fish very seriously. But Shui Bing'er is just not in good shape. There was no other way, Lin Xiao had to grab Shui Bing'er's hand and teach her how to fish correctly. Shui Bing'er remained silent, just blushing. Suddenly, the wooden float moved. The fish is hooked, let out the line. Shui Bing'er didn't care about being shy at this moment, and started to reel in the line happily, but the ice carp was too strong and she couldn't pull it at all. Fortunately, Lin Xiao helped. The palms of their hands touched each other. Bing'er, follow my instructions. Lin Xiao said in a deep voice. Yeah, okay. Shui Bing'er nodded obediently. Come on, let out the line first to consume its energy, then pull it back. Don't let it stop to catch its breath. Anyway, keep it swimming until it runs out of energy. Finally, after a tug-of-war that lasted more than 10 minutes. Bing'er, reel in the line. Lin Xiao suddenly lifted the fishing rod. A carp with an ice blue body and a crystal transparent texture was pulled up and flew in the air. But it was an ice carp that was just 100 years old. The ice carp panicked in the air, opened its mouth, and an ice blue ray shot towards where Lin Xiao and Shui Bing'er were. Ah! Shui Bing'er closed her eyes in fear. Nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the ice carp had been thrown onto the shore and fainted. Lin Xiao was shaking off the flame in his hand and smiled at Shui Bing'er. Bing'er, you are so timid. Shui Bing'er. Bad Lin Xiao. She is angry. Shui Bing'er looked at Lin Xiao angrily. As we all know, if you look too cute, you will still be cute in the eyes of others even when you are angry. Lin Xiao couldn't help but pinched Shui Bing'er's face. He looked at Shui Bing'er, doting on her like a brother does to his sister, and said softly, how about having carp soup tonight? Shui Bing'er's stomach growled, her mouth drooling, and she said eagerly. I want to eat grilled fish. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Then you've found the right person. I'm a barbecue expert. Snapped. A much larger ice carp was thrown onto the open space beside Lin Xiao. But it was an ice carp that was more than 400 years old. Shui Yuehua looked unkind and said. I have used up most of my soul power to attract this tide of ice carp. You two are so good, playing the fishing game here. You kid, you are abusing an old man. Shui Yuehua was certainly not complaining, but seeing Shui Bing'er and Lin Xiao having so much fun, she couldn't help but want to make a joke. Lin Xiao bowed. Mrs. Shui is of course the biggest contributor. Let me cook tonight to reward Grandma Shui and congratulate Bing'er on successfully obtaining her first spirit ring. Shui Yuehua nodded slightly and smiled. Then I will have to taste your cooking skills. Then, Shui Yuehua handed a dagger to Shui Bing'er. Bing'er, let's do it. Shui Bing'er had never killed before, but she was not pretentious. After taking 2 deep breaths, she raised her knife and killed the unconscious 400-year-old ice carp. A yellow soul ring rose up. Shui Bing'er sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. An hour later, Shui Bing'er opened her eyes. Grandma Shui, Brother Lin Xiao, I have absorbed all the spirit rings. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Shui Yuehua then asked. Bing'er, what is your first soul skill? Shui Bing'er stood up and pointed her finger at a big tree. First soul skill, freeze. A beam of icy blue light shot towards the tree, freezing it completely. Shui Yuehua nodded. Although it is a relatively common spirit skill, it is still very practical. Moreover, Bing'er, your spirit skill is much more powerful than that of people of your same age. As expected of an ice phoenix spirit. Even if they are hunting the same soul beast. If the martial soul is different, the soul skills or soul skill effects obtained after absorbing the soul ring will also be different. At the soul master level, one can freeze an entire tree, and the consumption is not high. Shui Binger's soul skills are already very effective. Of course. Compared to Lin Xiao, it is still a little worse. But this kid can't be judged by common sense. After all, he was supposed to die from the outbreak of evil fire, but he managed to survive, right? Night falls, by the campfire. Lin Xiao set up a barbecue grill. He rummaged around in his bag for a while and took out a bunch of bottles and jars. Although in a different world. But being born in a flower-growing family, the soul of gourmet food will never die. Before Lin Xiao left Soto City, he took all the spices he had made with him. Now is the time to shine. Lin Xiao looked at Shui Bing'er who was waiting on the side, and Granny Shui Yuehua who was curiously looking at those bottles and jars, and said proudly. Today, I'll give you a little spicy shock. Let you taste the authentic Sichuan and Hunan flavor. Shui Bing'er looked at Lin Xiao with admiration. Although I didn't know what Lin Xiao was talking about, I just had a sense of awe. Lin Xiao is so awesome, he is obviously the same age as me, but he seems to know everything. And very brave and smart, Granny Shui Yuehua looked on with disdain. I have lived to this age, and I have tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. Isn't it just grilled fish and a pot of carp soup? Oh, when I think about having to pretend to eat delicious food later. Grandma Shui Yuehua is a little tired, I just hope I can swallow it. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Shui Bing and number 039, I and number 039, LL support you. Chapter 8 Shui Bing'er, I'll support you. How delicious can the food cooked by a little kid be? Granny Mizugitsuka was soon slapped in the face by Mocha. Ugh! Granny Shui, you eat too fast. This grilled fish is obviously Bing'er's. It was not until she heard Shui Bing'er's aggrieved voice that Grandma Shui Yuehua woke up from her dream, her hands frozen in the air. She looked at it in disbelief. No, don't you eat so much. When he looked, he saw fish bones all around him. Shui Bing'er was holding a grilled fish in her hand and trying her best to tear it into pieces, but her mouth was too small and she couldn't eat it quickly. She looked at Grandma Shui Yuehua with a look of grievance and resentment. Granny Shui Yuehua blushed and said with a wry smile, well, I didn't notice it for a moment. Bing'er, eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. Lin Xiao looked over here helplessly. Don't worry about her, Grandma Shui Yuehua. You have consumed so much soul power today. It's time to replenish it. You originally have 3 soul powers, and Bing'er only has 1. She's so small, even if she wants to eat, how can her stomach hold it? Shui Bing'er heard this and muttered. I can. Lin Xiao smiled gently. Be obedient, Bing'er. Eat this grilled fish and drink some carp soup. How about I tell you a story then? Tell a story. These 3 words have great appeal to a girl of Shui Bing'er's age. Shui Bing'er was instantly happy and took the grilled fish and handed it to Grandma Shui Yuehua. Mother-in-law, please eat. You have worked hard today. Granny Shui Yuehua took the grilled fish with a kind smile on her face. She is Shui Bing'er's protector. But in terms of the way they get along, he takes care of Shui Bing'er as if she were his own granddaughter. How can I not be relieved to see Shui Bing'er being so understanding and reasonable at this moment? Shui Yuehua took the grilled fish and looked at Lin Xiao. There was no longer any scrutiny in her eyes, but rather like an elder looking at a younger person. This boy is quite likable. It's a pity that the evil fire is always a trouble. Grandma Shui Yuehua remembered what Shui Binger said during the day and took the initiative to bring up the topic. Lin boy, have you ever thought about what to do with the evil fire in your body? Lin Xiao still didn't reveal any secrets. What else can we do? We'll just live one day at a time. Granny Shui Yuehua sighed. You are only 6 years old, your wonderful life has not yet begun. Keep living, you will meet many people and see many beautiful sights in the future. Why are you so stubborn? To be honest, if Grandma Shui Yuehua was Lin Xiao, she would definitely choose to vent her anger. It's better to be a little dirty than to lose your life. Lin Xiao did not reply, but looked at Shui Binger. Binger, do you want to see me become a hooligan? I will pounce on any woman I see, regardless of how dirty or smelly she is, and become a beast controlled by evil fire. No. Binger doesn't want brother Lin Xiao to become like this. Shui Binger's face turned pale. She put down the grilled fish, tugged at the corner of Lin Xiao's clothes, and her eyes were filled with tears. Brother Lin Xiao, I have a way to deal with your evil fire. My martial soul has the opposite attributes to yours. I can help you suppress the evil fire in your body. Brother Lin Xiao, if you don't have any family, why don't you come to my house? My family is very rich and can support you. Lin Xiao. I am speechless. In my previous life, I joked with my friends about finding a rich woman to support me so that I would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. In the end, I am still a pure love warrior and a single aristocrat. Unexpectedly, after traveling to Douluo, a little girl proposed to keep him. Really good fortune. Lin Xiao laughed and patted Shui Binger's head lovingly. I didn't realize you're a wealthy woman. If there were no magic grass, he might really choose to join the Shui family, but it is obvious that he has already made a plan, which is to go to Tiandu City to find Douluo. Shui Binger thought Lin Xiao didn't believe it, and said anxiously. What I said is true, brother Lin Xiao, you have to believe me. Believe it, of course I believe it. Lin Xiao sighed and said frankly. In fact, I have found a solution. The way to solve the evil fire is in Tiandu City. I am confident that I can accomplish this task. You don't need to worry. Lin Xiao is really conflicted now. It's not about whether or not you can resolve the evil fire, but whether or not to retain the evil fire. He discovered that the evil fire would continue to evolve, and as long as he did not vent the evil fire, it would become stronger and stronger. The power of evil fire is obvious to all. So does it mean that when the evil fire evolves to a certain level in the future, by swallowing the magic grass, we can retain the special properties of the evil fire and eliminate its side effects? Moreover, as the evil fire evolves, will more powerful functions be born? Everything has its pros and cons. Lin Xiao is still thinking about this. Shui Binger said happily. Isn't this better? Brother Lin Xiao, Grandma Shui and I can accompany you to Tiandu City. After you solve the problem of the evil fire, come home with me, okay? Lin Xiao rubbed his eyebrows. He discovered that Shui Binger seemed to have a deep obsession with taking him home. Child, we have only known each other for 2 days. You are so short of friends. Lin Xiao looked a little embarrassed. Binger, this kind of thing can't be solved overnight. Are you still waiting for me in Tiandu City for a few years? You don't want to go to school? Will your elders agree? Besides, compared to joining a family, I prefer to be free and independent. As the saying goes, freedom is priceless. Shui Binger's mood suddenly fell. She bit her lips and tears welled up in her eyes. What, brother Lin Xiao, you just don't want to go home with me? It seemed that the little ancestor was about to cry. Lin Xiao said quickly, how about this, let's make 3 rules. Give me an address, and I'll write to you often. How about we go out together a few times during the holidays? I promise that Shui Binger will be my Lin Xiao's good friend for life. Shui Binger was coaxed into pressing the pause button. Tears welled up in my eyes but refused to fall. Really? Pinky promise. Lin Xiao complained in his heart. How come pinky promises are also popular among the little kids in Douluo continent? Okay, let's make a promise and don't change it. The person who changed is a puppy. Shui Binger yelled loudly. Lin Xiao nodded. If it changes, it will become a puppy. Shui Binger's depressed mood was swept away. Looking at Lin Xiao, he said expectantly. Brother Lin Xiao, you promised to tell me a story. Lin Xiao saw that the little girl became happy again. He smiled and said mysteriously, I guarantee you, this is a story you've never heard before. It has a very nice name, called The Match Between Heaven and Hell. Lin Xiao changed the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl into a Douluo version and told it to Shui Binger. The little girl listened attentively. Granny Mizugitsuka on the side expressed disinterest. Unconsciously, he was getting closer and closer to Lin Xiao. Hey! This kid tells a pretty good story, Granny Mizugitsuka smells so good again. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Leaving, Tiendil looking for Douluo. Chapter 9 Leaving, Tiendil looking for Douluo. If love lasts for a long time, how can we stay together day and night? Inside the luxuriously decorated carriage, Lin Xiao looked at Shui Binger helplessly. Binger, you've heard this story many times. Do you want to change it? Even Lin Xiao is tired of talking, Shui Binger still likes to listen. Shui Binger had heard this story so many times that she could recite it by heart, but she still asked Lin Xiao to tell it over and over again. It's really torture. But there's nothing we can do about it. Who made Shui Binger such a likable girl? What's more, Lin Xiao is still riding on someone else's carriage. Well, since the carriage has been borrowed and no money has been paid, it seems nothing wrong to tell a story to pay off the debt. But Lin Xiao really didn't understand. Why is Shui Binger so obsessed with the story of the legend of the white snake? Binger, you like this story so much. Is there any special reason? Lin Xiao tentatively asked Shui Binger, but Shui Binger blushed and stammered, there's no special reason. I just think it sounds good. Lin Xiao. He was on the verge of collapse. My dear, no matter how interesting this story is, won't you get tired of listening to it a dozen times? Fortunately, Shui Binger finally understood Lin Xiao. Forget it, brother Lin Xiao, you're tired after saying it so many times. Now let Binger tell you a story, okay? Lin Xiao was finally able to take a break. He nodded with satisfaction, okay. Then there is no more. Listening to Shui Binger telling him the story of the fairy couple, Lin Xiao showed a look of despair. He opened the curtain of the carriage and looked out the window, wanting to escape temporarily. But Shui Binger suddenly came closer. Gently speaking the final conclusion. If the two loves last for a long time, how can they be in the morning and evening? My ears were tickled by the sweet breath of the little girl. Lin Xiao quickly sat back and found that Shui Binger was very close to him. Lin Xiao asked, Binger, why are you getting so close? Shui Binger sat back in her original position, feeling righteous and confident. Who told you, brother Lin Xiao, that you don't listen to other people's stories? I was afraid you couldn't hear me, so I had to lean over to your ear and say it. Lin Xiao was speechless. Shui Binger opened the curtain and said softly. Brother Lin Xiao, Tiandu City is ahead. We are going to separate. Lin Xiao remained silent, looking at the magnificent city ahead. Obviously, it was easier and faster to reach Tiandu City than expected, but why do I feel a little disappointed? He suddenly thought of a poem. There are many forks in life, you go to Xiaoxiang and I go to Qin. After this separation, Shui Binger is going back south to Tianshui City, while Lin Xiao is going to stay alone in Tiandu City. The atmosphere was a little chilly. Lin Xiao laughed, Binger, the address you gave me couldn't be wrong, don't let me go to look for you someday and find you're not there. Lin Xiao's voice broke the strange atmosphere. Shui Binger smiled sweetly. Don't worry, brother Lin Xiao. I will miss you. The carriage drove into Tiandu City and then stopped. Lin Xiao got off the carriage and waved goodbye to Shui Bing'er. Lin Xiao walked forward silently. The figure gradually faded away. Until Lin Xiao's figure completely disappeared, Shui Bing'er was still looking at the direction he left, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Bing'er, it's time to go back. Grandma Shui Yuehua's voice interrupted Shui Bing'er, who was in a daze. Shui Bing'er was silent for a moment. Granny Shui Yuehua, let me tell you a story. If the two loves last for a long time, how can they be in the morning and evening? Shui Bing'er asked Lin Xiao to repeat it more than 10 times, even though Lin Xiao was already sick of talking, just to hear this last sentence. Listen to Lin Xiao say this to her. Later, Shui Bing'er told Lin Xiao the same thing while telling him a story. Although Grandma Shui Yuehua is old, but she was once a young girl, and she looked at this with half envy and half sigh. We'll meet again eventually, why are you in such a hurry? Let's go. Grandma Shui Yuehua raised the whip and drove back. Lin Xiao got off the carriage and prepared to find a hotel to stay temporarily. But the housing prices in Tiandu City are too expensive. Lin Xiao touched his pocket. Damn it! Lin Xiao hurriedly opened his pocket and took out a small wallet filled with scattered gold soul coins and silver soul coins. There is another ring, which is storage soul guide. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say, and suddenly felt as if his heart was hit. Fortunately, he has a strong mental quality. Without saying much, he just silently put the soul guide ring on the middle finger of his left hand after recognizing its master. Then he used his soul power to explore inside. Excuse, it turns out that the money in that small purse is still change. Lin Xiao couldn't hold it back in the end. He muttered to himself in a somewhat weird way. What am I, being kept? Or was it released into the wild? Unexpectedly, the first benefactor in Lin Xiao's life turned out to be a wealthy woman. Lin Xiao burst out laughing. Keep this friendship in your heart. Good Bing'er, you are so loyal. From now on, as long as your brother Lin Xiao has something to eat, you will never go hungry. Having money makes you braver. Lin Xiao did not rush to check into the hotel, but went to a clothing store to change into more expensive clothes. This way you won't be easily targeted and can save you a lot of trouble. After all, there are many people in this world who only care about clothes and not people. Found a medium-sized hotel to stay in. Lin Xiao took out paper and pen and started making plans. Forewarned is forearmed, without prejudging the waste. Planning is a good habit. Well, I've already arrived at Tiandu City. All that's left is to find Douluo. For a celebrity like him, his home address will be easy to find, but I may not be able to get in. It would be funny if I get beaten out with sticks. Go find Douluo himself? Well, some people never see a titled Douluo in their entire lives. How can we find someone who is so hard to find? Finally, Lin Xiao set his sights on a name. Circle the key point, Douguyan. Compared to Douluo, Douguyan is easier to approach. After all, she also has to go to school. It's easy to find out where Douguyan goes to school. You don't even need to ask. Isn't it possible that Poison Douluo's precious granddaughter goes to the best school? She is 13 years old now. She should be in Tiandu Royal Academy. How should I approach her? Feeling hungry, Lin Xiao ordered some food. Plan while you eat. I must astonish Douguyan so that she will believe what I say. Otherwise, if I approach her and ask if she wants to get to know me or make friends with me, I'll be chased away. Then I have to show that I have a knack for problem solving. There is still one most important step. After this, face the eccentric Poison Douluo and ensure your own life. Gain his trust. Let's do it. Lin Xiao ate all the steamed buns and beef that were given to him. After eating, he stared at the 3 words Douguyan on the paper fiercely. If you fail, then that's it for next time. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Provoking. Fighting with Duguyan. Chapter 10, Provoking. Fighting with Duguyan Tiandu Royal Academy. An academy that was built in such a majestic manner, with luxurious decorations and glittering gold that it was almost blinding to the eyes. It was even comparable to the royal palaces of some small countries. The students who can study here are either rich or noble. And it's not just ordinary wealth. After our school, young and beautiful men and women walked out wearing the uniforms of Tiandu Royal Academy. And at the corner across the street, a handsome young man with red maple-colored hair leaned lazily against the wall, looking at the students coming and going at the school gate. Looks a bit like a street urchin. He just looks quite handsome. We have been squatting here for several days and finally found our target. There is only one girl in Tiandu Royal Academy, about 13 years old, with the iconic green hair. Lin Xiao looked into the distance. Suddenly, I saw a girl with green hair coming out of the school, surrounded by stars. After leaving the school gate, everyone said hello and said goodbye to each other. In the end, there was only a girl with silver grey hair left by Duguyan's side. The two walked together. Lin Xiao walked forward. Yan Yan, look, it's that kid again. Ye Lingling is usually very cold and aloof, and she keeps strangers away at school. She seems difficult to get along with, but she is still quite cheerful when facing Duguyan. She winked at Duguyan, signaling him to look across. Yan Yan, this kid has been waiting here for a few days. Every time you appear, he can't take his eyes off you. You are so charming that even the kids can't stand it and come all the way to our academy to wait for you. It seems like you have made up your mind to come up and confess your feelings today. Duguyan stretched out his hand and pretended to hit Ye Lingling. Ye Lingling ran away quickly. While laughing continuously, he shouted to Duguyan, young ones are better, so you can raise them the way you like. Grow up and be obedient. A blush appeared on Duguyan's cold face, and she chased after Ye Lingling. You damned girl, I'm going to beat you to death. If you like it, take it home. Why are you pulling it on me? Ye Lingling smiled and said that won't do. It's not me that she likes. Look, she's already walking right in front of you. Duguyan stopped chasing Ye Lingling. Looking at Lin Xiao who was approaching, he said softly. Little brother, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Xiao was confused. Because everything that happened at this time deviated greatly from his original plan. Isn't it that Duguyan is extremely aloof, and did she rush forward to provoke and attract attention? Why is she so nice to me? All of this was answered when Lin Xiao tried to raise his head and wanted to look at Duguyan's face when talking, but he could only see the girl's two hemispheres. What the hell? Lin Xiao calculated everything, but he missed one thing. He is only 6 years old now, still a child. Although he has an adult's soul, in the eyes of others, he is just a little kid. He is still a very handsome little boy. After Lin Xiao came to his senses, he almost ran away on the spot. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. You are Duguyan, right? I want to see your grandfather. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao decided not to provoke. Try it first and see if you can get away with it. Duguyan was stunned and she squatted down. Little boy, why do you want to see my grandpa? Ye Lingling also ran back at this time. Because he is 6 years younger than in the original book. She also prefers playing around. As soon as he came over, he joked to Duguyan. We're about to meet the parents, what else is there to say? It must be a marriage proposal. Duguyan blushed and said angrily, Ling Ling. Don't teach the kids bad things. Seeing that the two were about to start fighting again, Lin Xiao was afraid that they would forget about him, so he quickly replied loudly, I'm looking for poison Douluo for a very important reason. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao decided to be honest. Because I know the flaws of the jade phosphorus snake martial spirit. Also, I have a way to solve the martial spirit's flaws. After saying that, Lin Xiao looked at Duguyan seriously with his sincere eyes. Pfft. As a result, Duguyan just laughed out loud. Little boy, where are your family members? Go home quickly, my sister is leaving too. She actually ignored Lin Xiao's words. Ya Lingling squatted down with interest and pinched Lin Xiao's face. Little boy, if you like big sister, just like her. What excuses are you making up? If Yanyan disagrees, how about you consider me? After saying that, Ya Lingling and Duguyan looked at each other. Cuckoo. Both of them burst into laughter. Lin Xiao's face turned dark. He knows it. Sure enough, sincerity will inevitably make you a clown, and only routines can capture people's hearts. These teenage girls are so annoying. Laugh, laugh, what's so funny? Especially Ya Lingling who pinched his face. Why don't you try pinching him again? Lin Xiao turned evil directly. His face turned cold and he slapped away Ya Lingling's hand that was beating him. He said coldly to Duguyan. Duguyan, right? I think your jade phosphorus snake martial soul is a useless martial soul, and your jade phosphorus snake venom is the worst poison in the world. I, Lin Xiao, officially challenge you. I originally set my heart towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. We still have to attract hatred and really stun these two girls. Duguyan was stunned. This little boy in front of her actually challenged her? Logically speaking, she shouldn't be so petty with a little kid, but Lin Xiao's words that the green phosphorus snake's martial soul was a useless martial soul and that the green phosphorus snake's venom was a garbage poison made Duguyan take it to heart. Her eyes were slightly cold, and her pair of emerald green eyes looked at Lin Xiao coldly. Little boy, can you say it again? Ya Lingling also looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Little boy, are you crazy? If you bring up someone else's martial spirit, they will take it seriously. What Lin Xiao wants is Duguyan's seriousness. Otherwise, how could she be convinced? I repeat, Duguyan, the green phosphorus snake venom that you are so proud of is useless in my eyes. I formally challenge you to a fight. The loser must agree to one condition of the winner. Lin Xiao met Duguyan's cold eyes without fear. Duguyan was so angry that she laughed. She didn't care how old Lin Xiao was, she had to teach this naughty kid a lesson today, let him know that he can eat whatever he wants but he can't say whatever he wants. Okay, I'll fight you. But I have a request. Duguyan sneered. The loser must agree to the winner's 3 conditions. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Defeat Duguyan. Chapter 11 Defeat Duguyan. Yanyan, don't hurt the kid. Ya Lingling was still a little worried. She first told Duguyan not to argue with the child, then glanced at Lin Xiao. This boy looked very cute, but he just wanted to provoke Yanyan. Why mock someone else's martial spirit when there are so many things to mock? In the world of soul masters, this is a taboo. Forget it, she will watch from the side and give timely treatment when the time comes. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He didn't want to do something that would attract hatred, but he had no choice but to resort to this method to prove himself because people didn't take him seriously. Duguyan is now 13 years old, and his soul power is about level 28 or 29. His 2 soul skills are green phosphorus, purple poison and death, both of which are poison attribute soul skills. This method of fighting that relies on poison is absolutely terrifying to most ordinary soul masters. Before they even touch the person, their health will drop by more than half, and they may even be killed instantly. To the extent that, facing soul masters who rely on poison to fight, there is actually not much difference between a group of people and one person. In any case, it causes area damage, not to mention the powerful poison like the green phosphorus snake venom. However, the reason why Lin Xiao dared to challenge Duguyan. It was because he restrained Duguyan. The poison immunity of the ultimate fire is not just talk. If Lin Xiao faced other great soul masters of the strong attack type, he would definitely be in a very difficult situation. And the lonely goose. I just hope that her heart of Taoism won't be broken. Lin Xiao said in his heart. After all, he was the one who provoked first, and he and Duguyan were not enemies but friends with common interests. Lin Xiao, Level 12 Spirit Master, Spirit of Evil Fire Phoenix. Evil Fire Phoenix? There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of Ye Lingling and Duguyan. After all, martial spirits like the phoenix were not common, and as long as they were associated with these two words, they were all top-level martial spirits without exception. But if the soul power is only level 12? Ye Lingling smiled as expected. Little brother, confidence is a good thing, but being overconfident is not a good thing. But it doesn't matter, sister will help you with treatment later. Duguyan crossed his arms and said coldly, Duguyan, Level 28 Great Spirit Master, Martial Spirit, Jade Phosphorus Snake. Reporting each other's soul power levels and martial souls is a necessary prerequisite for fighting souls, and is also an established rule in the Soul Master world. Otherwise, if you act rashly, even if you are killed by others, you will be in the wrong. After reporting the soul power level, the soul battle officially begins. Evil Fire Phoenix, possessed. Green Phosphorus Snake, possessed. First soul skill, Phoenix Feather Formation. Lin Xiao's face was serious. He stretched out his hand, and a fire phoenix rose from his palm and flew into the sky. Countless red evil fire feathers, like an overwhelming force, rushed towards Duguyan. Duguyan was slightly startled. The power of this little brat's soul skills is actually comparable to that of a great soul master. How many years does his first spirit ring last? Duguyan quickly retreated and silently performed two soul skills. First soul skill, Green Phosphorus Purple Poison. Second soul skill, Death. These are the two soul skills that Duguyan is proud of. They are all poison-type soul skills that can inflict negative status on the opponent and weaken the opponent's combat power. Duguyan can even defeat opponents who are higher level and stronger than himself by relying on these two soul skills. Her fighting style is very simple. Release the poison and wait. The opponent will fall down on his own. The venom of the green phosphorus snake is the best in the continent, and Douluo was able to obtain the title of poison because of it. A key reason is that the venom of the green phosphorus snake has a most terrifying characteristic. The more soul power is consumed, the stronger the poison is. The harder the enemy soul master attacks, the more dangerous he will be. Should I say it's worthy of being a phoenix spirit? It hasn't fallen down yet. Duguyan dodged left and right in the phoenix feather formation, waiting for Lin Xiao to fall to the ground like a weak shrimp, but there was no movement. Logically speaking, a mere soul master shouldn't last more than 3 seconds, right? The other side. Lin Xiao felt his body. The situation is still as good as ever. Sure enough, although there are many types of snake venom and various neurotoxins are terrifying, they are still proteins in essence. The nemesis of protein is high temperature. It would be fine if there was absolutely low temperature. Even though the snake venom in Douluo continent has the property of being resistant to high temperatures, it is ultimately useless when faced with extreme fire. Lin Xiao is now completely certain that Duguyan's snake venom has no effect on him. In this case, the battle should be over. In Duguyan's confused and slightly panicked eyes, Lin Xiao gently raised his right hand and made a grabbing gesture in the air. Then, the countless evil fires scattered in the sky and on the ground seemed to be linked together as if they had life, forming a series of enchanting evil fire chains. Completely block the area where Duguyan is. Your soul skill has a second stage. Duguyan exclaimed and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Lin Xiao said calmly, I've always had it, but I didn't know if I could beat you before. If I couldn't beat you and it hurt you, I would definitely get beaten later, so I never used it. Duguyan. Ye Lingling. What a cunning little brat, despite his young age, he has a good grasp of the ways of the world. Looking at the evil fire chain that was getting closer and tighter, Duguyan stepped back step by step, with a look of palpitations on her face. Feeling the scorching heat, the green phosphorus snake martial spirit trembled slightly, actually in fear. She, Douluo, was actually defeated by a child? Douluo was very unwilling. She stared at the evil fire chain and was about to force her way out, but at this time, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and the evil fire chain dissipated automatically. Douluo saw that where the evil fire had stayed, even the blue bricks and stones had been corroded and eroded to the point of being incomplete. If she had chosen to force her way in just now, she would have suffered heavy losses. Douluo looked at Lin Xiao with some complexity. Why do you want to revoke your soul skills? Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. My goal has been achieved, so I'm cancelling it. Besides, I don't want you to get hurt. After all, if I hurt you, I would be beaten to death by your grandfather. Lin Xiao kept this sentence in his heart and didn't say it. Stupid Yan, even a child knows that beating your wife is wrong. How can people be willing to do that? Ye Lingling's crisp laughter rang out. Douluo's face flushed red, and without saying anything, he chased after Ye Lingling and beat her. Lingling, where is your cool and aloof attitude in school? Sometimes I really want to rip your damn mouth off. Ye Lingling ran away. Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong. Is it okay if I'm wrong? Yan, spare my life. How can a mere auxiliary spirit master outrun an offensive spirit master? Douluo caught Ye Lingling soon. He tore at her cherry lips. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Ye Lingling is not a good girl. Chapter 12 Ye Lingling is not a good girl. Woo woo, Yan, are you serious? I feel like you've stretched my mouth so much. Ye Lingling's eyes were full of resentment. At this time, Lin Xiao and Douluo put aside their hostility and became friends after fighting. The three of them walked together on the road to Douluo's house. Ye Lingling is on the left, Douluo is on the right, and Lin Xiao firmly occupies the C position. Douluo crossed his arms and said coolly, so what? You're such a loudmouth. Why don't you talk in school? You're holding back all your love words to tease me. Ye Lingling clenched her fists and said angrily, Yan, don't think I can't cure you. Do you believe that I can take care of you at any time? Douluo didn't say anything, but just crossed his arms across his chest and glanced at Ye Lingling with contempt, the contempt in his eyes obvious. As if to say, just you. The auxiliary spirit master also wants to deal with the control spirit master, it's simply a fantasy. Ye Lingling snorted and said, Yan, don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Just now, you were a great spirit master, but you were beaten up by that little brother, weren't you? Douluo's face turned red. That's because they are powerful. What does it have to do with you? Ye Lingling chuckled. GG. Yan, don't forget that you still owe me 3 requests. Are you trying to default on your debt? Douluo's face flushed red as she argued. When did I say I was going to default on my debt? Didn't anyone say that? I, Douluo, will always keep my word and accomplish what I say. Douluo's reaction was exactly what Ye Lingling wanted. Ye Lingling said quickly, if I become the little brother's girlfriend, wouldn't I be able to ask him to take advantage of these 3 conditions? Then I'll want you, Yan, to be my personal maid. And I'll fight back and spank you. After saying that, Ye Lingling reached out and rubbed Lin Xiao's face. Little brother, what do you think of this proposal? You got a girlfriend for free? You made a fortune. Douluo was so angry. Lingling. Can you be more serious? Don't harass the children. Lin Xiao had a blank expression on his face. Silently slapped Ye Lingling's hand away. Today he finally understood what contrast meant. When I was squatting at the school gate every day, I saw that Ye Lingling was even more cool than Douluo. She just nodded when greeting classmates. Why is he so lively behind the scenes? Cough cough. Lin Xiao coughed lightly, interrupting the play of the 2 adolescent girls. Douluo, I came to you for something serious. Just now, didn't you say that if you lose, you will agree to my 3 conditions? My first condition is that you take me to your home and I'll find. I have something to ask Poison Douluo. Before Lin Xiao finished speaking, Ye Lingling exclaimed, going home on the first day? That's too soon. How about we get a room outside? Duguyan couldn't bear it any longer, so he reached out and hit Ye Lingling on the head. Lingling, that's enough. You dirty girl. You're just a kid and you're making dirty jokes. Ouch. Ye Lingling covered her head in pain and looked at Duguyan aggrievedly. Knowing that her best friend was really angry, she had to keep silent. Lin Xiao glanced at Ye Lingling. I feel relieved, well done to Duguyan. It's really satisfying. Duguyan looked at Lin Xiao. Okay, Lin Xiao, now you continue. Duguyan, the jade phosphorus snake spirit does have a flaw. This flaw will not affect combat, but it will affect a person's lifespan. Unless there is an opportunity, anyone who possesses the green phosphorus snake spirit will not live long. As soon as these words came out, Duguyan's face changed immediately. Ye Lingling was afraid that Duguyan would get angry, so she quickly took the lead in accusing Lin Xiao. Hey, Lin Xiao, why are you talking nonsense here? Yan Yan, children should not be restrained in their words. Lingling. He's not talking nonsense. Duguyan spoke in a low voice. Death at an early age is a curse of my Dugu family. I never knew the reason before. Is it really as he said, because of a martial spirit defect? Lin Xiao was very happy to see that Duguyan believed in him. After all the hard work, I can finally listen to myself? Lin Xiao immediately said, this is exactly why I'm looking for Poison Douluo. I want to make a deal with him. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene became a little weird. After all, it sounded too ridiculous for a 6-year-old child to want to make a deal with the great Poison Douluo. Rather, they felt it made some sense. Duguyan stopped. She faced Lin Xiao and moved closer, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Because the mature girl was 1.5 heads taller than the boy, Lin Xiao could not see Duguyan's face when she came closer. Lin Xiao, look into my eyes and I'm asking you a question. Are you kind or evil? What is your purpose? Lin Xiao. He couldn't look Duguyan in the eyes. Because it was blocked. Lin Xiao could only look up depressedly and said, I just want to save you while saving me. Because my martial soul also has defects. Duguyan and Ye Lingling were both stunned. Lin Xiao's tone was flat. If your martial soul defects are not resolved, you can still live for several dozen years, but if my martial soul defects are not resolved, I will not live for many days. After these words were spoken, Lin Xiao didn't feel anything. But a look of guilt emerged in Duguyan's eyes. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao. Fine. But you can't see my grandfather. What? He's away on a long trip, usually for several months. It's okay, I can wait. I'm staying at the Maple Leaf Hotel. Where are your family? I'm an orphan. There was a long silence. Ye Lingling was very kind. Lin Xiao, why don't you just live in my house? My mother is very easy to talk to, and she also likes to help others. Lin Xiao was about to refuse. On the side, Duguyan said, why are you living in her house? Her family is a single-line family, and her mother is always thinking about finding a live-in son-in-law. If you live here, be careful not to become a child husband. Live in my house. Besides the servants, there are only me and Grandpa in my house. Lin Xiao thought that he had to wait for Dugubo anyway, so he agreed. But Ye Lingling was unwilling to do so. She became angry and said, Yan Yan, what do you mean by child-raising husband? You are slandering me. I think you are the one who wants to trick the cute kid back home and do whatever you want with him. Duguyan sneered. Everything is left unsaid. For the first time ever, Ye Lingling stopped making a fuss and walked away with a red face. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a chill on his spine. He looked at Ye Lingling with some panic. I rely on. Could it be that what Duguyan said was true, Ye Lingling is not a good girl. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Nine-Heart Begonia, Ye Qingxian. Chapter 13 Nine-Hearted Begonia, Ye Qingxian. Douluo has been out for a while and won't be back in the short term. Lin Xiao temporarily stayed in Douluo's house. The following days, Douluo and Ye Lingling went to school as usual, while Lin Xiao stayed alone in Douluo's house to practice. When Douluo and Ye Lingling got out of school, the three of them would have a small gathering. Evening. There was a sudden rain in the early morning and the yard was wet. Lin Xiao practiced boxing in the corridor. His steps were steady, his movements were slow and orderly, and there was an indescribable charm in his every move. Sometimes he was like a monkey climbing a tree, sometimes like a white crane spreading its wings, or a tiger roaring in the mountains, or a deer drinking from a stream. Douluo and Ye Lingling have returned. But neither of them said anything. Instead, he stood in the distance, watching Lin Xiao practice boxing quietly. I don't know if it's because Lin Xiao is very handsome, or because his movements are standard and he has grasped the essence of boxing, but in any case, in the eyes of others, his imitation of the movements of the five animals is not ugly at all, but has a kind of indescribable aura. Yan Yan, what kind of boxing does Lin Xiao practice? I don't know, it looks pretty impressive. By the way, when will Poison Douluo come back? I don't know, but Grandpa would be away for several months every time. When I asked him what he was doing, he never told me in detail. Douluo felt a little worried. Although Douluo always looked relaxed every time he went out, Douluo still noticed that his grandfather sometimes frowned, as if he was enduring pain. Fortunately, this is not the first or second time that Douluo has done this. Always return safely. Ye Lingling was a little curious. Lin Xiao said that his martial soul also has defects, but he didn't say what the defects are. What if he dies one day? How about taking him to my house to see a doctor? My mom might have a solution. Ye Lingling's mother, Ye Qingxian, is the descendant of the nine-hearted begonia martial spirit. She is a soul emperor-level powerhouse who not only possesses powerful soul skills that can revive the dead, but is also proficient in medicine. Although the martial soul defect involves congenital deficiencies and cannot be solved by medical skills, it is still no problem to help suppress the negative effects brought about by the martial soul defect. Douluo nodded when he heard this. Okay, Lingling. When are you going to come over and have a look? Ye Lingling thought for a moment and said with a smile. It's better to go today than to wait for a better day. Let's go tonight. There are still many rooms in my house. Yan Yan, you can also come over and let my mother see how you are doing. Before this, Ye Lingling didn't know that Douluo's martial soul had a defect, and even Douluo himself didn't know it, so he didn't ask Ye Qingxian to help check it out. But now that I know it, it's good to go and have a look, regardless of whether it's useful or not. At this time, Lin Xiao had just finished practicing boxing. He felt that all his meridians were heating up, and there seemed to be a warm current in his body, which continuously strengthened his physical condition. Although the effect was small, it was continuous. Compared to the time when my martial soul was just awakened, Lin Xiao's physique has become much stronger. Lin Xiao clenched his fist and thought to himself, you can't stop practicing boxing. You must strengthen your physical fitness. Only in this way can you suppress the more ferocious attack when the evil fire returns. Calculating the time, Douluo and Ye Lingling had probably finished school. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw the two women waiting. Sister Yan Yan, Sister Lingling. Lin Xiao walked up and greeted him. Ye Lingling said, Lin Xiao, come to my house today. I'll ask my mother to check on you and Yan Yan. If there is a solution, that would be great, but don't have too high expectations. Lin Xiao nodded. The nine-hearted begonia martial soul was dubbed the best healing martial soul on the continent and was even envied by the gods. There could only be two owners of the nine-hearted begonia martial soul at the same time, so it was naturally something that defied the heavens. Okay, I'll be there after I finish my shower. Practicing boxing is a physical activity. After practicing several sets of 5 animal exercises and 8-section brocade, Lin Xiao was covered in sweat and his clothes were soaked. After taking a shower, Lin Xiao followed Ye Lingling to the Ye family. The Ye family is located in a very prosperous area of Tiandu City, even close to the imperial palace. However, considering how terrifying the 9-hearted begonia is, it's not surprising. Lin Xiao entered the Ye family. Meet Ye Lingling's mother Ye Qingxian. The other person was wearing palace clothes and a white veil on her face, which gave her a fairy-like air. Although her face could not be seen, one could inexplicably feel that she was a great beauty. "Mom, these are my 2 friends. Lin Xiao and Yan Yan. Their martial spirits have defects, and they seem to be quite serious. Can you help take a look at their bodies?" Ye Qingxian looked over here. She had known Duguyan for a long time, so her gaze lingered on Lin Xiao for a while, then nodded. "Come in with me." The voices of mother and daughter are exactly the same, just like Ye Lingling when she grows up, except that her voice is a little colder and more mature than Ye Lingling's. Enter a simple room. Several people sat down separately. Ye Qingxian asked, "Tell me first, what are the flaws of your respective martial spirits?" Lin Xiao and Duguyan told Ye Qingxian everything. Ye Qingxian remained expressionless, but sighed in his heart. Although the 9-hearted begonia spirit is the strongest healing spirit, it is helpless against spirit defects, otherwise the Dugu family would have come knocking on its door long ago. At this point, she was just trying it out. 9-hearted begonia, come out. Lin Xiao smelled a faint fragrance, and then saw a pink crabapple flower appear in Ye Qingxian's hands. The petals were composed of pink and white, the flower was bright in color and graceful in shape. As Ye Qingxian input his soul power, 2 white lights shone on Lin Xiao and Duguyan respectively. The white light fell on their bodies and instantly turned into pink and white flowers and entered their bodies. Lin Xiao felt warm all over. It felt as comfortable as after practicing the 5 animal exercises. A warm current flowed throughout the body, as if searching for all the injured parts and healing them. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's pupils shrank. Although the meridians in his body that were damaged by the last outbreak of evil fire had almost recovered under the effect of the 5 animal exercises, there were still some minor parts that needed to be healed. However, under the therapeutic effect of 9-hearted begonia, he recovered rapidly. Lin Xiao's head suddenly exploded. Suddenly see the light, he seemed to know what he was going to do next. He has his own way of practicing. The light of the 9-hearted begonia gradually dissipated. Ye Qingxian sighed in disappointment, but felt that it was expected, and said softly, "I don't have a solution to the defects of your 2 martial spirits. A martial soul defect is a congenital defect, not an injury. Unless you don't practice, or even awaken your martial soul, problems will eventually break out." Duguyan pursed her lips in disappointment. "It's okay, Aunt Yet. You have tried your best." End of this chapter. Chapter 14: The Real Magical Effect of 9-heart begonia. Chapter 14: The Real Magical Effect of 9-hearted begonia. Lin Xiao didn't say a word. He looked at Ye Qingxian with burning eyes, as if he had discovered a treasure. Just now, after the 9-hearted begonia completely healed the hidden injuries left by the outbreak of evil fire in his body, a bold idea emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. The abnormal healing ability of the 9-hearted begonia. Isn't it the senzu beans in Dragon Ball? No matter how serious the injury is, 1 pill can restore you to full health, so it is used by Sun Wukong and others as the best aid for breaking through extreme training. One of the most important reasons that limits the human body's ability to break through its limits is that excessive training will damage a person's foundation and even ruin the person. The 9-hearted begonia has absolute healing power. But it can perfectly avoid this shortcoming. For example, electric current can exercise muscles, and excessive training can strengthen muscles in a very short period of time. High-intensity training is the fastest way to improve. Give another example. When Lin Xiao's evil fire erupted, the evil fire in his body was like a flood and a beast, rampaging through his meridians and causing damage to them. Before this, Lin Xiao had been relying on the 5 animal exercises to slowly heal his injuries, and after the repair, the meridians in his body were widened and became more resilient. Lin Xiao called this method, Evil Fire Body Forging Method. The advantage is that it greatly improves your physical fitness, the disadvantage is that there are some useless people. If the Bing Xinju fails to suppress it, or the damage caused is too severe and beyond the ability of the Wuqin Xi to slowly repair it, it would be a tragedy. However, the solution now appeared in front of Lin Xiao. The abnormal healing ability of Nine-Hearted Begonia. In Lin Xiao's opinion, this can not only be used in combat, but also to assist in cultivation. The Nine-Hearted Begonia is truly the best auxiliary martial spirit in the world. Lin Xiao was a little excited, his eyes seemed to be glued to Ye Qingxian, to the point that he forgot about the reactions of the outside world. At this time, Ye Qingxian looked a little strange. Duguyan and Ye Lingling both looked at Lin Xiao in amazement. Ye Lingling became angry and embarrassed and stretched out her hand. A slap hit Lin Xiao on the back of the head. "Lin Xiao, you look like you want to eat my mother." Lin Xiao then realized that he had made a fool of himself because he was too surprised. But he didn't care. And yet, the Nine-Hearted Begonia martial spirit is truly the best auxiliary martial spirit in the world. Lin Xiao looked at Ye Qingxian and said in a decisive tone. Lin Xiao told Ye Qingxian about his physical condition. After the evil fire raged, his body was badly damaged. Before this, he had been relying on the 5 animal exercises to slowly nourish himself. Under the guidance of the 5 animal exercises, he could repair his injuries while widening and strengthening his meridians. Even the internal organs are strengthened. And yet, the maximum number of years a soul master can absorb soul rings depends mainly on the soul master's physical strength. There are also requirements for mental strength, but within a certain limit, physical strength is still the main factor. If you can temper your body to a level far beyond that of a soul master of the same level before obtaining a soul ring, then naturally the soul rings you can absorb will also be much longer than those of a soul master of the same level. And spirit rings with higher age will strengthen the spirit master's body to a greater extent. After that, it was like a snowball, the strong got stronger. Lin Xiao said calmly, the Nine-Hearted Begonia martial soul has the ability to change one's fate. As long as one uses the Nine-Hearted Begonia martial soul to continuously strengthen one's physique, even a soul master with low talent can step into the center of the soul master stage. Lin Xiao's words. There was a huge wave of shock in the hearts of the people present. Ye Qingxian didn't say anything. She immediately released her soul power to check if there were any servants passing by, then stood up and closed the doors and windows. Then, Ye Qingxian sat down again. She stretched out her bare hands and gently took off the white veil on her face, revealing a soft and beautiful face, but her eyes were full of complex expressions. I have always wondered why the Nine-Hearted Begonia martial spirit, although it has the ultimate healing ability, is not as good as the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in terms of assisting in combat. Why is it that the Nine-Hearted Begonia is the one that is envied by the heavens, causing every generation of the Nine-Hearted Begonia's descendants to experience the pain of separation and death? When a new Nine-Hearted Begonia appears, the old ones will surely die. Today, this confusion has been solved. Ye Qingxian sighed softly. You must remember not to tell anyone about this. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The world of soul masters is full of intrigues and evil people. I am afraid it will bring misfortune to you. Lin Xiao nodded and said with emotion, every man is innocent, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. This secret must be kept. Seeing Ye Qingxian's face full of sadness, Ye Lingling's previous lively personality disappeared and she became silent. Lin Xiao's heart moved slightly, and he vaguely guessed what the two were sad about. It was probably the curse of the Nine-Hearted Begonia. If Ye Lingling falls in love and has a child in the future, and the child inherits the Nine-Hearted Begonia martial spirit, then it means that one of Ye Qingxian and Ye Lingling will die. This is unspeakable pain. Lin Xiao looked a little reluctant, so he simply said. In fact, the nine-hearted begonia is cursed, and there is a limit of only 2 nine-hearted begonia spirit owners at the same time. There may be a solution, but I'm not completely sure. We'll have to wait until Poison Douluo comes back to find out. Hear the words. Ya Lingling's sad expression suddenly became excited. Lin Xiao, is there really a way? Don't be 100% sure, 50% is enough. Lin Xiao nodded. Ya Lingling was pleasantly surprised. On the contrary, Ye Qingxian, perhaps because she had experienced too much sadness and had tried countless methods but was still helpless, did not believe Lin Xiao's words and did not say much. Lin Xiao didn't care either. After all, although the 7 treasures glazed tower can evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tower after taking the magical herb, and theoretically it should also be useful for the 9-hearted begonia, no one is completely sure. More expectation, more disappointment. At the beginning, don't give too much hope. Lin Xiao looked at Ye Lingling, feeling a little embarrassed. Ye Lingling, can I ask you to do me a favor? Ye Lingling smiled slightly. I know. It's about physical training, right? Leave it to me. Are you exercising normally, or are you using evil fire to forge your body? I always feel that the latter sounds a bit dangerous. Lin Xiao's eyes fixed. The phoenix is reborn from the ashes. What's more, although the evil fire is dangerous, its power is obvious to all. In addition, he has the ice heart art and 5 animal exercises, so the danger has been reduced to a minimum. There will be no danger to life. Of course it's the evil fire body forging. Lin Xiao said firmly. Next, he would try to temper his body with evil fire and make the evil fire evolve before swallowing the magic grass. Life can have a few backstroke. The young man is full of vigor. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. Chapter 15. Everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. Okay, Lin Xiao, when will you start training? I'm free after school. Ye Lingling waved her fist, full of energy. She didn't want Lin Xiao to die in the first place. What's more, Lin Xiao now gives her hope of getting rid of the martial soul curse. So they were ready to go, and even couldn't wait. Lin Xiao thought for a while and concluded that the principle of evil fire body forging is to draw out the evil fire in the body and then let it wreak havoc in the body. At the same time, he could use the healing abilities of Ice Heart Art, 5 animal exercises, and 9 Heart Begonia to repair the body, thus achieving an effect of breaking through and then standing up again. The Ice Heart technique is used to clear one's mind and prevent one from going crazy. It can also control the evil fire to a certain extent and prevent it from causing too much damage. 5 Animal exercises is used to guide the energy in the body and strengthen the meridians, internal organs, and the whole body. The 9-hearted begonia provides enormous healing energy, repairs physical injuries, and strengthens the body following the guidance of the 5 animal play. Well, we can start anytime. But I also need to prepare some medicinal baths, some nutritious food, and enough drinking water. Once I get all these, there will be basically no problem. Ye Lingling clapped her hands. These are all simple. We have the recipes for medicinal baths and medicinal materials at home. We also have nutritious food, ginseng, and Ganoderma lucidum, etc. Water is even easier to say. Then tomorrow night, wait for me to get out of school. Lin Xiao nodded and was about to settle the matter. I'll do it. A gentle voice sounded. Lin Xiao turned around with some surprise and saw a faint smile on Ye Qingxian's face. Lingling is only a great soul master now, and the evil fire in your body is too fierce. Evil fire is so dangerous to forge the body. If Lingling's treatment speed cannot keep up, or if the soul power is not enough, it will cause serious consequences. Also, it's good to prepare nutritious food, but don't overdo it, especially ginseng and other herbs that are good for boosting blood and qi. I'll prepare some nourishing and warming medicinal food for you. As for the medicinal bath, I know the formula that's suitable for you. Use the cool one first, then try the warm one. This way it's safer. Ye Qingxian is indeed an expert in medicine. In a short period of time, improvements were made to the shortcomings in Lin Xiao and Ye Lingling's plans, and the improvements were well-reasoned, thoughtful, and comprehensive. Only Ye Lingling was somewhat dissatisfied. It was clearly Lin Xiao who asked for me, so why was my mother rushing to do it? But what can she do? What Ye Qingxian said made sense, and if she were to handle it, it would indeed be better than if Ye Lingling were to do it. Ye Lingling could only say angrily, "Then I can help Mom." Lin Xiao was slightly startled and said ashamedly, "And yet, you have so many things to do every day, how can I bother you?" "It's okay, I'm actually fine." Ye Qingxian had a calm expression on his face. "Most of the soul masters who come to me for treatment have minor injuries, but not many of them have fatal injuries. I will just let them go somewhere else. The planet will continue to rotate without anyone. The Ye family's clinic is not the only one in Tiandu City. Don't take yourself too seriously." Ye Qingxian has always seen through this. "By the way, is it troublesome for you to guide the evil fire out yourself?" Ye Qingxian always spoke calmly, but when he asked this question, there was a slight pause in his tone and his facial expression was a little unnatural. The two little girls, Douluo and Ye Lingling, didn't know what evil fire was. How could Ye Qingxian, who had been immersed in medicine for many years, not know it? Evil fire, also called kidney fire, controls kidney essence. A method to expel excessive evil fire. It is the continuous production and consumption of kidney essence. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxian couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao again. Some different thoughts flashed through my mind. Although he is still young, his sexual desire is strong and he already has the ability to have sex. He can vent his sexual desire through sex, but he never mentions it. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably be eager to do so and use this as an excuse to do obscene things. This kind of character is worthy of his phoenix martial spirit. Lin Xiao's face froze. It shouldn't be a problem. Oh no, this evil fire really can't be directed out just because he wants to. Do I have to be prepared at all times and wait for the evil fire to erupt? How could evil fire be such an inconvenient thing? Ye Qingxian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pretended to be calm and said, "It's okay. I'll add some drugs that stimulate the 6 desires into your medicinal bath, and the evil fire will naturally be guided out." Douluo and Ye Lingling felt a little strange. But seeing that there was a solution, I didn't think much about it. Only Lin Xiao's face turned red, and he could only bow and say excuse me, and yet. He couldn't help but complain in his heart that Ye Qingxian was really cryptic in his words. What does it mean to give rise to the 6 desires, the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires? The 7 emotions and 6 desires are bound together. And so, giving birth to the 6 desires equals giving birth to the 7 emotions equals aphrodisiac. Ye Qingxian had figured out this formula. Fortunately, the other party spoke so obscurely that it seemed that Douluo and Ye Lingling did not understand, which saved Lin Xiao's self-esteem. Ye Qingxian nodded and said, "Since you are Lingling's friend, it is my duty to do these things. Besides, I like your personality. I just hope that you can still stick to your original intention in the future." Wakaba Yashi Xiao is a pervert. Ye Qingxian wouldn't even look at him, just waved her hand and told him to solve it himself, and would not allow Ye Lingling and Lin Xiao to have any contact. It's not that she's being pretentious. It's just normal for her parents. And yet, when is the time set? Lin Xiao asked Ye Qingxian. Ye Qingxian thought for a while. "I have to sort out the recipes for medicinal baths and medicinal meals tonight. I also need to prepare some things to restore soul power just in case. I will call you tomorrow. I heard from Lingling that you are an orphan and came to Tiandu City alone? In that case, there is no need to inform your family. Do you have anything left at the Douluo family that you want to take? If not, you can stay at my house first." Nothing is missing. Sorry to bother you, and yet. Lin Xiao bowed. In this way, Ye Qingxian arranged for him to come from Duguyan's house to Yi's house. Lin Xiao discovered that although Ye Qingxian had a gentle temperament and a pretty appearance, she was actually very opinionated and strong on the inside. Well, it gives people a sense of security. Just like when Lin Xiao put forward her plan just now, she quickly proposed a series of improvements, which were very complete and took all aspects into consideration. Duguyan on the side. She watched Lin Xiao being arranged from the Dugu family to the Ye family. She always felt that something was wrong and wanted to say something, but when she looked at Ye Qingxian, she was a little afraid. Finally, I could only hang my head in depression. Lin Xiao just walked out of the room. Suddenly, Ye Qingxian's voice muttering to herself was heard from behind. Speaking of which, a while ago, a few patients came to see me with syphilis and pus all over their bodies. I had to beat those scoundrels out on the spot and disinfect my clinic for a long time. Lin Xiao paused slightly. Then he continued walking outside. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Hold on, and only when you reach nirvana will you be worthy of being called a phoenix. Chapter 16, Hold on, and only when you reach nirvana will you be worthy of being called a phoenix. It was not until Lin Xiao's figure disappeared that Ye Qingxian stopped her mumbling, which could just be heard by Lin Xiao. She didn't know whether Lin Xiao could understand what she meant. But as an elder, she always has to play a guiding role. She must tell Lin Xiao. Seeking pleasure from women may seem romantic, with handsome men and beautiful women looking glamorous, but in private they are filthy. This filth does not refer to their personality, but simply to their body. Only a doctor knows the filthiness of this. However, doctors keep the method secret for the sake of their patients, so it is not widely popularized. In the future, even if he can't hold on any longer, if he remembers what I'm saying now, he should choose a suitable girl to spend the rest of his life with instead of going to that place of smoke and willows. Ye Qingxian still admires Lin Xiao after all. Otherwise, given her usually cold personality, why would she care about Lin Xiao's affairs? As for saying that he is Lingling's friend. Oh, he is not Ye Qingxian's friend. Ye Qingxian packed up her tools and closed the door, but she was thinking about what Lin Xiao said. Is there really any hope of lifting the curse of the nine-hearted begonia? The little girl Lingling is greedy and still wants to have a 50% chance of success. Even if it's 30%, I'll be satisfied. Ye Qingxian sighed softly and locked the door. Although Aunt Ye is a bit strong, she is kind-hearted. Today, she gave me inspiration for the evil fire body forging and improved my body forging plan. I knew what she said was good stuff when we were leaving. She didn't think I would go to a brothel. She just told me the risks. Wasn't it for my safety? Lin Xiao is not stupid. He can tell who has good intentions and who has bad intentions. Under the leadership of Ye Lingling, Lin Xiao came to the guest room of the Ye family and stayed there, while Duguyan simply slept with Ye Lingling. The next day, Duguyan and Ye Lingling went to school. Lin Xiao was practicing the 5 animal exercises in the yard. After greeting the 2 men, he continued practicing boxing. Ye Qingxian was busy all the time, looking for various prescriptions and making some modifications according to Lin Xiao's specific situation. Lin Xiao? Come here. Ye Qingxian suddenly called Lin Xiao over. Take off your shirt. I'll feel your bones first, and then test your body strength, so I can match the dosage for you. Lin Xiao took off his shirt obediently. When facing Ye Qingxian, he always had a sense of déjà vu as he faced doctors in the hospital in his previous life. He was timid and did whatever the doctor told him to do. After testing his physical strength, Ye Qingxian looked surprised. How did you train your body like this? You are clearly just a spirit master, but your strength is close to that of a great spirit master. It's really weird. Lin Xiao said honestly. My top-level beast martial spirit made me physically strong. Then, there was an outbreak of evil fire. I used the 5-animal play to repair it and strengthened it once. After absorbing a spirit ring that was nearly 600 years old, it strengthened it once more. He was very frank and did not hide anything from Ye Qingxian, and even told her the 5-animal play because Lin Xiao hoped to exchange sincerity with the Ye family. Especially when facing an extremely smart woman like Ye Qingxian, being clever would only cause estrangement between you. Say, didn't Lin Xiao discover the huge secret of the 9-hearted begonia martial spirit? For future practice, one must still rely on the 9-hearted begonia, this perverted plug-in. We are all comrades on the same front. Ye Qingxian nodded slightly, and did not ask what the 5 animals exercises was. She could probably guess that it was the boxing style that Lin Xiao practiced every day, but since it was Lin Xiao's, she would not covet it, nor was she interested in it. Wait until the afternoon. Duguyan and Ye Lingling haven't finished school yet. Ye Qingxian pointed to a large bathtub and said, take off your clothes and jump in. Considering Lin Xiao's mental precocity. So there was a cloth blocking the bathtub, and Ye Qingxian moved a stool and sat next to it, so that she could treat Lin Xiao at any time, and she also prepared medicinal food and placed it on the table next to her. Lin Xiao sniffed the medicinal fragrance in the air, took off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub. At first he just felt a little hot, but after gradually getting used to it, he felt comfortable. But soon, Lin Xiao found that the water temperature was not hot, but he was the one who was hot. His face flushed red, and the evil fire in his body was about to be uncontrollable, bursting out all at once. Seeing this, he immediately whispered the Ice Heart Sutra. The evil fire in the body was guided, and the more orderly part erupted. And yet, medicinal food, 9-hearted begonia. Ye Qingxian handed the medicinal food to Lin Xiao, who drank it all in one gulp. She then summoned the 9-hearted begonia martial soul, superimposed soul skills and began to heal Lin Xiao. In the bucket, Lin Xiao started to practice the 5-animal exercises. The medicinal food was transformed into pure energy in the body, and the huge healing energy of the 9-hearted begonia was also guided to repair and strengthen the body. Lin Xiao was in the bathtub, like a cooked shrimp, his skin was all red and hot steam was coming out of it. Dry mouth. Ye Qingxian handed over the kettle. Lin Xiao grabbed it and drank it all in one gulp. This familiar feeling, this familiar formula, just like the last time when the evil fire burned his body, his internal organs seemed to be roasted on the fire, and his skin and flesh seemed to be boiled in the pot. This time is even more intense than last time. This kind of pain can really torture people to the point where they can neither live nor die. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth tightly. Ye Qingxian was worried that he might accidentally bite his tongue or break his teeth, so she handed Lin Xiao a towel and said, "Bite it." Lin Xiao bit the towel, his face showing extreme pain. As a doctor, Ye Qingxian was used to seeing illnesses and pains, but seeing Lin Xiao like this, he couldn't help but turn his head away and sighed softly. If you want to become stronger, you always have to pay a price, right? Although the 9-hearted begonia can ensure that you will not experience life-threatening danger, the excruciating pain of being burned by fire is still unavoidable. In fact, because of the continuous healing of the 9-hearted begonia, the time you experience pain is much longer than that of a normal evil fire outbreak. Time and again, he destroyed his own body like a whirlwind, and rebuilt it again and again in excruciating pain. This is what is called the Phoenix Nirvana. Only Ye Qingxian didn't say anything else. Only those who survived and were reborn from the ashes are true phoenixes. In other words, only then will it be qualified to evolve into a true phoenix. Otherwise, how different can it be from a mutated chicken? There was another very important reason why Ye Qingxian chose to help Lin Xiao practice evil fire body tempering before Ye Lingling and Duguyan got out of school. That is because he didn't want Ye Lingling and Duguyan to see Lin Xiao's painful expression at this moment. He glanced at Lin Xiao, who was in great pain. Ye Qingxian said unhappily, "Thanks to me for taking this matter on. Otherwise, if you really let Lingling help you, not to mention scaring her half to death, you will be so flustered that you won't know how much suffering you will suffer. At this time, the evil fire that was rampaging through Lin Xiao's body also became much less aggressive. From the very beginning, it was overwhelming. Gradually, there was no more successor. No, it's not that he is weak, but that Lin Xiao's meridians have become stronger after being rebuilt and his internal organs have been repaired. This level of evil fire cannot cause any disaster. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Rebirth. Chapter 17, Rebirth. Ye Qingxian observed that although Lin Xiao was still frowning, the pain on his face had eased a lot, and she knew that this evil fire body training had come to an end. But Ye Qingxian did not take it lightly at all. She continued to use the nine-hearted begonia to heal. On the other side, pour the boiled medicine into the bathtub. Your body is getting better now. Now is the best time to absorb the medicine. Start practicing your boxing skills now. You have finally made it to the end. Don't slack off. Lin Xiao just felt relieved. Hearing Ye Qingxian's reminder, he did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately began to practice the 5 animal exercises in the bathtub, silently reciting the mantra in his heart. The skin started to heat up again. This is because the pores are opened and the medicinal power rushes into the body. Lin Xiao felt that his body was like a greedy beast, opening its mouth greedily and swallowing the essence of the medicine continuously. For ordinary people, all medicines are poisonous. However, Lin Xiao's body was full of evil fire. The essence was absorbed, and the remaining impurities were all burned to ashes and then carried away by the blood in the body. Ye Qingxian knew exactly this. So at this time, her evil fire had gradually subsided, and the dosage of medicinal materials she used for the medicinal bath was unprecedentedly large. It's really a powerful medicine. But, isn't the method of tempering the body with evil fire also the method used by tigers and wolves to temper their bodies? The most crucial thing for this body building is the Soul Emperor Ye Qingxian, who uses the nine-hearted begonia to continuously heal Lin Xiao. Otherwise, even with the ice heart art and 5 animal exercises, Lin Xiao's fate would only be to explode and die. The MVP of this game, nine-hearted begonia, Lin Xiao was in the bathtub. The bathtub, which was originally filled with the fragrance of medicine, became turbid and even had a faint foul smell wafting out. Ye Qingxian wrinkled her nose, and when she smelled the unpleasant smell, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Reborn with a clean face and a new body. It is said that this can only be done by reaching the titled Douluo realm. I didn't expect that it could be done by a 6-year-old child. Who would believe it if this got out? Cleanse the hair and marrow, and be reborn. The fundamental reason why titled Douluo can regain youth and prolong life lies in these 8 words. How many powerful people who have stopped at the soul Douluo level have dreamed of this opportunity in their lifetime? However, while Ye Qingxian was feeling proud, she was also secretly worried. The nine-hearted begonia's ability must never be known to anyone else. Having already been envied by God, must I still suffer from man-made disasters? When this kid comes out, I will definitely give him a good beating. Young people love to show off, but they don't know that if they don't keep their plans secret, there will be trouble. Be careful what you say. In the bathtub, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes and subconsciously clenched his fists. He felt that his whole body was full of endless strength and he could kill a soul master with one punch, the kind that relies solely on fists. While feeling delighted, Lin Xiao immediately smelled a foul odor. He saw that the clear, transparent, bright yellow water in the medicinal bathtub had turned pitch black. Lin Xiao suppressed his nausea and called out to the outside of the curtain, "Auntie Yet, can you prepare another bucket of water for me? Just keep it cold. I need to wash it. It smells terrible." Because the matter of forging the body with evil fire involved the shocking secret of the nine-hearted begonia, there were no servants in the courtyard at this time, only Ye Qingxian was busy running around. Although Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed, he had no choice but to trouble her. "You can't go out with your butt naked, he is only 6 years old, but his mental age is much older. There's a well nearby. Come out on your own. I'll get you some clothes. I won't watch you. Ye Qingxian's voice outside was getting farther and farther away. It seems that he has gone to get his clothes. Lin Xiao. Aunt Yat, are you still there? I shouted. But there was no response. Lin Xiao quickly climbed out of the bathtub, opened the curtain and ran to the well. When he turned around, he saw Ye Qingxian leaning against the wall, looking at him with a smile. Worthy. Lin Xiao quickly blocked it, and said with shame and anger. Auntie Yat, aren't you going to get some clothes? Ye Qingxian sneered. Go walk around the streets of Tiandu City. You'll see people your age wearing open crotch pants. Why are you embarrassed? I'm also training your skin. If you're too thin-skinned, you'll suffer in the future. Either you suffer at the hands of a woman, or you suffer at the hands of an old man who never dies. I was too shy when I was young. How would I face women when I grow up? How would I face those shameless old men? Lin Xiao couldn't do it this way. He really needed to practice. Ye Qingxian really held this idea. She said, even the little girl is not as shy as you. He turned around and got clothes for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had no chance of winning the argument with Ye Qingxian, because every word she said was well-founded, so he could only helplessly wash his body quickly and then run behind the curtain. Soon, Ye Qingxian came back with the clothes and saw Lin Xiao crawling into the curtain again. She shook her head slightly. Still gotta practice. Ye Qingxian handed the clothes over unhappily, and heard a rustling sound from inside. Soon, Lin Xiao came out, fully dressed. Lin Xiao had a blank expression on his face. Angry. Ye Qingxian was simply amazed. No. Lin Xiao was a little depressed. He was thin-skinned not because he was shy, nor because he was a sissy, but because he regarded himself as an adult. From Ye Qingxian's perspective, this was indeed a problem. At this time, there were shouts coming from outside the yard. Mom, Lin Xiao, I'm home. Ye Lingling's voice was cheerful. During class today, her mind was full of thoughts about helping Lin Xiao to train his body. She was in a daze and not as serious as before. After enduring the whole day, she finally went home. As a result, he walked into the inner courtyard with Douluo. I just happened to see the bathtub, the water stains on the ground, and the medicinal food and kettle next to it. Mom, you said you would wait for me. Ye Qingxian said calmly, it's just a small matter, I can handle it myself. Ah! Douluo exclaimed. Ye Lingling followed Douluo's gaze and her eyes instantly widened. No, Lin Xiao, you changed your skin. Lin Xiao originally had a handsome appearance, but because he had lived a simple life before, he had calluses on his hands at a young age, and his skin was tanned to a wheat color. But what appeared in the eyes of Ye Lingling and Douluo now was a Lin Xiao with a more handsome face. His skin was as smooth and white as jade, and radiant, as if it was carved from flawless white jade. Even the calluses and dead skin on his hands had all disappeared. How come he seemed to have grown taller too? Lin Xiao felt a little puzzled and subconsciously touched his face. He was immediately stunned. This feels so tender. Ye Qingxian gave a reasonable explanation for this. The evil fire-forging body not only reshapes all your meridians, but also conducts metabolism in every part of your body countless times. Of course, it will also affect your appearance. It's good looking, but it's better for a man to be darker. Ye Qingxian gave his own comments. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Taking Off Clothes Again? Get a comprehensive improvement. Chapter 18, Taking Off Clothes Again? Get a comprehensive improvement. Take off your clothes. Lin Xiao felt a little depressed as he had just put on his clothes and was immediately asked to take them off. Hurry up and take it off, Lin Xiao, what are you standing there for? Ye Lingling urged. My mother wants to check your physical strength, not to take advantage of you. Besides, you are so small, who would want to look at you? Lin Xiao. He clenched his fists and swore in his heart. One day, I, Lin Xiao, will no longer hear the word small from other people's mouths. Lin Xiao took off his clothes neatly. Ye Qingxian immediately took action. Hey, your physical strength has surpassed that of an ordinary great soul master? This is within my expectations, but the benefits are definitely not limited to this. Ye Qingxian pinched Lin Xiao's shin bone again. Let me see. My bone age is still 6 years old. It seems that the evil fire body forging is different from high-intensity training. It does not restrict the development of the body. I will still be able to grow up in the future. Lin Xiao's face turned dark. What is Ye Qingxian talking about? He will definitely grow up in the future. I'll touch it too. Ye Lingling giggled and then started to work. But after just 2 touches, Lin Xiao opened her mouth. Lin Xiao. What are you doing? I'm here to help you feel your bones out of kindness. Lin Xiao crossed his arms across his chest, expressionless. Ye Lingling said angrily. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Why can my mother do that? Lin Xiao sneered. Aunt Ye can do it, but you can't. You. Ye Lingling stamped her feet. Do you still think I care about you? But after saying this, she felt a little guilty. Because Lin Xiao had been exercising properly, he was young but had a good body shape, which was much more stylish than those models in his previous life. After tempering his body with the evil fire, he grew a little taller. Although he still looked like a child, his figure was perfect. Every muscle was tempered to perfection by the evil fire, and his bones were even more exquisite. As the saying goes, his bones are graceful and his spirit is cool, and he has the appearance of a god. Duguyan didn't say anything, her face was slightly flushed. As far as Ye Lingling is concerned, she has seen everything she can. Duguyan felt a little regretful. I'm still a little young. Yan Yan, what did you say? Ye Lingling asked curiously. Duguyan's face turned red. I said, you're too young, there's nothing to see. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Clenching his fists, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't look down on the young and poor. In a few years, I will be taller than all of you. Finally I got the chance to shout out this slogan. Lin Xiao felt burned. Ye Lingling broke through the defense accurately. Are you finally admitting that you are small now? Lin Xiao no longer wanted to talk. He will grow up quietly and then surprise everyone. All right. Ye Qingxian finally pinched Lin Xiao's calf, and said with a hint of regret, a perfect job. Lin Xiao's physical potential has not been affected at all, but has become stronger. His physical strength is probably slightly higher than that of an average Great Soul Master. Lin Xiao, try to stretch, or try to control your body and do some difficult movements. Lin Xiao put on his clothes and finally felt a little safe. He thought about it for a moment, clenched his fists, and then touched the ground. He found that he could touch it easily and could even stretch it down a long distance. I simply split the character and found that it was not a problem. Lin Xiao became interested. If this were Blue Star, wouldn't he be a natural athlete? No matter what sport it was, with a little training, he would be far beyond the reach of others. Lin Xiao brought an iron ball and was able to keep his balance by stepping on it with one foot. He could walk on the tightrope easily and even stand upside down on one finger. Ye Lingling and Duguyan were both stunned. Ye Qingxian stopped and said, okay, let's stop here. It seems that the evil fire body forging is completely feasible. In addition to improving physical strength, it can also explore the body's potential. No disadvantages have been found so far. How can there be no disadvantages? The disadvantages are actually very obvious. First of all, you must have the 9-hearted begonia, and then you must have Lin Xiao's ice heart art and 5 animal play, and you must be able to endure the pain that is worse than death. These most obvious disadvantages are not called disadvantages because Lin Xiao has achieved them. On the side, Ye Lingling and Duguyan were both a little moved. Mom, can Sister Yanyan and I also use the evil fire to forge our bodies? Or other similar methods will also be fine. Ye Lingling was so envious. Lin Xiao, this is so cool. The body has become stronger, the potential has increased, and the person has become more handsome. Oh my god, Ye Lingling is not as greedy as Lin Xiao. She just wants to become beautiful. Upon hearing this, Duguyan also looked at Ye Qingxian expectantly. No. However, Ye Qingxian's firm denial poured cold water on the two women. Ye Qingxian's tone was a little cold. Lingling, I must warn you, if you dare to use similar methods to strengthen your body privately, you will no longer have me as your mother. Do you know why I helped Lin Xiao train his body before you came back? It was because I didn't want you to see his miserable appearance. You only see Lin Xiao's current brilliance. How could you imagine the pain and suffering behind it, the life worse than death? This is not something you can just endure. You can't fall into a coma during this period, otherwise the evil fire in your body won't be controlled. Even the nine-hearted begonia will be useless after it fully erupts. Ye Qingxian's expression and tone were extremely serious. Ye Lingling and Duguyan's faces turned pale. Even though they had never seen it with their own eyes. However, from Ye Qingxian's words, one can still vaguely imagine the scene at that time. Lin Xiao must have experienced torture worse than death to have such a transformation. But why? When they met, Lin Xiao didn't mention the pain he had suffered, but just chatted with them normally. The two women were a few years older than Lin Xiao, but they sincerely admired him and looked at Lin Xiao differently than before. Ye Qingxian saw that Ye Lingling and Duguyan took his words to heart. The tone gradually softened. Don't envy Lin Xiao. Don't look at him as he is calm now. Just now he was screaming for his mother in pain and almost rolled around in the bathtub. Look, if I hadn't given him a towel, his teeth would have been broken by now. Lin Xiao couldn't hold it anymore. He was indeed in excruciating pain, but when did he ever cry for his mother in so much pain, and yet is ruining his reputation? Duguyan and Ye Lingling looked at the towel beside the bathtub and found that it had been bitten to pieces. They also observed that the bathtub was covered with Lin Xiao's scratches. Ye Qingxian also noticed it and nodded thoughtfully. It needs to be improved. Next time, the bathtub should be replaced with an iron one. Lin Xiao. He knew Ye Qingxian's good intentions. He smiled slightly and said, forget about the evil fire body forging. It's too dangerous. But you can try to strengthen your body after extreme training, right? If you can't even endure the tiredness, let alone the pain. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Dugu Ba Zhang, Temptation and Pressure. Chapter 19 Dugu Bowi, Temptation and Pressure. Cooler weather. The autumn wind swept the fallen leaves in the courtyard, making a rustling sound. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow shone on a thin young figure. The shadow followed the fallen leaves, shifting around in the courtyard. Every move was filled with indescribable charm. Lin Xiao continued to practice boxing as usual. Duguyan said that she guessed Dugu Bo would be back. Lin Xiao moved back to Dugu's house. It has been 3 full months since the first time I tempered my body with evil fire. The evil fire cannot erupt at any time, it needs to be accumulated. When the intensity of the evil fire exceeds the level that Lin Xiao's meridians can withstand, it will be time for the next evil fire to temper his body. During this period, Lin Xiao adopted extreme training methods. If you don't die from practicing, practice until you die. If you are dying, use nine-hearted begonia to treat it. Ye Lingling and Duguyan also tried it, but none of them were as fierce as Lin Xiao. They watched Lin Xiao torture them half to death, but they remained calm. Thinking back to what Ye Qingxian said at that time, her face turned pale. She couldn't imagine what kind of pain it was to be tortured by the evil fire that made Lin Xiao live a life worse than death. Therefore, even though Lin Xiao is young, Duguyan and Ye Lingling also corrected their attitudes and no longer treated Lin Xiao as a child as they did at the beginning. They even tried to learn the qualities of Lin Xiao. Who? After finishing a set of 5 animal exercises, white mist emerged from Lin Xiao's body, and the breath he exhaled was also long and distant, more than 3 meters long. Where did you come from, little thing? What are you doing in my house? A cold voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Lin Xiao was startled and looked back, only to see an old man with green hair who had arrived at the gate of the courtyard. His eyes were dark green in color, cold and evil, making people feel cold all over when they saw him. It was like being stared at by a poisonous snake king. Lin Xiao knew that this person must be Douluo, so he bowed and said, "This boy Lin Xiao is a friend of Miss Duguyan." Douluo looked at Lin Xiao with interest. It was really strange that this little kid, who was only 6 years old, was not scared to death after seeing him. Instead, he responded in a dignified and humble manner. However, Douluo was very experienced and accurately found the loophole in Lin Xiao's words. "You said you were Yanyan's friend. Will Yanyan be friends with a little kid? Even if Yanyan is really your friend, it looks like you've only lived in my house for a short time. I'm asking what you are doing in my house." Douluo smiled coldly and looked at Lin Xiao like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. A faint breath locked onto Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's body stiffened and he felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the real test had come. Duguyan was just a young girl, and he could easily approach her with her childlike appearance and sincerity. However, Douluo is suspicious and eccentric by nature. If he has the slightest suspicion, he might take action to test Lin Xiao, putting him in danger. In order to gain Douluo's trust, there must be sufficient reasons, and he must also know that Lin Xiao has the ability to save lives. "Your Majesty the Poison Douluo, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Xiao had just finished speaking. Douluo sneered and said bluntly, "Who do you think you are to wait for me?" Lin Xiao. He knew that Douluo had a strange personality and always kept to himself with few friends, but now he had a deeper understanding of the reason. Just this mouth makes it hard for people to get close to him. However, Lin Xiao smiled. If it was Douluo like this, he would feel more at ease. He speaks his mind and does what he wants, unlike some old scoundrels who smile but hide their daggers. "Hey! You still dare to laugh?" Even a strong man at the Soul Douluo level would be terrified when facing him, and would be very careful for fear of making any mistakes. How could this little brat dare to laugh? Douluo was a little unhappy. This feeling seems to be looked down upon. I've always heard that Poison Douluo has a strange personality, is incompatible with the secular world, and has few friends. But today, I think this is not true. Most people in the world are hypocritical and cunning, but Poison Douluo is a true person and disdains to flatter others. Wear it 1,000 times, but flattery never wears it. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. Lin Xiao first praised Douluo a few words and then gave himself a chance to show his support. It is precisely because of the example set by His Majesty the Poison Douluo that Miss Duguyan has inherited your fine tradition and has a naive and frank personality. I am honored to be her good friend and help her improve her strength. Lin Xiao stacked another armor. Tell Douluo clearly that your granddaughter and I are good friends, and I have helped her improve her strength. I don't believe Douluo would have the nerve to repay her with evil. As for the truth of the words, the fact that Lin Xiao lived openly in Douluo Mansion and the servants were accustomed to it was the best proof. Although Douluo has few friends, he has met quite a few people over the years. However, those people in front of him are often either afraid of him, disgusted with him, or fawning on him. It was unheard of for someone like Lin Xiao to be neither humble nor arrogant, to have no fear or disgust towards him, and to even be able to tell that the praise was sincere. How rare! Douluo was in a good mood and said frankly, "You come here and start flattering me, so you must be asking for something. I usually look down upon such flatterers, but since you are somewhat sincere, I will give you a chance to speak." If I want to help, I will help. If I don't want to help, get lost as soon as possible. Douluo actually didn't want to help. But he was curious, what did such a strange little kid want from him? Just listen to it, satisfy your curiosity, and help is just to talk about it. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. My life is in danger because of my spirit defect. May I ask your majesty, Poison Douluo, how did you solve your spirit defect? Boom! The moment Lin Xiao finished speaking, Douluo burst out with a powerful pressure, revealing a terrifying aura. His originally playful eyes were now full of grimness, and he said in a cold voice. Who gave you the courage to speak nonsense in front of me? Douluo certainly knew that the Douluo family's martial spirit had flaws. But he hid this secret, because once the green phosphorus snake's martial soul defect was known to someone with ulterior motives, it would become his fatal weakness. When the poison erupts, Douluo is at his weakest. As a result, he had to leave for several months, relying on the special magnetic field of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and the strength of a titled Douluo to suppress the toxins in his body. At this time, the secret was revealed by Lin Xiao. A murderous look flashed in Douluo's eyes. If this boy can't give him a reasonable explanation, even if he is Yanyan's friend, he can only detain him first and get rid of him after interrogation. Faced with that terrifying pressure, Lin Xiao's body trembled uncontrollably. However, he raised his head stubbornly, suppressed the fear in his heart, and looked into Douluo's eyes. Senior Douluo. Because my martial spirit is the same. I want to cooperate with you. Saving me is also saving Miss Yanyan. I heard the three words save Yanyan. The terrifying pressure and murderous intent paused for a moment, and then receded like the tide. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Boy. You deserve to die. Chapter 20 Boy. You deserve to die. Douluo withdrew his terrifying murderous intent. Only then was Lin Xiao able to breathe deeply. Just now he felt as if his throat was being strangled and it was extremely difficult for him to speak. This was the first time in Lin Xiao's life that he faced the murderous intent of a strong man. It was an experience like becoming a fish on a chopping board. I could clearly feel that I was like an ant, my life was worthless, and it was all in the hands of others. Life and death also depend on the thoughts of the strong. This feeling was uncomfortable, but Lin Xiao cherished it very much and even couldn't help laughing, which made the knowledgeable Douluo a little confused. No, he just wanted to scare the guy a little bit and made him stupid. It's over. I'm sure Yanyan will pull his beard when she comes back. Why are you laughing? Douluo decided to ask first. If the person could still answer, he might not be completely stupid. Lin Xiao's laughter gradually stopped. I'm not laughing at anything. I'm just very happy. I've once again realized my position. I'm just a tiny ant, a weakling who can be easily crushed by others. And the fear of not being able to control one's own life. Tisk, it's really rare. If it weren't for you, Senior Douluo, I don't know how long it would take me to experience it. Maybe it would be too late by then. People have self-knowledge. After Lin Xiao traveled through time, he has always been separated from this continent. His values are incompatible with this world where the strong are respected, and he always misses the comfort and ease of his previous life. When his evil fire first erupted, a thought flashed through his mind: would he be able to return to Blue Star after self-immolation? Perhaps this was just a dream. But when he was really about to die, his strong desire to survive made him miraculously recall the Bing Xinju, which ultimately saved his life and made him realize that he was in the real world. Are you kidding? If this was a dream, why wouldn't you wake up even though you're in so much pain? This confrontation with Douluo was a valuable lesson for Lin Xiao on Douluo continent. It made him understand a lot in an instant, and he was no longer as frivolous as a cloud, but was down to earth. Lin Xiao, forget your innate full soul power, forget the improvement brought by the evil fire forging body, forget the nine-hearted begonia's cheating ability to change your fate. You are just a level 10 spirit master. In this world where strength is respected, you are still an ant, so you must be respectful of the strong. You are still a junior, so you must humbly ask for advice from the seniors. Lin Xiao recited silently in his heart and felt his mind flow freely. At this moment, he truly integrated into this real world. Douluo had no idea of the thousands of thoughts running through Lin Xiao's mind. It was like a sudden enlightenment. He just felt good that Lin Xiao wasn't scared silly. You said your martial spirit also has flaws? Tell me, and what makes you so sure that my Douluo family's green phosphorus snake martial spirit also has flaws? Lin Xiao bowed to Douluo, sorted out his thoughts, and then explained in an orderly manner, my martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. Due to a congenital defect, if I don't vent the evil fire in my body, I will explode and die. At the same time, the evil fire will continuously produce fire poison. If I can't get rid of it, my body will become bloated and ugly, and it will become a hidden danger in the future. Ma Hongjun is short and fat for two main reasons. First, the body is too weak, so it is puffy and short. Second, the fire poison harms the body, so one looks ugly and has a vulgar temperament. I was unwilling to be dominated by the evil fire, so I tried every possible means to seek. I read in some books that many soul masters died of old age due to defects in their martial souls, and no one in their family died. I felt even more anxious and uneasy. Later, I searched everywhere and only saw a mysterious description in an ancient book, which said that in order to solve the innate defects of martial souls, one must find an innate treasure land and find the immortal grass. I am an orphan with no ties. I was originally planning to travel around the continent to find the location of the treasure land, but suddenly I heard about your deeds. Your Majesty the poison Douluo, and I had some vague guesses in my heart. Lin Xiao said bluntly, the jade phosphorus snake spirit has a long history. As a top-level beast spirit, it should have branched out and established a school like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. How could it be passed down from one person to another? In fact, it's like the nine-hearted begonia that is envied by the heavens. There are only two left. I know there must be something fishy about this, but you, Poison Douluo, were able to break through the seal, which made me puzzled. I guess you already have a solution, but this solution can only be used for you, otherwise you would not have only Miss Yanyan as your relative. Lin Xiao's words touched the hidden pain in Douluo's heart. However, he did not feel angry, but felt extremely desolate in his heart. His originally cold eyes gradually lost their edge and he sighed. Since you know that my method can only be used by yourself, why are you looking for me? Lin Xiao said frankly, stones from other hills can learn. No matter what, I have to try. I wonder if His Majesty Poison Douluo can tell me? Otherwise, I will have no choice but to leave Tiandu City and look for the innate treasure land where ice and fire coexist. It's a pity that whether there is such a place in the world is still unclear. Douluo's expression suddenly changed. He was immersed in sorrow just now, and his nerves were slightly numb. Only then did he notice the treasure land and magic grass in Lin Xiao's words. And many more. What did you say? A treasure land where ice and fire coexist. Where is your ancient book? Let me see it. Lin Xiao looked at Douluo in some surprise. It seemed as if he didn't understand why the other party was so excited. Senior Douluo, what the ancient book said is unreal. How could such a place exist in the world? I really have no other choice, so I am trying my best to save the situation. But then Lin Xiao looked expectant again. Of course, Senior Douluo, you are very powerful. If you can help me find this treasure land, not only can my martial soul defect be solved, but Miss Yanyan can also be saved. Senior Douluo, let's cooperate. Douluo simply couldn't hear what Lin Xiao said at this time. He just kept urging. Let me see the ancient book first. Lin Xiao spread his hands and said, I saw that ancient book in a cave. I could still read it inside the cave, but after I walked out of the cave, it was completely destroyed and turned into ashes. Douluo beat his chest and stamped his feet, shouting, "You idiot! Ancient books have been buried underground for a long time, or kept in sealed containers. How can they be taken out to the outside world? They will be destroyed if they come into contact with the outside world." Although Douluo did not understand the principle of paper oxidation, but he knows common sense about antiques. "My little kid misled me. My child has misled me." Douluo was really going to be pissed off to death by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's face was full of confusion, and he said puzzledly, "Senior Douluo, why are you talking so vague and unfounded? Besides, although the ancient book is destroyed, I have memorized its contents. Although it is a little blurry, I think I can recognize it if I see the real thing." Hearing this, Douluo's annoyed voice stopped abruptly. A dazzling light burst out from his eyes. "Boy, you deserve to die." End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Flame Approaching the Extreme, Douluo Trusts. Chapter 21, Flame Approaching the Extreme, Douluo Trusts. No, the Xiantian treasure land must be protected by top-grade poisonous herbs and surrounded by poisonous miasma. Even I can't get in. Even if you know where it is, what can you do? Douluo was suddenly startled, but felt like he was poured a basin of cold water. In the blink of an eye, he went from extreme joy to extreme sorrow, with great ups and downs, making him feel extremely bad. "Ah! Senior Douluo, my evil fire seems to be immune to poison." Lin Xiao's voice sounded at the right time. "You said your evil fire can resist poison? I'd like to give it a try." Douluo's eyes flashed with a gleam, and with a wave of his hand, a fishy and sweet green mist emanated from his sleeves. It went without saying that this must be a deadly poison. This poison is none other than the green phosphorus snake venom that is the most potent poison on the continent. But compared to Douluo's mediocre kung fu, Douluo's snake venom is far more ferocious. The fishy, sweet, and poisonous mist blew towards Lin Xiao's face. At the same time, Douluo stared at Lin Xiao and said coldly, "You are so confident, I guess you have faced Yanyan's green phosphorus snake venom before? It's a pity that my cultivation is profound, and my martial soul is the king among green phosphorus snakes. This is not comparable to Yanyan's snake venom." However, Lin Xiao felt a little dizzy. But there were no signs of poisoning. Douluo frowned, grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist, and after using his soul power to probe, he found that Lin Xiao was surprisingly healthy, and his body temperature was frighteningly high. There seemed to be an evil fire running through his meridians, and even the soul power Douluo used to probe was devoured not long after it went in. Douluo was surprised and said, "You kid are really not afraid of poison? Is it because of your weird evil fire?" "No, no. With such an evil flame in your body, it is much more dangerous than poison. Why are you still standing here? It's wicked. Is this kid made of fire?" As the owner of the evil fire phoenix martial spirit, Lin Xiao originally had extremely high fire immunity. He survived the 2 subsequent evil fire outbreaks. He took the opportunity to strengthen his body during the second evil fire outbreak, and his body became much tougher than that of ordinary people, although the strength of the meridians is only at the level of a high-level Great Soul Master. However, immunity to evil fire is unprecedented. When Douluo was surprised, Lin Xiao was also very surprised. He actually felt dizzy for a moment. Could it be that his evil fire was only close to the ultimate fire, but not yet at the level of pure ultimate fire? Fortunately, the poison immunity still existed, but the dosage could not be too large. Lin Xiao told Douluo his feelings truthfully, with a hint of disappointment in his words. "I thought I was immune to all poisons. It seems that if you, Senior Douluo, continue to use poisons beyond the range of my evil fire's destruction and devouring, I will still be poisoned." However, when Douluo saw him acting like this, he shouted, "You kid, you really make me angry. You are taking advantage of me and still acting like a good kid. Even if an ordinary tidal Douluo were to be invaded by my jade phosphorus snake venom without any resistance, his whole body would become weak and his limbs would become powerless. You are just a spirit master of level 10, and you are still not satisfied. Will you be satisfied only if you defeat me? Douluo didn't know the word Versailles, but it doesn't stop him from being very unhappy. Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly. That's wrong, Senior Douluo. Even if you don't use your soul power, you can kill me with just your titled Douluo level body. The weakest titled Douluo is also a titled Douluo. Douluo was in mixed mood at this time. After verifying that Lin Xiao was indeed immune to the toxin, he should have felt happy, but why did he feel a little melancholy and depressed in his heart? It's no wonder. Anyone who has his or her special skills easily cracked by others will feel disappointed. Senior Douluo, do you think I can enter the Xiantian treasure land? As luck would have it, Lin Xiao asked this question at this time. Douluo glared at Lin Xiao fiercely. Unless there is a tidal Douluo with nothing better to do, he will capture you and use a tidal Douluo level poison to invade your body. Otherwise, who can poison you? Those poisonous miasma won't gather together and drill into you. As long as you don't try to kill yourself by stuffing all the poisonous grass into your stomach, you won't die even if you want to. Only then did Lin Xiao feel relieved. Senior Douluo, I have figured it out. Do you know the location of an innate treasure land? No wonder you are still safe and sound until now. Douluo was about to say something, but stopped talking and said coldly. I just rely on my tidal Douluo level strength and the special magnetic field of that treasure land to barely suppress the poison in my body. It's a pity that you were born too late. If you had come to find me earlier, why would my son have died young? Lin Xiao saw that Douluo, who always gave people the impression of being cold and aloof, now had a kind and gentle look in his eyes. It seemed that the old poisonous creature who was famous all over the world and feared by everyone was now just an ordinary old man. Lin Xiao thought about it and said comfortingly, it's okay, Senior Douluo, you and Miss Yanyan will not repeat the mistakes of your predecessors. The hidden pain of the Douluo family will also end here. Although Douluo was excited, he was still skeptical and just said coldly, can you really help Yanyan and I solve our martial spirit defects? If you go into this treasure land and you come out without giving me a satisfactory answer, I will test the limit of your immunity to toxins. This is not true, it's just a scare. After all, no matter what the outcome is, Lin Xiao once brought hope to Douluo and Douluyan. Moreover, he is Douluyan's friend and his personality is very much to Douluo's liking. The reason for the threat was, firstly, that Douluo was just that kind of person, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Secondly, he wanted to put pressure on Lin Xiao in this way to make him do his best. Lin Xiao smiled brightly. If I can't solve the martial spirit defects of you and Miss Yanyan, then I will naturally let you deal with me. After overcoming the fear in his heart, he faced Douluo. Lin Xiao discovered that this was just an old child who was somewhat rebellious. There is also a bit of loneliness in the solitude. Perhaps it was related to the early death of his relatives. Besides, he had to worry all day about what would happen to Douluyan after his death, and about the defects in Douluyan's martial soul. It was hard not to be lonely. As for Douluo's threat, Lin Xiao didn't take it seriously at all. As fierce as Douluo is now, how grateful he is after he saved him, and Douluyan can be seen from his support for Tang San in the original work. If Lin Xiao had a more ruthless heart, he would have simply not given Douluo the immortal herb and let him store the poison in his soul bone for the time being. Douluo would still not do anything to him and might even be grateful to him. Of course, Lin Xiao couldn't do such a thing. Lin Xiao, have you seen my grandfather? I heard from the servants that he has returned. At this time, Douluyan's voice came from outside the courtyard gate. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Douluyan, my grandfather is kind and loving. Chapter 22 Douluyan, my grandfather is kind and loving. Riding on the afterglow of the sunset. After school, Douluyan and Ye Lingling went home together. Hearing the servants report that His Majesty Poison Douluo has returned, Duguyan was pleasantly surprised, but Yelingling showed a worried look and asked cautiously. Yan, your grandfather won't do anything to Lin Xiao, right? Duguyan was startled. That shouldn't be the case. It's not like I haven't seen Lin Xiao before. Grandpa must know that he is my friend. Yelingling didn't say anything, but just looked at Duguyan silently. Duguyan. Well, she wasn't sure. Although my grandfather is very kind to me, he seems to be very domineering towards outsiders and is not good at socializing. The first impression he gives people is often cold and aloof. Lin Xiao, you won't be scared, right? Yelingling whispered. Come in and take a look, Yan. Call Lin Xiao first to see if he's still alive. Although Yelingling is good friends with Duguyan, she is very afraid of Dugubo. Even though Dugubo always shows kindness to her, she is still a little scared. Half of it was because of the outside world's opinion of Dugubo, and half of it was because Dugubo really looked a bit fierce. To the extent that Yelingling now spoke in a low voice, for fear that her bad words would be heard by Dugubo, otherwise she would dream of a poisonous snake crawling into her bed at night. No kidding, it's really scary. Duguyan was a little annoyed. Lingling, my grandpa just looks difficult to get along with, but he is very kind. Yelingling did not reply, but urged Duguyan. Yan, call out twice and see if Lin Xiao can still make any sound. Duguyan was very hurt. My grandfather is obviously a very good person, he just has a somewhat cold temperament, but that's because he doesn't have many friends and he likes to play with small snakes, centipedes, scorpions, and the like. But isn't keeping pets a sign of love? Grandpa is very friendly and fond of these pets, so how could he be a bad person? Unable to resist Yelingling's urging, Duguyan called out to Dugubo, but no one responded. Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? Duguyan called out to Lin Xiao twice in the backyard. Hey! Sister Yan, you are back. The courtyard door was pushed open. A handsome young man with long red maple hair came out, looked at Duguyan and Yelingling, his eyes bright and a smile on his face, and said, "You guys are finally back. Senior Dugu and I were having a lively conversation." Well, it's more than just enthusiastic. That's pretty hot. Yelingling rushed forward, looked Lin Xiao left and right, touched his face, pinched his stomach, and even lifted Lin Xiao's eyelids. All that's left is to give Lin Xiao a full physical examination. What are you doing? Lin Xiao took a step back suddenly and looked at Yelingling warily. What evil intentions does this girl have? Yelingling patted his chest, which had begun to take shape, with some relief, and said with emotion, "Lin Xiao, it's great that you're still alive." Lin Xiao. Duguyan. Duguyan could no longer bear it and said angrily, "Lingling, I told you a long time ago that my grandfather is kind and loving, a very kind old man. Why don't you believe it? Besides, my grandfather is so smart, he will definitely guess that Lin Xiao is my friend." Yelingling nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Nor did he refute. Yes, Yan, you are right. Lin Xiao, you said you had a lively conversation with my grandfather. Why doesn't my grandpa answer me when he's home? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, his expression looking a little strange. Why didn't Dugubo reply? Of course, it was because he didn't dare to come out to greet Duguyan, and was busy cleaning up the green phosphorus snake venom in the yard. This old guy only dared to be mean to Lin Xiao when Duguyan was not around. As soon as Duguyan returned home, his attitude towards Lin Xiao immediately took a 180-degree turn. He also asked Lin Xiao to help him hide it. A combination of soft and hard tactics, threats, and sweet words. Well, because Poison Douluo wants to give you, Sister Yan, a surprise. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Dugubo appeared at the gate of the courtyard without anyone noticing, playing with the things in his sleeves, and said to Duguyan cheerfully, "That's right. Yan, look what Grandpa brought back for you. Ah! What a beautiful little snake. Duguyan's eyes lit up, and she ran forward happily. She took the little green snake that crawled out of Dugubo's sleeve into her hand and began to play with it skillfully. That little green snake was also a highly poisonous snake. No one knew what species it was, but its body was as white as emerald, crystal clear. Even Lin Xiao, who was not interested in snakes, thought it was beautiful. Every time Dugubo went out, he would lie to Duguyan and say that he was going to look for some poison or to do something very important, and when he came back he would bring gifts for Duguyan. He only has this one granddaughter, so he dotes on her. Dugubo took advantage of this opportunity and said, "I was wondering why there was a boy at home. After asking, I found out that he was your friend Yan. Although he is still young, he is very brave. Yan, you're a good friend." As Dugubo spoke, he secretly winked at Lin Xiao, meaning that I have said good things for you, so you'd better be sensible. Lin Xiao had no choice but to praise each other with Dugubo. Rumors outside say that Senior Dugu is difficult to get along with, but I don't know if it's because of you, Sister Yan, but Senior Dugu is very good to me. It's a shame that we met too late. Dugubo laughed out loud. Haha, this kid is right. He and I do get along well. If we continue chatting, I'd even like to become close friends regardless of age difference. Duguyan was completely relieved at this time. He turned around and glared at Ye Lingling. "Lingling, did you see that? My grandpa is very kind." This made Ye Lingling start to doubt herself. Could it be that she was feeling wrong? After a few people went in, they sat down and chatted together. Speaking of martial soul defects, Dugubo said that he and Lin Xiao had already discussed a solution, which made Duguyan and Ye Lingling so excited that they even ignored the following sentence, "But we may not be completely sure," and were extremely happy. "By the way, Lin Xiao, when are you going to leave?" Dugubo asked Lin Xiao. For him, the Sunset Forest was not very far away, so of course the sooner he got there the better, otherwise he would be tormented waiting every day. Lin Xiao thought for a while and replied, "I want to wait a little longer." "What are you waiting for?" "Wait for my evil fire to erupt again. I have a vague feeling that the evil fire has now reached a critical point. The third time the evil fire erupts, a transformation will occur. If the evil fire undergoes a transformation, perhaps it will be able to retain its domineering characteristics after swallowing the magic grass." Lin Xiao didn't want the evil fire to disappear. He possesses the Ice Heart Sutra and the 5 Animal Exercises. After discovering the 9-hearted begonia's ability to change fate, the evil fire has become a golden finger that can defy fate. Lin Xiao is still reluctant to give up. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, What does Tang San know about magical herbs? A woman as steady as an eagle. Chapter 23, What does Tang San know about the magical grass? A woman as steady as an eagle. Family Clinic. Ye Qingxian bolted the door, clapped his hands and left work. She hasn't been paying much attention to the clinic recently. It was closed at noon and no longer open for business. This made some familiar old customers very dissatisfied. The museum was previously open at 8 a.m. and closed at 4 p.m., which was the customary rule. Why did it close early during this period? However, Ye Qingxian didn't care about it. She was proficient in medicine and was the strongest healing soul master, but she was not obligated to serve everyone unswervingly. Moral kidnapping? This won't work for me. Lingling didn't go home last night. She said in advance that she would stay overnight at Yanyan's house. In fact, she would go wherever Lin Xiao was, and she was looking forward to solving the curse of the 9-hearted begonia martial spirit. After all, she is just a little girl. Seeing that Ye Lingling was very excited recently, Ye Qingxian felt a little worried. Children always have hope, but they don't know that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. A mature and steady woman like her is always mentally prepared for failure in advance. Ye Qingxian, with her face covered with a white veil, returned to the Ye residence and learned from the servants that Douluo had actually come to the Ye family, and the 3 little guys had also returned with him. Although I was a little surprised. But her steps were still neither fast nor slow, the breeze blew through the white gauze, her graceful figure moved lightly, her lotus feet did not step on the dust, and she was casual but elegant. She, Ye Qingxian, is a woman as steady as an eagle. After entering the room and seeing Douluo, Ye Qingxian bowed slightly without taking off her veil. Qingxian greets Senior Douluo. Master Ye, you are too polite. During this time when I was away, Yan Yan was taken care of by Master Ye. Although Ye Qingxian is just a woman, she is the well-deserved head of the Ye family, which is a single-line family. A healing soul master of her level, although only at the soul emperor level, has a status and position no lower than that of a titled Douluo. Even though Douluo was a loner, he still treated Ye Qingxian with courtesy. Ye Qingxian's eyes moved and stayed on Lin Xiao for a moment. As smart as she was, 1,000 thoughts flashed through her mind and she had already guessed what was going on. Is there any progress in solving the problem of martial soul defects? Senior Douluo has come to my humble abode, so he must have something to discuss with me, right? Douluo nodded. I have discussed with this kid. I know a place of innate treasures, but I don't know the herbs in it, and I can't stay there. But this kid can go there unimpeded. But before that, I would like to ask Master Ye to teach him some pharmacology knowledge or provide theoretical guidance, so that he can make the best use of the medicinal herbs in the treasure land. Ye Qingxian glanced at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled shyly at her. Tang San knows nothing about magical herbs. In Lin Xiao's opinion, Tang San was a poison expert who had only memorized the effects of the magic herbs in the Xiantian treasure record by rote, and his only use of the magic herbs was to swallow them directly. Let's not discuss this point for now. In the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, in addition to the immortal grass, there are also many 1,000-year-old and 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Although they are slightly inferior to the 100,000-year-old immortal grass, they are still the essence of heaven and earth and are priceless treasures. Tang San still uses them directly without any pharmacological combination, which is a bit of a waste of resources. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are actually an excellent medicinal field. In the original novel, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are described as speeding up the growth rate of plants thousands of times, but it is obviously far more than that. For example, a yin achieved the cultivation level of 10,000 years in just a few years in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. When it comes to the knowledge of medicinal herbs, people like Douluo and Tang San who simply play with poisons are still taking an unconventional approach and have great limitations. However, Ye Qingxian, as a medical expert, can analyze the medicinal properties and effects of herbs even if he does not know them, and can make reasonable combinations. When Lin Xiao was tempering his body with the evil fire last time, the medicinal bath and medicinal diet provided by Ye Qingxian played a very important role, and it can be said that they maximized the effect of tempering his body with the evil fire. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Xiao naturally knew the great role played by Ye Qingxian. Therefore, it is necessary to ask for advice with an open mind. There is no problem with that. He has learned a lot of pharmacology from me. Ye Qingxian nodded her head lightly and glanced at Lin Xiao through her veil. This kid didn't come to me directly when he had something to do, but asked Douluo to talk to him. Doesn't he know that even if I am willing to teach him, it won't be because of Douluo's face? Douluo is used to being alone after all. After finishing the business, he did not stay for lunch. He just said goodbye and left. Afternoon, Lin Xiao was called to the corridor by Ye Qingxian alone. Tell me more about it. Ye Qingxian went straight to the point. Lin Xiao didn't waste any words and told Ye Qingxian about the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. He also brought up the words in the ancient book and then looked at Ye Qingxian eagerly. Eyes can speak. Sister, everything is ready. Now we have to rely on you, the top assistant, to lead the team. Ye Qingxian was amazed at first. Is there really such a treasure in the world? It is truly a gift from nature. Then she took off her veil and looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. Is there really an ancient book? Lin Xiao was startled and said firmly, of course, how can I lie to you, and yet? What a sin, what a sin, Lin Xiao repented in his heart for 2 seconds. Yet Qingxian didn't care about these. She frowned slightly and said after thinking for a moment, medicine is not that easy to learn. When are you going to set off? Since you know the characteristics and effects of the magic grass, it will be quick to teach you how to simply identify the herbs. You should first learn the basics of pharmacology, and then learn the more in-depth parts slowly. For the time being, I can help you match the herbs. Lin Xiao nodded and said frankly, and yet, I want to preserve my evil fire. The evil fire in my body has been accumulating again recently, and there are signs of it erupting again. I wonder if after the third outbreak of the evil fire, if the evil fire has evolved, can it still be preserved after swallowing the fairy grass? If possible, let's prepare for the next evil fire body forging. Ye Qingxian looked at Lin Xiao in surprise, his eyes lingering on his young face for a long time before he sighed. I've never seen anyone who seeks punishment for himself. Don't worry. When you were forging your body with the evil fire, your body was strengthened, but the evil fire was also getting stronger. Moreover, because of the outbreaks of the evil fire, your body was rebuilt again and again amidst the destruction. It has become inseparable from the evil fire. I wanted to tell you when I examined you last time, but I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle the blow. After all, who likes to be abused? Now you're eager to do so, which is great. After saying that, Ye Qingxian looked at Lin Xiao with a strange look. I heard that some people have quirks. The more you are abused, the more satisfied you feel. Is it? Well, do you want to verify it? Aunt Qingxian. Lin Xiao couldn't stand Ye Qingxian's weird look and called out. Ye Qingxian waved her hand. I'll call you after I've made all the arrangements. This time, let Yanyan and Lingling watch from the side to see if they're still envious. You go first. After Lin Xiao left, Ye Qingxian walked towards her room. She went to get the improvement notes she made during the last evil fire body forging. However, this woman who claimed to be as mature and steady as an eagle, her steps became lighter and lighter, as if she had returned to her teenage years. Hey, it seems there is really hope to resolve the martial soul curse. Ye Qingxian looked a little dazed. I entered the room and stood in front of the mirror, and found that the corners of my mouth were actually raised. She tried her best but couldn't do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Is it a flaw, or the only way to nirvana? Chapter 24, Is it a flaw, or the only way to nirvana? The backyard of Yi's house. Hot steam was coming out. In the middle of the yard, there was a huge iron pot made purely of fine iron. When Ye Qingxian went to the blacksmith shop to order it, he was once suspected of wanting to eat people. It's not necessary to eat people. But cooking people is real. Lin Xiao looked at the giant bathtub made of fine iron in front of him, which was like an iron tripod. He felt that the ancient blue star torture of cooking people might really be practiced on him. There is a famous dish in northeast China called goose stewed in iron pot. In the future, Douluo will also have a famous dish, let's call it Lin Xiao stewed in iron pot. What are you standing there for? Why don't you take off your clothes? Ye Qingxian brought the improved medicinal meal and placed it on the chopping board on the side. She then shoveled the medicinal materials for the medicinal bath into the iron tripod with an iron shovel, while urging Lin Xiao. Really, why is this little brat so shy? After hesitating for a long time about taking off clothes, she just wanted to do it herself. Trouble. Lin Xiao took off his shirt helplessly, put on a pair of loose shorts, and walked towards the iron tripod. Ye Lingling and Duguyan looked pale. The two of them stood aside, looking as listless as eggplants hit by frost, and looked at the scene in front of them with some timidity. Mom, Does Lin Xiao really want to go in and take a bath? The water is boiling, are you sure it won't kill anyone? Ye Qingxian took a break from his busy schedule, glanced at Ye Lingling, and sneered, aren't you obsessed with the evil fire body forging? If you like it, how can I treat you unfairly? Tell me a time and I will arrange it for you right away. Ye Lingling shuddered and stammered. Mom, I think we should just forget it. Actually, I think the extreme training method is pretty good. From now on, Ye Lingling will never complain of being tired again. What's wrong with being a little tired? It's better to be a little tired. Duguyan pointed at the red-hot bottom of the iron tripod, and her voice trembled. Auntie Yet, Lin Xiao won't be scalded to death, right? It's okay. Lin Xiao's evil fire is scarier than this. Ye Qingxian was a little impatient. These two little girls have never seen the world, so why are you making such a fuss? When Lin Xiao really starts to temper his body with the evil fire later, the two of them will see that horrific scene. Just don't be scared to death. Ye Qingxian really didn't want Duguyan and Ye Lingling to stand by and watch. It's troublesome, annoying, and makes you jumpy all the time. But she was afraid that Ye Lingling and Duguyan would commit suicide. If she tried it herself someday, wouldn't it be unfair for her to die? When the King of Hell asked, did he say that he died from being burned or from the pain? Ye Qingxian thought it was stupid. In addition, it also tells the two little girls that everything in the world is fleeting, and if you want to get rich rewards, you must take severe risks or pay a heavy price. The prospect of becoming stronger is tempting, but are you fully prepared, at this time? Amid the exclamations of Duguyan and Ye Lingling, Lin Xiao had already jumped in. After drinking the medicinal food, he silently recited the Heart Purification Sutra in the iron tripod and performed the 5 animal exercises. As usual, sexually stimulating herbs were added to the medicinal bath. Not long after, Lin Xiao felt hot all over. The evil fire in his body surged out from deep within his meridians. His internal organs seemed to be burned by the flames, and the severe pain swept through his body like a flood. This inhuman pain is far worse than last time. Towel. Bite it. Ye Qingxian threw the towel to Lin Xiao. Having learned from the lesson of the last time when the towel was bitten to pieces, this towel is not only a thickened version, but also made of 100-year-old ice silk, which is tougher and not afraid of fire. At the same time, she immediately summoned the 9-hearted begonia, and a series of soul skills were superimposed on Lin Xiao. As his body continued to break down, it was also constantly repaired. Lin Xiao's body was red, veins were exposed on his forehead, and his face was ferocious, losing its original handsome appearance. It seemed that all the muscles in his body were exerting force, swelling into a large mass, and he was in extreme pain from head to toe. Duguyan and Ye Lingling were pale. My legs were shaking and my whole body was weak. Yan Yan. Ye Lingling let out a light cry and collapsed towards Duguyan. Duguyan was in a panic. She felt she had no strength left in her body, and after struggling for a long time she was barely able to support Ye Lingling. Ye Qingxian took a glance and sneered, you can't bear it. It's not you who are burned by the evil fire. Lingling, you make me weak just by looking at you. If it were you, wouldn't Lin Xiao be killed by you? Mother! Ye Lingling cried out in grief, tears streaming down her face. She was really frightened by the scene. At the same time, Ye Qingxian's words touched his heart. Ye Qingxian was right. Lin Xiao came to her before because he trusted her, but if she was as timid as she was today, wouldn't she be harming Lin Xiao? A feeling of shame welled up in her. Tears like little pearls kept falling. Duguyan just thought Ye Lingling was frightened, patted her back gently and comforted her. Lingling, don't be afraid, Lin Xiao will be fine. Didn't you make it through last time? Look how calm Aunt Ye is. Ye Lingling wiped away her tears. Yan Yan, you don't have to support me, I'm fine. She used her hands and feet and exerted all her strength to finally stand up. Then he walked towards the iron tripod with unsteady steps. Ye Lingling silently summoned out her nine-hearted begonia martial soul and threw her soul skills at Lin Xiao as if they were free, causing Ye Qingxian on the side to curl her lips. With her, the nine-hearted begonia soul emperor, around, what uses Ye Lingling, a mere great soul master? It's the same with or without her. However, tenderness emerged in Ye Qingxian's heart. Even a woman as mature and steady as an eagle like her had to go through countless pains to grow up. Ye Lingling is still a little girl, and being able to grow in this incident is the best improvement for her. Ye Qingxian didn't pay too much attention to Ye Lingling. She was concentrating on watching Lin Xiao's situation. He opened his mouth slightly and murmured, "To be honest, sometimes I have a sudden thought, is your evil fire really a flaw? Legend has it that even after becoming a phoenix, it will still be reborn from the ashes again and again. And each time the phoenix reaches nirvana, it will be stronger and more noble than before. In the countless nirvana cycles, there will never be an end, and there will never be an extreme. It is precisely because there is no limit that we can become stronger infinitely and become a stronger version of ourselves. So, is this evil fire a defect of the martial soul, or is it the necessary path for the phoenix to be reborn? The phoenix soars thousands of feet high and will not rest unless it finds a place to rest. The phoenix, with its noble character, will not defile itself. It will not roost except on the paulownia tree, will not eat except on bamboo, and will not drink except from sweet springs. This is something that ordinary birds cannot understand. Faced with the choice, only the phoenix would choose to torture itself and seek new life in nirvana, rather than willingly living in a filthy place. This is probably why the phoenix is the phoenix. Oops! Ye Lingling exclaimed. Ye Qingxian's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. But flames appeared on Lin Xiao's body. The flame was not a strange red color, but extremely dark, and gradually turned into a mysterious black. Faintly, one seems to be able to hear the sound of a phoenix crying. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Soul Evolution, Darkness and Destruction Phoenix. Chapter 25, Soul Evolution, Darkness and Destruction Phoenix. Dark flames rose. The originally red phoenix had actually grown gorgeous black feathers, and the blazing flames were half a strange red and half a mysterious black. Looking at the phoenix spirit shadow that appeared autonomously behind Lin Xiao, even the knowledgeable Ye Qingxian didn't know what was going on at this moment. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and she stared at Lin Xiao without blinking. The young man with long red maple hair opened his eyes. His originally dark and bright pupils turned into an eerie blood-red color. There were slight changes on his face, but he looked extremely flamboyant. Even Lin Xiao's usually clear and peaceful temperament has changed, adding a bit of evil charm and arrogance, a bit like a good student suddenly turning into a bad boy, with a bit of bad charm. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Lin Xiao asked in confusion. However, what seemed like a very ordinary inquiry to him was completely different from the perspectives of Ye Lingling and Ye Qingxian. In their perspective, Lin Xiao's blood-red pupils were full of aggression and offensiveness. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing an evil smile, and his voice was lazy but with a hint of bewitching meaning. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? I didn't sound suspicious, but rather it sounded like a teasing and joking question that I knew the answer to. If they were not familiar with Lin Xiao's personality and were not very familiar with him, and could not hear the true meaning of Lin Xiao's words, they might really think that Lin Xiao was flirting. The painting styles are totally different. But compared to the previous Lin Xiao who was determined and had a clean temperament, why does it feel like the current evil and crazy version of Lin Xiao seems to have a different flavor? Tisk, you can change the taste. Has your evil fire subsided? Seeing that Lin Xiao's skin had turned from red to fair, his expression had returned to calm, and his whole person had undergone a drastic change, Ye Qingxian couldn't help but ask. Well, after the previous two experiences, the third time was much better. The only drawback is that it is getting more and more painful, but it's just like that once you get used to it. Habit is really a terrible force. Difficulties that seemed insurmountable or situations that seemed unbearable at first, after we get used to them, seem somewhat commonplace, and we improve without realizing it. By the way, judging from your expressions, is there something wrong with me? Lin Xiao subconsciously touched his face, but he couldn't feel anything just by touching it. I just feel that my face is tender and my skin is really good. Lingling, go get a mirror. As soon as Ye Qingxian finished speaking, Ye Lingling ran away, looking as anxious as if she was going to fetch water to put out a fire. Duguyan, who was far away, also came closer at this time, looked at Lin Xiao carefully for a while. Suddenly her face turned slightly red, and she spat lightly. He looks like a scoundrel, not like a good person. But, he is quite handsome. Lin Xiao, no, when did he become such a gangster? Sister Yanyan, are you still making personal attacks? Lin Xiao also realized at this time that perhaps his appearance had changed. Did it become ugly? Lin Xiao felt like the sky was falling. Seeing Lin Xiao's depressed expression, Ye Qingxian found it very interesting. This child was mature beyond his years, and it was the first time she saw him showing such a childish expression. She immediately chuckled and said, "Don't worry, although the change is indeed quite big, it's definitely not that I've become uglier, it's just that the direction of handsomeness is a little different. From a good kid to a naughty boy now." At this time, Ye Lingling ran over hurriedly with a mirror in her hand. After stopping, she supported herself on her knees, panting, and took a breath, then handed the mirror to Lin Xiao. "Here. You'll know when you take a look." Lin Xiao took the mirror and looked at it nervously. After seeing his own reflection in the mirror, he was slightly stunned. Aggressive blood-red pupils, a face that becomes extremely flamboyant with only a slight adjustment, an evil and crazy temperament. This is me. Oh, right. And this. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and a gorgeous flame of strange red flame wrapped in mysterious black flame suddenly appeared between his fingers, giving people a strange but harmonious feeling. Looks so familiar. Blackened Ma Xiao Tao. Destroy Phoenix. The two terms suddenly emerged in Lin Xiao's mind, making him completely unable to hold back his expression. He himself was not tainted by the dark attribute. Moreover, under the operation of Bing Xinju, Lin Xiao will not turn evil, so why is his martial soul developing towards the trend of darkness and destructive phoenix? I am not infected with any dark and destructive attributes, so the influence of external objects can be basically ruled out, which means that the independent variable that causes the change comes from within the martial soul. Could it be that the evil fire phoenix martial spirit itself has the attributes of darkness and destruction? Yes. It's really possible. The reason why Ma Xiao Tao's martial spirit in Douluo 2 turned evil was probably because it was contaminated by the dark element, which was just a trigger. The fundamental reason was that it guided the darkness and destruction attributes in the body out. This explains it. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that anyone's martial spirit could turn dark if it was touched by the dark element? That's too ridiculous. Lin Xiao pondered secretly. But why did my martial soul evolve into the direction of the phoenix of darkness and destruction? Why not the ultimate fire phoenix? Compared to Ma Xiao Tao, although my appearance has also changed, my personality has not changed drastically. Why didn't I degenerate into an evil soul master like Ma Xiao Tao? Is it because my martial soul evolved naturally in nirvana, while Ma Xiao Tao only mutated because of the contamination of the dark element? Lin Xiao was deeply confused, but he could not find a reasonable explanation. You've been thinking about it for so long, do you have any idea about the changes in your martial spirit? Ye Qingxian's question came to my ears. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. I've become what I am now, and I don't know if I can ever get back to where I am now. Although I still look okay, the difference is too big. Ye Lingling's face flushed slightly, her eyes flickered, and she consoled him. Lin Xiao, I'm fine. Although you look very different now than before, you are still very beautiful in my opinion. I just always feel that you are a bad guy. When a girl says bad, it may not be a negation. On the contrary, it may be an affirmation. As the saying goes, women don't love men who are not bad. The trend of being cool and handsome has also been set off on Blue Star. On the side, Douluo nodded in agreement. It feels bad and handsome. She hadn't finished speaking yet. I feel that Lin Xiao now is the type that makes girls blush and their hearts beat fast when they see him. I really can't imagine how terrifying he will be when he grows up. Could it be that he can make girls' legs go weak just by looking at them? However, Lin Xiao was still frowning. Do I have to learn to accept the new me in the future? Pfft. Ye Qingxian really couldn't help laughing out loud, raising her chin towards Lin Xiao. Those who have not experienced nirvana are called mutations, and those who have experienced nirvana are called evolutions. How could the evolved phoenix martial spirit have such defects? Try to remove the spirit possession. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, How does the phoenix compare to the dragon? The second martial spirit form. Chapter 26, How does the phoenix compare to the dragon? The second martial spirit form, Ye Qingxian observed very carefully. She saw all the changes in Lin Xiao and made inferences. You were fine when I saw you just now, but your appearance has changed drastically since your martial spirit possessed you. I think you will be able to return to your original appearance after the martial spirit possesses you. After hearing this, Lin Xiao realized belatedly that his martial spirit had possessed his body on its own without him noticing. After removing the martial spirit possession, Lin Xiao's appearance quickly returned to normal. But when he wanted to possess the martial spirit again, he found himself facing two choices. In what situation can you have multiple choices for spirit possession? Evil Fire Phoenix, possessed. Lin Xiao shouted softly, and a fiery red phoenix rushed into his body. The strange red flames danced, just like the normal martial spirit possession before. Lin Xiao released the spirit from his possession. Destroy Phoenix, possession. The Phoenix martial spirit that appeared at this time was no longer the Scarlet Evil Fire Phoenix, but a gorgeous phoenix that was half red and half pitch black. The aura of darkness and destruction quietly overflowed, and there was deadly danger in its beauty. Ye Qingxian watched Lin Xiao's martial spirit possess her twice, with completely different effects. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had seen a rare treasure, and she was a little surprised. I really learned a lot today. Ye Lingling and Douluo stared at Lin Xiao in amazement and said in shock. You can still switch forms. According to common sense in the Soul Master world, once a martial soul mutates, it will never be able to return to its original appearance, and there is only one fixed form of a martial soul. Lin Xiao. It has overturned the common sense of the entire Soul Master world. Lin Xiao was also surprised. He looked at Ye Qingxian with a searching gaze, but saw her shaking her head slightly. Don't look at me, I'm not omnipotent. Your statement is really bizarre. Outsiders can't imagine the changes inside. Only you can draw conclusions after carefully feeling and thinking about it. However, since this is the second form your martial spirit has after evolving, it may be the necessary path for the phoenix to be reborn from the ashes. The first time the evil fire erupted, Lin Xiao suppressed it with the ice heart technique, and the evil fire became even more domineering and fierce, with a sinister aura. The second time the evil fire erupted, Lin Xiao used it to forge his body, cleansing his hair and marrow, and transforming himself, which also improved his already extraordinary aptitude. The third outbreak of evil fire actually allowed Lin Xiao to possess a second martial soul form. No one knows the reason behind this. Because he possesses the Fire Phoenix martial spirit and can be reborn through nirvana time and time again, only Lin Xiao, who has the right time, place, and people, can do it. Ye Qingxian was right. No one could give Lin Xiao an answer, and he had to find it himself. Changes, different forms. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Perhaps you can find the answer from the characteristics of the phoenix. Although Ye Qingxian didn't understand, she was able to get to the essence of the problem. The characteristics of the phoenix. Lin Xiao thought hard. An idea suddenly came to his mind. Although he did not think of anything related to the transformation of the phoenix, he thought of another sacred beast corresponding to the phoenix. Dragon. A dragon can be big or small, can rise or hide. When it is big, it can create clouds and mist, and when it is small, it can hide its shape. When it rises, it can soar into the universe, and when it hides, it can lurk in the waves. Any holy beast will not be confined to a single environment. It can adapt to the changes of heaven and earth, determine its own movements, and present different appearances. Only the dragon, or a sacred beast equivalent to the dragon, can be unrestrained and unpredictable, possessing the ability to know everything. This is China's understanding of sacred beasts. Lin Xiao doesn't know whether China's understanding of sacred beasts such as dragons and phoenixes can be applied to the phoenix nirvana in Douluo continent, but it does not prevent it from being used as a reference. Assume this guess is correct. Then Lin Xiao could almost conclude that the phoenix of darkness and destruction was only the first transformation. In the subsequent evolution, his phoenix martial soul would evolve into other forms and be able to switch at will. Just like a dragon. It can be big or small, rise or hide. How does the phoenix's transformation compare to that of the dragon? Lin Xiao is looking forward to it. Lin Xiao told Ye Qingxian his views. Ye Qingxian's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands in praise. That's a good idea, but the dragon you're talking about should be a real dragon, not a sub-dragon like the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, right? Is it true that the only way for a sacred beast to evolve is to be ever-changing and unpredictable? And it seems that your phoenix of darkness and destruction has not yet fully evolved. Lin Xiao nodded. It's only half evolved. But I am a phoenix of destruction that evolved on my own, not a blackened mutation. Even though I have only evolved halfway, my power has increased tremendously. Say it. Lin Xiao pointed to the open space in the distance. First soul skill, Phoenix Feather Formation. Black and red flames swirled around his fingertips, and a gorgeous black and red phoenix rose into the sky and soared into the sky. Its phoenix feathers fluttered lightly, and red and black feathers shot towards the ground like a rain of arrows. The flames had extremely strong corrosive abilities, which far exceeded those of the evil fire phoenix in its normal form. The black and red flames on the ground and in the sky are linked to each other, and the pitch black and red chains block the entire space. Like a cage made of hellfire, the evil fire chains seem to have life, flowing like water, and are shocking to look at, evil and spooky. Duguyan's face turned pale, and she recalled the fight with Lin Xiao 3 months ago. When she saw the strange red evil fire chain, she still had the courage to give it a try. However, facing the black and red fire chain that exuded a strong aura of destruction and erosion in front of him, Duguyan had no intention of touching it at all. Someone will definitely die, right? At worst, it will be disfigured. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and the terrifying black and red flames disappeared in an instant, leaving only the scars on the ground in the yard, proving that it had once existed. How is it? Do you think it's amazing? Ouch! Before Lin Xiao could finish his words, he suffered a serious blow on his forehead. He covered his forehead and looked at Ye Qingxian with grievance and resentment in his eyes. And yet, why did you hit me for no reason? And with such great force? Even though Ye Qingxian was only an auxiliary soul master, his cultivation was that of a soul emperor. He raised his hand and knocked Lin Xiao hard on the forehead. The taste is quite sour. Ye Qingxian rolled her eyes and said angrily, why do you say that? I've been busy here for you, even serving you when you go to the toilet. It's fine if you don't understand, but what's the point of burning my house down? Lin Xiao. He looked up and saw the devastation in the yard. His handsome face turned red instantly. Guilty look away. Giggle. Duguyan and Ye Lingling laughed at him with gleeful smile. But the next moment I couldn't laugh anymore. You three, fix the yard for me. You won't be allowed to eat until it's done. What? Duguyan and Ye Lingling were stunned and stood there in a daze. Joy begets sorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Sister Lingling, you are so cute. Chapter 27 Sister Lingling, you are so cute, I'm so tired. Lin Xiao, you cleaned the yard by yourself, why did Mom ask the three of us to clean it together? Ye Lingling slammed the broom on the ground and looked at Lin Xiao angrily. How should I know? Maybe Aunt Ye saw that you were too idle and wanted to find something for you to do. Lin Xiao felt no guilt at all and immediately comforted him. It doesn't matter. Aren't I and Sister Yanyan here with you? Duguyan rolled his eyes. It's you who has implicated Lingling and me. The yard was riddled with holes caused by the burning and erosion of the evil fire. A few people were cleaning, but they only cleared away the dust and scattered soil on the ground, and shoveled away the charred ground. As for other renovation projects, they can only be handed over to professionals. After cleaning, several people sat down in the pavilion to rest. Phew, I'm exhausted. Ye Lingling sat on the stool and swung her feet. The slender lotus feet are wrapped in white socks, which are somewhat transparent under the sunlight, and you can vaguely see some flesh color. Her personality became more cheerful. Because there was hope of solving the defect of the nine-hearted begonia spirit, her mental state became more and more high-spirited. Although she was still cold to outsiders, she was able to open her heart to acquaintances. Duguyan was leaning against the wall, her cold eyes slightly closed as she rested. Her green hair reminded people of Xiaoqing in The Legend of the White Snake, but her temperament was too cold and elegant, so she shouldn't be like that. Sister Lingling, when I was tempering my body with evil fire just now, did anyone cry? I vaguely seemed to hear someone sobbing, and then Aunt Ye said something, but it was too painful at the time, and I can't even remember what Aunt Ye said clearly. Lin Xiao was a little curious. There were only 3 people in the yard just now. Aunt Ye Qingxian was the first to be ruled out. This eagle-like woman would never cry. She had experienced too many joys and sorrows, even separations of life and death. Unless Lin Xiao dies. Well, maybe you won't cry even if you die. I guess he will calmly arrange his funeral affairs. So, it can only be Duguyan or Ye Lingling. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Ye Lingling jumped up like a puppy whose tail was stepped on, and shouted angrily, Lin Xiao, what are you talking about? Yanyan and I were watching from the side, how come we didn't hear anyone crying? You must have been confused by the evil fire. Yanyan, don't you think so? Did you hear anyone crying? Duguyan. For the first time in her life, she felt speechless towards her best friend. What's the difference between this and trying to cover up one's ears and steal a bell? It's just deceiving yourself. However, under the pressure of Ye Lingling's gaze, Duguyan still said helplessly, did not hear it. Lin Xiao laughed out loud. Hearing his cheerful laughter, Ye Lingling's complexion changed from pale to rosy at an alarming speed, and her white and tender toes almost tore the solace of her shoes apart. She was extremely upset. Lingling, you are so stupid, it's obvious that you just need to pretend that you don't know, but you're reacting so strongly, isn't it just a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt? Sister Lingling, has anyone told you something? Ye Lingling could almost foresee Lin Xiao's next ridicule, but she still pretended to be calm and said indifferently. What's up? Lin Xiao winked at her. You're pretty cute. All of a sudden, a stream of heat rushed from the solace of her feet to the top of her head. Ye Lingling seemed to have turned into a steam queen. There seemed to be steam coming out of her forehead, and her whole body was red like a tomato. Lin Xiao stepped on the stool and touched Ye Lingling's head. Sister Lingling, you are too soft-hearted, that's why you cry when you see me in pain. This is not cowardice, it's kindness. Ye Lingling seemed to have crashed. Faced with Lin Xiao's condescending consolation while he was standing on a stool, she just nodded, having lost the most basic ability to speak. Tisk tisk. Sister Lingling, you are quite cute. The atmosphere was originally good until Duguyan crossed her arms over her chest and spoke in a sour tone, imitating Lin Xiao's tone. The atmosphere changed instantly. Ya Lingling shuddered suddenly. She snapped Lin Xiao's hand off her head, put her hands on her hips and said angrily. What are you doing? You have no respect for your parents. Also, you can't use the word cute to describe your sister. You have to use beautiful and strong. Do you understand? Go against Tian Gang. I was actually comforted by a little kid, although Lin Xiao seemed to be stronger and more capable than himself, and his behavior was more mature and his dealings with others were more steady, but that didn't work. There's the age difference, I am older than you, so I am your elder sister. Seeing that Lin Xiao was standing on the stool, which was actually taller than herself when she stood up, Ya Lingling stepped on it without saying a word, stretched out her white hands, and rubbed Lin Xiao's head. Xiao Lin Xiao, you like to act like an adult even though you are so young. It's ridiculous. Lin Xiao's face turned dark. He was really convinced. He was just comforting her normally. What was wrong with Ya Lingling? Do you have to step on the stool and call yourself Xiao Lin Xiao? Sure enough, girls of this age are the most boring. It's easier to get along with mature and intellectual women like Aunt Yat. Just as he was thinking this, another hand suddenly appeared on his forehead and started rubbing it. Sister Yan Yan, why are you like this too? Lin Xiao spoke with some grief and anger. Duguyan blinked at him, and her cold and beautiful face suddenly became lively and bright. She imitated Ya Lingling's tone again. Little Lin Xiao, you like to act like an adult, how ridiculous. Lin Xiao's eyes turned black. Has he changed from little Lin Xiao to little Lin Xiao? Clap. Lin Xiao knocked away the two men's mischievous hands. Again. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't look down on the young. One day, Lin Xiao will grow up to be big Lin Xiao. Stun everyone. Including these two girls. Ye Qingxian leaned against the gate, listening to the fighting sounds coming from the yard, and sneered with disdain, Tisk, a bunch of little brats. But there was a hint of envy in his eyes. The years are like flowers, and the time passes like water. Who hasn't had his or her own youthful years? Ye Qingxian really didn't. However, Lingling should be different from me. She will be much happier than me and have real friends. Inexplicable. Ye Qingxian suddenly felt unhappy. Why are you guys having so much fun? I am feeling sad here, thinking of this, Ye Qingxian shouted coldly towards the courtyard. With all the noise, have you cleaned up the yard? In an instant, the noisy backyard fell silent. Ye Qingxian showed a satisfied smile on her face. He clapped his hands and left in style. Do not take away a single cloud. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Body Like an Ant, Heart of the Universe. Chapter 28, Body Like an Ant, Heart of the Universe. The morning sunlight is soft and not dazzling. There was a hazy glow in the room. After waking up in the Ye family's guest room, Lin Xiao washed up and started writing a letter. Binger. Seeing words is like meeting. I told you before that I met two very good friends while staying in Tiandu City, Douluo's granddaughter Duguyan, and Ye Lingling, the inheritor of the nine-hearted begonia. With the help of Aunt Yat, Ye Lingling's mother, I have been able to suppress and even utilize the evil fire in my body. Binger, you don't have to worry about my safety. Next, I will go out with Poison Douluo for a while to practice and do something very important. There will be no danger. I may not reply to your letters in time during this period, but I will reply to them one by one after I come back. I will bring you a very precious gift by then, so you can look forward to it. Also, how are you doing in Tianshui City? How is your life at school? How is Grandma Shui Yuehua doing recently? Tell me about it. I hope you will always be happy. After leaving his signature, Lin Xiao stuffed the letter into the envelope, sealed it and prepared to send it to Shui Bing'er later. Lin Xiao stretched his body, came outside the yard, and looked at the rockery in the center, a little distracted. The date for going to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire has been set. We set off 3 days later. Recently, Lin Xiao and Ye Qingxian have been studying together and found out that the evil fire in the body will most likely not disappear, not just because the evil fire is getting stronger and has evolved. Ye Qingxian proposed an idea: the evil fire might not be a defect. Instead, it was the seed of evolution left behind by the phoenix's too strong talent. It was the only way for the phoenix to be reborn, and it played a role in promoting the phoenix's evolution. However, it had to be reborn in destruction, so it was very dangerous. Lin Xiao thought this idea was very valuable. He and Ma Hongjun have embarked on 2 completely opposite paths. The phoenix is a bird of hope, yet it is reborn from destruction. In the original novel, Ma Hongjun's evil fire would be vented every once in a while, and he was always in a weak state. Although it would not put his life in danger, it also made him lose the opportunity to evolve. Even though Ma Hongjun later swallowed the immortal grass and purified the weak evil fire, his martial soul became a pure fire phoenix, but he also lost other possibilities and restricted himself. And after understanding the phoenix these days, Lin Xiao always felt that Ma Hongjun's martial soul was still not the ultimate fire phoenix after evolution. For the phoenix, there is no limit, because after each nirvana, it will break through its own limitations until there is no more improvement, and then it will proceed to the next nirvana. Setting a limit seems a bit vulgar, as if there is no room for improvement. This is tantamount to standing still. So the ultimate fire phoenix should be named after its ultimate attribute breaks through a certain critical point, but it still has unlimited room for growth. Just as Lin Xiao recently discovered, ultimate attributes and ultimate martial soul are 2 different things. Being close to the ultimate martial soul is called having ultimate attributes, and if you want to become the ultimate martial soul, you need to break through that critical point. Ma Hongjun and I both have ultimate attributes, but neither of us can be considered the ultimate fire phoenix. However, my ultimate attribute is already infinitely close, while his is still a long way off. After the phoenix of darkness and destruction, what will be the next martial soul form? Lin Xiao is looking forward to it. He was now certain that his evil fire could not be eliminated by the immortal grass, because he was already on the path of phoenix evolution, which was irreversible. This was Lin Xiao's unique path. A true dragon can be big or small, can rise or hide, a phoenix can wash away sins with the power of destruction, and can also burn the sky and boil the sea with the ultimate fire. One day, I will become a true phoenix that can keep pace with the true dragon. The young man is hesitant in his ambition. The body is like an ant, but the heart is like the universe. Tian Shui City. Shui family. Miss, there's a letter. Grandma Shui Yuehua narrowed her eyes, her wrinkles turning into a kind smile. She held a letter in her hand and raised it towards Shui Bing'er. Who? Shui Bing'er asked subconsciously, and then saw a maple leaf specimen pasted on the envelope, bright red like fire, which was Lin Xiao's unique mark. Every time she saw the maple leaves, she would think of the handsome and clean-looking boy with long maple red hair. Shui Bing'er happily took the letter and opened it to read. She read very slowly, and seemed to be able to see from the ink and the words, a gentle boy writing at the table with a smile on his face. After reading patiently, Shui Bing'er ran to the study and wrote a reply immediately. Brother Lin Xiao. I know you probably won't see my reply, but it doesn't matter, you can read it when you come back. I am living happily in Tian Shui City. I go to Tian Shui Noble Girls Junior College, where there are all very pretty and kind girls. Grandma Shui Yuehua is also in good health. I'm very happy to hear that Brother Lin Xiao, your martial soul defect has been cured. Brother Lin Xiao, please concentrate on doing important things. During this period, Bing'er will write to you when she misses you. I hope that when you see too many letters, you will not dislike Bing'er for being nagging. If you find it troublesome, Brother Lin Xiao, you don't have to read it. Oh, right. Bing really wants to hear your stories again, brother Lin Xiao. Granny Shui Hua misses your grilled fish. Can we meet during the holidays? I wish brother Lin Xiao all the best. Sign your name. Shui Binger trotted to mail the letter. Normally this kind of thing could be done by servants, but Shui Binger always went to send it herself, feeling that it was a very sacred thing, and handing it over to others would defile the sentiment and be disrespectful to brother Lin Xiao. Granny Suijitsuka followed behind her with a smile on her face. Binger, slow down. Early morning. The grass and trees are covered with frost, it is already late autumn. Ye Qingxian was wearing a snow-white mink coat and a white veil covering her face. Douluo always wears a single coat. Having reached the titled Douluo realm, the soul power consumed to resist the cold is insignificant to him. In front of Yi's house, Lin Xiao, Duguyan, and Ye Lingling waved goodbye. Let's go. Both Ye Lingling and Duguyan showed reluctance in their eyes. Ye Lingling's only relative is Ye Qingxian, Duguyan's only relative is Douluo, and the common friend of Duguyan and Ye Lingling is Lin Xiao. Now all three of them are leaving. You can't bear to leave after just a short while. What will you do in the future? Ye Qingxian glanced at her own daughter and sneered. As shy as a little girl. Ye Lingling puffed up her face. Mom, I'm a little girl. Ye Qingxian and Douluo had already made arrangements. No matter Juxin Haitang's powerful connections or Poison Douluo's great reputation, the two little girls would not encounter any trouble. So, the only trouble is the feeling of reluctance. Lin Xiao had already walked towards Douluo and Ye Qingxian. Suddenly he turned around and smiled. We just do the dirty work. Ladies, please wait for good news. Duguyan and Ye Lingling stood there in a daze. When I came to my senses, the person had gone far away. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Ye Qingxian, I suddenly want to farm. Chapter 29 Ye Qingxian, I suddenly want to farm, Sunset Forest. Depart early in the morning and arrive in the evening. The woods were dark and quiet late at night. One old, one big, one small, three figures walked forward silently. Douluo brought Ye Qingxian and Lin Xiao to a steep cliff. He grabbed Ye Qingxian and Lin Xiao's shoulders with one hand each and ran quickly on the cliff as if there was no one there. After reaching the top of the mountain, we turned down the mountain from a corner of the COL. Ye Qingxian couldn't help but complain, Senior Poison Douluo, it's really hard for you to find such a place. Desolate mountains and wild ridges, cliffs and steep cliffs, winding and twisting. I'm really curious about how you found it. Even if I knew that the treasure was in the Sunset Forest, without you leading the way, I'm afraid it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be difficult to find the trace. Douluo slowly landed with the two of them. It was by chance that I found this place. I just like to search for poisons in some deserted places. I didn't expect to enter this place by accident. It must be God's will. Besides, I have set up a poison formation outside the valley. Even if someone is lucky enough to come here, I'm afraid they won't be able to return alive. As they talked, they entered the valley. It was still dark at the top of the mountain, but it suddenly became bright when entering the valley. After a dark night, there is a new world. Rising steam blew in their faces. Ye Qingxian and Lin Xiao looked up and saw that they were at the entrance of the valley. In the distance ahead, they could see two oval pools of water, one milky white and the other scarlet. Is this the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that you mentioned, Lin Xiao? Ye Qingxian stared blankly at the spring of ice and fire in front of her. Yin and yang coexist and the two restrain each other. This is truly a place of creation. Douluo said calmly. The closer we are to the spring, the more medicinal and poisonous herbs there are, and the extreme cold and heat there are even more intense. Even I can't stay here for long. Master, yet, you don't have the evil fire protecting your body, so you can't go deeper. Ye Qingxian nodded slightly. In fact, Ye Qingxian knows much more about these medicinal and poisonous herbs than Douluo. She tried to go in, and found many rare medicinal herbs that were rarely seen in the outer area. Moreover, each of them was of surprisingly good age and quality. The further they went inside, the brighter Ye Qingxian's eyes became. According to Lin Xiao, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire can increase the growth rate of plants thousands of times faster than in the outside world, but in my opinion, it is far more than that. The closer to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the faster the plants grow. The outermost part can only grow for 10 years, while the inner part can grow for 100 years, and the deep inner part can grow for 1,000 years. However, the edge of the ice and fire spring can grow even faster. After hearing Ye Qingxian's inference, Lin Xiao nodded in his heart. It is no wonder that Yin only stayed in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire for a few years before he began to cultivate back to his 10,000-year cultivation level. Some people's eyes turned red as they watched. Ye Qingxian's breathing suddenly became rapid. My heart aches. I have gone through so much trouble to collect those precious medicinal herbs over the years, what is all for? A mere 100-year-old Ganodermalocytum makes me so happy that I lose my mind. It is just garbage here. Ye Qingxian, who claims to have seen the world. A woman who claims to be elegant and calm, and as mature and steady as an eagle. Today, I feel like a country bumpkin. Woohoo, I suddenly want to farm. Ye Qingxian reached out to pick a purple flower, and Douluo said in surprise, no, that flower is highly poisonous. However, Ye Qingxian was fine. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that she was wearing a pair of thin silk gloves, with an extremely fine layer of film inside the gloves for isolation. Douluo. He felt that he was so jumpy. Wasn't it a bit embarrassing? On the side, Lin Xiao made a precise finishing move. Senior Douluo, do you think it is possible that Aunt Ye knows a lot more about medicinal and poisonous herbs than you do? Douluo was speechless, his old face turned red, and then he became angry. I'm just reminding you, why are you joining in the fun? At this time, Ye Qingxian took out a jade shovel from the storage soul guide and suddenly started to shovel the soil, digging out all the herbs on the ground. Then he took out a hoe and turned the soil. This scene really shocked Douluo and Lin Xiao. Aunt Ye, what are you doing? Ye Qingxian's voice was filled with regret. What a waste! It's such a waste! Although this yin-yang eye of ice and fire is a treasure land, the herbs growing inside it are in a disorderly manner. It has grown to this point entirely relying on the spiritual essence of this treasure land. What a waste of natural resources! I want to rearrange this place and move some herbs to new places. A single herb takes up such a large area. Do you understand what it is doing? After reasonable density planting, the number can be increased by at least 3 times. Don't worry about me, Lin Xiao. Aren't you going to get the magic grass? Go and see what's there first, and then tell me later. After saying that, Ye Qingxian started to get busy. In her spare time, she looked at the large area of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Feeling resentful. Waste, waste, what's the matter with me really wanting to stay here and farm? Douluo threw a blue leather bag to Lin Xiao. This is jade born from clear water. It can hold living things. I give it to you. Although Douluo didn't say anything these days, he had been silently watching Lin Xiao and Douluo getting along with each other. Seeing their innocent interaction, the coldness in his heart gradually melted. What's more, Douluo's physical strength has improved by leaps and bounds recently. This means that spirit rings of higher ages can be added, which in turn improves one's talent. Although Douluo didn't know the reason. When asked, Douluo also said that it was necessary to keep it a secret. But all these changes were caused by Lin Xiao's arrival. Naturally, he would not hide good things. Lin Xiao took the Bishui Shenjiu, accepted it without hesitation, and glanced at Douluo. Wow, wasn't he quite fierce at the beginning? Now I know how to be generous. Thank you, Senior Douluo. After saying thank you, Lin Xiao walked towards the depths of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Douluo stood there and looked at him. Seeing that he was not affected at all, he felt relieved. Since he had nothing to do, he helped Ye Qingxian tidy up the medicine field. Lin Xiao walked towards the depths of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. The closer, the more extreme the cold or hot air is, the more intense it becomes. It's truly a world of ice and fire. The phoenix martial spirit in Lin Xiao's body suddenly became a little restless. The evil fire in the body was actually suppressed by the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, just like Douluo's poison. It's really extraordinary. Lin Xiao walked forward and looked at the magical herbs in the core area. 8-angled black ice grass, flaming apricot, longing for love, fragrant fairy products, snow-colored swan kiss, 1000-year-old ginseng king, dragon ji leaf, crystal blood dragon ginseng, beautiful tulip, mixed fairy grass, black jade bamboo, earth dragon golden melon. Really, there is a treasure mountain ahead. Even though Lin Xiao had already prepared himself mentally. But I was still shocked by the dazzling array of magical herbs. In addition to what he knew, there were many things that were not mentioned in the original book. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. There is no poisonous weed in the world. The difference between a doctor and a poison moss. Chapter 30. There is no poisonous weed in the world. The difference between a doctor and a poison master. Unfortunately, although there are many medicinal herbs in this yin-yang eye of ice and fire, there are also many poisonous herbs. The poisonous herbs and medicinal herbs each account for half. Master Yat, are you going to remove all the poisonous herbs? Douluo was given the title of Douluo. At this time, he was like an old farmer, carrying a hoe and turning the soil. While turning the soil, he asked Ye Qingxian tentatively. Master Yat, do you have any prejudice against poisonous weeds? Douluo couldn't bear to part with these poisonous weeds, although I don't recognize many of them and don't know how to use them. But he just likes poison. Douluo would naturally have some favorable impression towards anything related to poison, as evidenced by the fact that he used poison as his title. Therefore, he was afraid that Ye Qingxian would pull out all the poisonous weeds and plant medicinal herbs instead. Ye Qingxian rolled up his sleeves, not caring about the dirt on his white arms. He just focused on studying how to develop the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to maximize its benefits. Suddenly I heard Douluo's question. She had a look of surprise on her face. Then I saw Douluo's cautious look. Ye Qingxian was a very smart woman. She understood why Douluo asked this question after a little thought. She couldn't help but chuckled and said, Senior Poison Douluo, are you afraid that I will remove these poisonous weeds? You underestimate me too much. In the eyes of ordinary people, and even in front of poison masters, there seems to be a distinction between medicinal herbs and poisonous herbs. However, in the eyes of doctors, there are no poisonous herbs in the world. It's just that people don't understand the behavior of herbs. There are no poisonous weeds in the world. Although Ye Qingxian's tone was calm, her words were like the rumbling of thunder, exploding in Douluo's ears and leaving him stunned for a moment. Ye Qingxian gave examples in an orderly manner. For example, the common herb aconite is highly toxic, but it can be used as medicine after being processed. This is related to the processing method. It can be processed with salt, ginger, or steamed. After being processed, aconite is still toxic. Just 30 grams can kill a normal person. For critically ill patients, I always start with 70 grams, and the disease is cured immediately. What is poison to others is medicine to me. Strong medicine is used for severe cases, but it is a pity that doctors who are not skilled enough dare not do so, nor do they have the ability to do so, which has led to the gradual decline of medicine. Douluo came back to his senses and nodded involuntarily after hearing Ye Qingxian's opinion. Well reasoned and logical. What is poison to others is medicine to me. That's really good advice. Master Yat, I'm grateful for your advice. Douluo let out a long sigh. He had been obsessed with poison all his life, but his knowledge of poisonous plants was not as good as Ye Qingxian's. He had to admit defeat here. Ye Qingxian smiled and said, poisonous things are also good medicines. Senior Poison Douluo, did you know that arsenic, although highly toxic, can also cure diseases? Arsenic has the effects of corroding sores and removing decay, killing insects, eliminating phlegm, and stopping malaria. It is commonly used for hemorrhoids, scrofula, carbuncles, malignant ulcers, ringworms, cold phlegm, asthma, malaria, and rest dysentery. Similarly, if ginseng, which nourishes qi and blood, is taken by a patient who is too weak to be nourished, it can also kill the patient. The green onion is highly poisonous, but it is edible after being cooked. All these things illustrate one truth. There are no poisonous weeds in the world. It's just that when too many people who don't know how to use herbs die, they become poisonous weeds. Douluo. Although the words are rough, the logic is sound, but isn't it too rough? The head of the Ye family has an elegant temperament and must be extremely beautiful, as can be seen from the little girl Ye Lingling, but his personality is really a bit careless. However, she is truly a heroine. Ye Qingxian clapped her hands. So, in my eyes, there are no poisonous weeds, they are all medicinal herbs. Once I have sorted out this medicinal field, I will make sure to prescribe a strong medicine for that kid Lin Xiao, so that he can experience my true level. Lin Xiao came out from the core area of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire at this time. He was surprised and asked, what kind of strong medicine? Nothing. Ye Qingxian waved his hand and asked, have you checked them all? What kind of magic herbs are there? Lin Xiao told Ye Qingxian about the types of magical herbs he had seen. Ye Qingxian thought for a while and replied. Dragon Ganoderma leaf and Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, these two are suitable for Senior Poison Douluo and Yunyan. Kiluo Tulip is suitable for Lingling. As for you, Fiery Apricot Jiaishu is okay, but I don't recommend taking it now. Why? Your Phoenix of Destruction has not yet fully evolved, so take the Hunyuan Immortal Grass. You can take the Fiery Apricot later when you need it. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and said. But that ancient book says that immortal herbs can take away the fortune of heaven and earth, so they can't be taken too much. Only the star anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot can be taken together, but they don't count. It's fake. There is no such thing in the world. Different herbs should not be taken in excess. It's just that taking one herb of the magic herb can achieve a completely different effect. Taking it again won't improve much. The ancients didn't want people to swallow all of the magic herb after discovering it. That would be too wasteful and a disgrace to nature, so they made up this statement. Otherwise, if we can swallow both the star anise ice grass and the fiery apricot at the same time, just because ice and fire counteract each other, then why can't we take other immortal herbs together? Isn't the medical art about the complementary and mutually beneficial nature of the medicines? Ye Qingxian thought about it. Don't rush to take the immortal herb. It should be more effective if you combine it with other ancient herbs. Whether it's curing illnesses or strengthening the body, taking only a single herb will definitely reduce the effect, and it's a bit of a waste. Only after the medicinal properties are neutralized can they exert their miraculous effects. I'll think about how to match it later. I can't guarantee that my opinion is correct, but you can try it first. If it works, you can combine them one by one to ensure the maximum effect. If it doesn't work, just swallow it directly. Lin Xiao nodded. Everyone has their own expertise, so just leave this kind of thing to Ye Qingxian. Douluo stood there silently. Logically speaking, he is a titled Douluo and should take the lead. However, he did not know as much about medicinal herbs as Lin Xiao and Ye Qingxian, so he could only stare at Ye Qingxian, hoping that she could come up with the best solution. The ice and fire spring is helpful to Lin Xiao's cultivation. He practiced the 5 animal exercises and 8-section brocade beside the ice and fire pond, and felt that he had made great progress. Douluo humbly asked Ye Qingxian about the efficacy of the poisonous grass. 7 days passed. Ye Qingxian tested the medicinal properties continuously, and memorized all the characteristics of the herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and finally put together a qualified plan. Finally done. The green phosphorus snake likes the cold and has a strong toxicity. I use the dragon ganoderma leaves to neutralize it, and the snow swan kiss leaves to retain the toxicity. I also use the earth dragon golden gourd to stimulate the blood. My martial soul will definitely undergo a transformation. It can also maximize my soul power. Nine-hearted begonia is envied by the heavens, and needs Douluo tulip to break the restrictions of its martial soul, and assist with the 10,000 years ginseng king's roots to nourish its spiritual essence, and then with snow silkworm grass, it can break through the obstacles to the greatest extent. Lin Xiao, you are now at a critical stage of the destruction phoenix transformation. The Hunyuan immortal grass and the black jade divine bamboo are more suitable for you. Swallow them both together, and supplement them with other 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines. Perhaps your destruction phoenix transformation can reach a higher level. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, A woman like an eagle will also cry. Chapter 31, Eagle-like women also cry. Ye Qingxian looked a little tired, but her beautiful eyes were full of energy. She has been immersed in medicine for decades, and has thought about using medical skills to resolve the curse of the nine-hearted begonia spirit. However, human power is limited and can ultimately not defeat fate. This time when she came to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and saw this treasure land that took away the fortune of heaven and earth, as well as the magical herbs that could change fate, she wished she could use all she had learned in her life and use up her last bit of talent. Lin Xiao, go get these magical herbs I mentioned first. Lin Xiao had already prepared various shovels made of gold, silver, copper, iron, and jade, as well as the finest mutton fat jade boxes, for picking and storing the immortal herbs. Not long after, he came back with the magic herb. And yet, the magical herbs you mentioned are in this jade box. Ye Qingxian took it carefully, opened it and took a look. The subtle fragrance emanating from the magic grass filled her face and was refreshing. It is indeed a fairy product. Ye Qingxian praised, and then said ordinary herbs must be processed before they can be taken, but this magical herb has no impurities and only the essence remains. It can indeed be swallowed directly. It just needs to be mixed with other ingredients. I'll try it first to see if taking it together will be more effective. If it works, I'll let you guys try. Ye Qingxian chose to be a guinea pig, so that she could most intuitively feel the changes brought about by the magical herb after it entered her body, and could also see whether it was more effective than taking it alone. Ye Qingxian took out the Douluo tulip, gently plucked off half of the petals, then pulled off the roots of the 10,000-year-old ginseng king, and swallowed them along with the millennium snow silkworm grass. She only felt a warm current flowing into her body, and then an absolutely gentle and harmless force flowed through her limbs and bones, making her whole body fragrant. The nine-hearted begonia martial spirit automatically emerged. The enchanting pink and white flowers emit a faint white halo, revealing beauty in the haziness. A closer look reveals that the nine-hearted begonia is actually undergoing a transformation. At the edge of the petals of the nine-hearted begonia, an extra petal had grown out at some point, and many tiny lace-like stamens had grown out of the stamens. When Ye Qingxian opened her eyes, she saw the transformation of the nine-hearted begonia in the palm of her hand, and under the root of the flower, a long dark red bloodline appeared. She covered her mouth in surprise. This is... The curse of the nine-hearted begonia is gone. That dark red bloodline is the curse of the nine-hearted begonia. When there are more than 2 nine-hearted begonias in the world, there will inevitably be an old nine-hearted begonia whose vitality will be devoured by this dark red bloodline, and it will wither and die. But in the future, such tragedies will never happen again. Ye Qingxian was speechless, as if she had suddenly lost her voice. She covered her mouth with her hands, and although she did not cry out loud, her tears fell like pearls on the back of her hand. Carrying the curse of the nine-hearted begonia, she had endured too much alone, but fortunately, Ye Lingling no longer had to worry about losing her mother too early in the future. And yet, tomorrow will always be better and better, right? In fact, Lin Xiao was unsure about it. But after hearing Ye Qingxian say that the curse of the nine-hearted begonia had disappeared, he finally put down the heavy stone in his heart, and comforted Ye Qingxian. You will accompany Sister Lingling as she grows up, witness her future happiness, and see her smile from the bottom of her heart without pretending to be strong. Ye Qingxian's tears fell even harder. Lin Xiao was just about to persuade her not to get too excited, but in the blink of an eye, he was embraced by a pair of arms as white as jade. It was Ye Qingxian who leaned on his shoulder and cried loudly. Tears wet Lin Xiao's clothes. Lin Xiao's body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed and gently patted Ye Qingxian's back. Douluo said nothing, just turned his head away, with tears in the corners of his eyes. If you ask who best understands why Ye Qingxian was crying, he is the right person. I have traveled across the continent, experienced countless hardships, and encountered countless opportunities, and finally became a titled Douluo. However, I have been depressed all my life. I never met my grandfather when I was young, I lost my father when I was young, and when I was middle-aged, I had to see my own children die. Only the young Yanyan is left by my side. It seems that there are too many unspeakable pains in this life. This is what gave rise to Poison Douluo's eccentric personality. Now seeing Ye Qingxian crying bitterly, Douluo felt a moment of sadness in his heart, and then he was filled with joy. The martial soul curse of the nine-hearted begonia is more difficult to deal with than the martial soul defect of the green phosphorus snake. Now that the difficult ones have been overcome, will the martial soul defect of the green phosphorus snake still be a problem? After crying for a while, Ye Qingxian's emotions gradually stabilized. Then he touched Lin Xiao's head and said with a choked voice, "Don't worry about me. I'm just a little happy, so I'm crying for joy. In the beginning, I never took your words to heart. Wasn't I determined to solve the martial arts defect of Juxin Haitang? My mother and my grandfather did the same. However, it turned out that everything was in vain. I just had too many disappointments." She had already lost heart. Therefore, even though there is hope in front of me, I keep reminding myself not to harbor delusions, not to have too much expectations, and to stay calm. Ye Qingxian has always given people the impression of being calm and elegant, to the point of being indifferent to life. Lin Xiao even thought that even if he was burned to death by the evil fire, she would not shed a tear, but would only choose to calmly deal with the aftermath and help him keep vigil. But how come the surprise came so quickly? Ye Qingxian chuckled. The laughter was crisp and sounded familiar. Lin Xiao even thought it was Sister Lingling when she grew up. Ye Qingxian suddenly held Lin Xiao's face and said, "Why do you like me more and more? Come, Aunt Ye will reward you." Unexpectedly, Ye Qingxian kissed Lin Xiao on the cheek. Lin Xiao's face turned red with embarrassment. Ye Qingxian laughed out loud. "You are good in every way, except that you are too thin-skinned, like a little girl. That's not right, you still need to practice." Douluo was already impatient at this time and echoed, "Yes, being thin-skinned is not the sign of someone who can accomplish great things. Why should a 6-year-old kid be ashamed? Patriarch Ye is right. By the way, Master Ye, since you have tried and proved that it works, when do you think I should take the magic grass?" Douluo can't wait any longer. Ye Qingxian stood up. Lin Xiao then broke free from her arms as if he had been pardoned. Aunt Ye was really strong. Could it be said that she was a soul emperor? Ye Qingxian smiled and said confidently, "Why do we need the magic grass to cure the poison of the green phosphorus snake spirit? Senior Poison Douluo, have you ever thought that your jade phosphorus snake venom is not actually a martial spirit defect, but is caused by your martial spirit being too strong? The poison of the martial soul. I really want to see its evolution." End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Dig the ground and bury him after he dies. Chapter 32, Dig the ground and bury him after he dies. The venom of the green phosphorus snake is not a defect, but the martial spirit is too strong. Douluo looked surprised. It was the first time he heard such a statement. Whether it's right or not, it sounds really nice. Among the most poisonous martial spirits in the world, the jade phosphorus snake can be ranked in the top 3. Its venom is the best in the continent. When it is cultivated to a high level, it can even poison the martial spirit. It's both extremely contagious and destructive. The most terrifying thing is that this martial spirit toxin is so strong that it can actually backfire on the host. Its toxicity is so strong that it is rarely seen in the world. No. Douluo was originally happy and pretending to be reserved, but suddenly he thought of something and his face suddenly darkened. However, this Lin Xiao kid is immune to my poison. Ye Qingxian asked back. The poison of the jade phosphorus snake is certainly the best in the continent, but isn't Lin Xiao's evil fire also extremely strange? You have to know that he is born with full soul power. Any martial soul with full soul power, even if it is a seemingly ordinary blue-silver grass, must have an extraordinary bloodline hidden. Besides, Lin Xiao's evil fire is still evolving. If Senior Poison Douluo uses Lin Xiao as an example, maybe he can find another one of him in the world. Douluo hesitated for a moment and shook his head slowly. Lin Xiao was thinking about the past in his heart. Speaking of the evil fire phoenix, I wonder how Ma Hongjun is doing now. Although we have different ideas, we cannot work together. But Lin Xiao never despised Ma Hongjun's choice in his heart. He had no right to despise others and only wanted to be himself. At the side, Ye Qingxian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. If I just want to solve the problem of martial spirit toxins invading my body, I don't need to use immortal herbs at all. These 1,000-year-old and 10,000-year-old herbs can nourish my body and neutralize the toxins. However, the immortal herbs I chose are not to help Senior Poison Douluo detoxify you, but to strengthen your poison. Let your martial spirit evolve into the true king of all poisons. Douluo was shocked. Strengthen the poison? The venom of the green phosphorus snake is already overbearing. I relied on the special magnetic field of this treasure land and the strength of a titled Douluo to suppress it. If it strengthens again, once it explodes, I will be helpless. Douluo was feeling a little uncomfortable. Don't mess around. Wouldn't it be enough to choose some magical herbs or spirit herbs that can neutralize toxins and expel the toxins from my body? And it strengthens the toxins. Doesn't this mean chopping open my head with an axe and claiming it's a cure for gout? If he hadn't known that Ye Qingxian was a serious person, Douluo would have been wondering if he had offended her before. Don't choose this time to take revenge. Ye Qingxian has always respected the fate of others. She simply and directly gave Douluo 3 options. Poison Douluo, I have 3 solutions. The first one is to regularly use spiritual herbs to expel toxins from your body. In this way, although there are poisons in your body, they are just like Lin Xiao's evil fire. As long as they are constantly weakened, they will not endanger your life. However, your toxins are bound to become more and more sluggish. The benefit is that it is the safest. The second option is to swallow the immortal herb that dissolves the toxin. From now on, the toxins in the jade phosphorus snake emperor's martial spirit will be completely eliminated, and you will no longer be troubled by toxins. However, although your spirit skills can still be used, they will basically have no power. You will be the weakest in a battle of the same level. The third method is to swallow the magical herb that allows snakes to evolve and evolve the jade phosphorus snake king martial spirit. If successful, it will become a more powerful martial spirit, and the strength of the toxin will also usher in a qualitative leap. However, in this process, there is also the danger of toxins in your body exploding. Yanyan has very little toxins, so there is no need to worry. After listening to Ye Qingxian's 3 options, Douluo was silent for a long time. The first one is regular detoxification. It's too troublesome and there is no improvement. The second method is to purify toxins. Impossible. If you don't play with poison, you'd be worse off dead. The third type is a bit dangerous. Douluo pondered for a while, then suddenly chuckled. I once boasted that I didn't care about life and death. The only reason I was afraid of death was because I couldn't let go of Yanyan. Since Yanyan doesn't have this hidden danger, I don't have too many concerns. I have been obsessed with poison all my life. I once thought that even if I die, I want to die from a deadly poison, and it must be the most powerful poison in the world. Only then can I die a worthy death and die without regrets. Now that I have the opportunity to go further, why are you still hesitating? Master Yat, I choose the third option. Let me see how graceful this green phosphorus snake venom will be after it evolves. Seeing Douluo made up his mind, Ye Qingxian immediately handed over paper and pen. Douluo. He didn't react for a moment. What was Ye Qingxian doing? Lin Xiao was whispering beside him. Senior Douluo, Aunt Ye probably asked you to write a suicide note. If you fail, you probably won't even have time to leave a last message for Sister Yanyan. In my opinion, you should arrange your funeral as soon as possible. Douluo immediately blew his beard and glared. I haven't even started yet, and you're already discouraging me. No. If you die, dig the ground and bury it. That's right. Didn't you bring a hoe and a shovel? The inscription on the tombstone is, Tomb of Douluo, the world's #1 poison soul master. After hesitating for half a second, Lin Xiao whispered, Senior Douluo, after you die, the title of the world's #1 poison will probably belong to Sister Yanyan. How about writing it as the world's #2 poison? Douluo. He was so angry that he said fiercely, I brought you to this treasure land. If I die, you must take on the responsibility of taking care of Yanyan. Otherwise, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Ye Qingxian silently put away the paper and pen. Douluo originally spoke of being open-minded, but from his hesitation one could sense that he was still struggling greatly in his heart. So Ye Qingxian simply asked him to arrange the funeral. This way you can worry less. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao would perform such a trick in just a few words? It seemed that Douluo was so angry that he was jumping up and down, but the hidden worries in his heart disappeared, and he became more open-minded after talking it out. This will also be beneficial for the subsequent evolution of the martial soul. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up, by the way, Senior Douluo, don't you have a dansu? When your martial spirit evolves later, keep an eye on it. Douluo looked at Lin Xiao in surprise, then opened his mouth and spit out an emerald green round bead. This is the pill bead that was condensed after my Jade Phosphorus Snake martial spirit evolved into the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. All my lifelong poison skills are cultivated on it. It can be said that it carries half of my strength. But how did you know that? Lin Xiao smiled but said nothing. Guess? Wait until you can survive. In short, this is what was condensed after the martial spirit evolved. Then the opportunity for the next evolution will naturally come from it. Douluo smiled cheerfully. It doesn't matter whether Lin Xiao knew it from Yanyan or somewhere else, so what if I knew? Thank you for reminding. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, The Python Turns into a Dragon, The Grace of Rebirth. Chapter 33, The Python Turns into a Dragon, The Grace of Rebirth. Douluo had no worries and sat cross-legged immediately, taking Dragon Ji leaves and Earth Dragon Golden Melon to stimulate his blood, and supplemented with snow-colored Swan Kiss leaves to enhance the toxicity. Then, his whole body's aura became restrained and his face looked calm. Earth-shaking changes were taking place inside his body, but it was invisible to the outside world. Ye Qingxian and Lin Xiao were talking while helping Douluo protect the law. And yet, are there any other changes in your nine-hearted begonia martial spirit? Lin Xiao asked curiously. After my nine-hearted begonia martial spirit evolved, in addition to breaking the curse that only 2 plants can exist in the world, its healing ability has also been improved. Moreover, even the wounds to the martial soul can be healed. Speaking of this, a look of joy appeared in Ye Qingxian's eyes. There is a consensus in the Soul Master world: once the martial soul is damaged, the Soul Master is considered useless. In serious cases, he will die on the spot, and in minor cases, his foundation will be destroyed, making it difficult for him to make any progress in the future. A certain waste from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is a typical example. Although the nine-hearted begonia has the ability to change one's fate, it is powerless against physical injuries caused by martial soul trauma. Originally, it could only keep the patient alive, but now it can be cured. Her nine-hearted begonia has completely escaped from its mortal form and transformed into an immortal product. Lin Xiao was also surprised when he heard this. The reason why he can keep courting death and repeatedly actively stimulate the evil fire to temper his body with the evil fire, isn't it because of the nine-hearted begonia's miraculous healing ability? Now that Ye Qingxian has reached a higher level, his safety is more guaranteed. At this time, Douluo let out a muffled groan. The two of them looked over quickly, and saw that Douluo was still sitting cross-legged, but the green phosphorus Snake King's martial spirit automatically emerged and turned into a phantom behind Douluo. Originally, the green phosphorus Snake King looked somewhat similar to the king cobra. It was huge and extremely ferocious, with dense dark green scales all over its body with colorful patterns on them. However, at this time, the shadow of the green phosphorus Snake King's martial spirit was seen twisting constantly, restless, and its tongue was constantly spitting out. There was no sound coming out, but it felt like a hissing sound. As the snake twisted its body, the dark green snake skin gradually faded away, and the whole body turned into jade-like jade color. The jade-like scales were extremely beautiful, as if they were carved from the finest jade. And at the head of the snake, there is something even more prominent, with a big bulge appearing, as if something is brewing and is about to break out of the shell. When Douluo was refining the immortal herb, he kept Lin Xiao's reminder in mind. He felt that the blood in his body began to heat up, and the temperature was constantly rising, as if it was about to boil. The suppressed toxins in his body burst out all at once and mixed with the boiling blood. At this moment, he completely ignored the eruption of poison and instead exhausted all his soul power, trying his best to direct all the medicinal power of the magic grass to the pill bead. If you don't succeed, you will succeed, sizzle. The green phosphorus Snake King's martial spirit was synchronized with Douluo's. The snake's body was rolling and it was enduring great pain. Hard keratinous substances had already protruded from the scalp at the protruding parts of its head and horns. The python turns into a dragon. Ye Qingxian exclaimed, his face solemn. All snake soul beasts have a trace of dragon blood in their bodies, but some have a stronger concentration while others are so thin that they can be ignored. As the king of snakes, the green phosphorus snake's bloodline is denser than that of other snakes. Douluo's green phosphorus snake martial spirit evolved into the green phosphorus Snake King, condensing a pill bead, and was even closer to transforming into a dragon. This time, under the stimulation of the magic grass, it was evolving towards the direction of a dragon, which was the lifelong dream of all snake and fish soul beasts. When Ye Qingxian saw Douluo's face was green, she knew that the toxins in his body had completely erupted. If he could not evolve for a long time, or if his evolution failed, a generation of title will fall like this. Lin Xiao looked at the scene in front of him and it was very familiar to him. He had experienced the life and death situations that Douluo was experiencing 3 times already. However, when his evil fire was raging, he could still rely on the nine-hearted begonia to heal it, but when Douluo's poison erupted, he could only rely on himself. Old poison, there aren't many people in the world who are as eccentric and loyal as you. Don't die here, it would be such a pity. Lin Xiao looked at Ye Qingxian and was about to speak. However, Ye Qingxian had already taken a step ahead of him and summoned the nine-hearted begonia martial soul. A burst of healing soul skills were unleashed, and countless pink and white light rains fell from the sky onto Douluo's body. Although the nine-hearted begonia cannot detoxify. However, the damage to the meridians caused by the toxin outbreak can be healed, and can help Douluo survive for a while. Suddenly, Douluo spat out a large mouthful of blood. The scalding blood fell on the lawn, emitting white steam with a sizzling sound, and scorched the grass to death. Boiling blood. When Ye Qingxian saw Douluo vomiting blood, she was surprised. Snakes are cold-blooded animals. Even a soul master with a snake spirit has a body temperature slightly lower than that of a normal person. This is especially obvious after the spirit possesses the soul. The blood that poisoned Douluo spat out was scalding hot, as if boiling. This shows that he has already made great progress in his transformation into a dragon. Perhaps he is just one step away from the final step. Snake blood is cold, dragon blood is boiling. Lin Xiao inexplicably thought of the 10-headed flaming sun snake in the city of slaughter. Perhaps, it is only one step away from transforming into a dragon. However, even if a fish leaps over the dragon gate, one step is still a chasm. The treatment of nine-hearted begonia did play a great role. Douluo's expression eased a little. Although his face was still ugly green, his brows were much more relaxed. And yet, look! Lin Xiao suddenly discovered something and pointed his finger at Douluo's green phosphorus snake king spirit. But at some point, a golden horn had grown on the head of the green phosphorus snake king. Jade produces gold, and turns into a dragon. Douluo suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth, and spat out a golden inner elixir, which made Lin Xiao almost think of messy things like golden core monk and Jadan demon. Congratulations, Senior Poison Douluo. The python turns into a dragon, a step beyond the ordinary. Ye Qingxian chuckled and congratulated. Douluo's martial soul evolved into a dragon, just like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, only one step, but it crossed the chasm of the mortal body. Lin Xiao looked left and right. Why didn't this green phosphorus snake king grow dragon claws after evolving? It seems that we are all the same, the road to evolution is long and arduous. Douluo clasped his fists towards Ye Qingxian. Thank you, Master Ye. The reason why Ye Qingxian was able to transform into a dragon this time was because of the magic herbs he used, as well as the healing assistance of the nine-hearted begonia. He worked hard but achieved great success. Afterwards, Douluo looked at Lin Xiao again and found that this kid was staring at his martial spirit shadow left and right, and he was just about to lift up the snake's body to see whether it was male or female. His face darkened, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you too, Lin Xiao. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have made a desperate move in the end. I wouldn't have suppressed the poison, but instead used all my strength to guide the power of the immortal herbs to flow into the pill bead." This time, Lin Xiao and Ye Qingxian gave Douluo a second life. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 A Peep from the Sky. Chapter 34 A Peep from the Sky. Lin Xiao was still curious. How come after Douluo's martial soul evolved, he only had a golden horn but no dragon claws? Is it hiding under the snake's body? He was just about to start, trying to see if he could touch it, and if he could, he would lift it up and see. However, bang! Lin Xiao covered his head and said in pain, "Senior Douluo, why did you hit me?" Douluo looked unhappy. "What do you want to do with my martial spirit?" Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly. "I'm just curious, why doesn't your jade phosphorus snake king have dragon claws underneath, Senior Douluo?" "Oh, it shouldn't be called jade phosphorus snake king anymore." Douluo pondered for a while. "After evolving, we'll call it golden horned jade dragon." This time, the jade phosphorus snake king evolved into a dragon. I don't know how much stronger its body has become. This has greatly enhanced my physique, which is a pleasant surprise. Even if I don't use poison in the future, I won't be completely helpless. Lin Xiao understood the meaning of Douluo's words. This is just a pleasant surprise? Then what is the biggest surprise? Douluo couldn't help but smile. Of course it's the skill I'm proud of, poison. Lin Xiao, you are immune to the venom of the jadeite snake, but are you interested in trying the venom of my golden-horned jadeite dragon? Lin Xiao's head shook like a rattle. I reject. Douluo was greatly disappointed, but still unwilling to give up. He asked, really not going to try? I feel like you can do it. Lin Xiao had a blank expression on his face. No, I can't. Douluo really had bad intentions. He was too petty. Wasn't it just because he was immune to his snake venom and had slightly damaged his self-confidence that he had to take revenge? Ye Qingxian asked at this time. Senior Poison Douluo, how much has your soul power increased? It's only increased by 1 level. The first level of titled Douluo is comparable to the 10th level of a low-level spirit master. This level is not a small number. Ye Qingxian nodded slightly. I was originally level 65, and I have increased by 5 levels. Now my realm has reached Soul Saint. As long as I hunt for soul rings, I can become a true Soul Saint. Lin Xiao, although Senior Poison Douluo's spirit has evolved into a golden-horned jade dragon, it does not have dragon claws. This should be related to the direction and degree of the spirit's evolution. It is harmless. Now it's your turn to swallow the magic grass. Lin Xiao nodded, took out the Hunyuan immortal grass and the black jade divine bamboo, and swallowed the whole plant. Boom! After swallowing the Hunyuan immortal grass and the black jade magic bamboo, the evil fire in Lin Xiao's body suddenly raged, and the dark and destructive phoenix form automatically transformed, and the black mysterious phoenix fire burned fiercely. Compared to the evolution process of Ye Qingxian and Douluo's martial spirits, the commotion caused by Lin Xiao was much bigger. Without saying a word, Ye Qingxian summoned the 9-hearted begonia martial soul, and his soul skills poured down on Lin Xiao like an overwhelming force, drowning him in countless pink and white rains of light. However, Ye Qingxian seemed to have worried too much. This time, Lin Xiao did not feel any pain during the evolution, but only felt warm all over. After the Hunyuan immortal grass was swallowed, it turned into Hunyuan qi, which flowed through Lin Xiao's meridians. The darkness and destructive aura that were originally somewhat incompatible were miraculously integrated together. The black jade divine bamboo also played a huge role at this time. Lin Xiao's phoenix martial soul had changed from half red and half black to completely black, but the change did not stop. The black color began to transform into the texture of black jade. Finally, a phoenix that looked like it was carved from ink-colored jade, spotless and with an air of magnificence and nobility, appeared in front of Ye Qingxian and Douluo. Lin Xiao's image at this time also underwent a huge change. The long red maple-colored hair turned into ink-black hair, and the bright and dazzling eyes gradually became cold. A cold breath overflowed involuntarily, and the pupils were no longer red, but turned into a mysterious and deep black, as if there was a kind of gravity that could attract people's attention and make it difficult for people to extricate themselves. The most important isn't it a bit exaggerated that this person has grown so much taller in an instant? Lin Xiao is almost as tall as Ye Qingxian. Ye Qingxian and Douluo looked at each other in silence. Obviously, no one had expected that Lin Xiao would have such a big change. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and his voice was cold, yet as clear and pleasant as the sound of jade colliding. With the help of the Hunyuan immortal grass, my darkness and destruction attributes have been perfectly integrated together, and I have become a true phoenix of destruction. But the evolution has not yet ended. The remaining primordial qi is entangled with the spiritual essence of the black jade bamboo, and then the phoenix of destruction begins to transform again. In addition to the perfect darkness and destructive attributes, my phoenix martial soul also has the attributes of being indestructible and immune to all erosion. Now it shouldn't be called the phoenix of destruction, but the one that is higher than the phoenix of destruction, the black jade divine phoenix. At this moment, the clouds above the sky were torn apart, creating a huge hole. Like an indifferent eye, overlooking the underworld. However, after searching for a long time, there was no result. At this moment, it seemed that in the far reaches of the interstellar space, across several spaces, a faint cry of a phoenix was heard, and the torn hole closed again in an instant. It seems like nothing happened. Such changes in the sky did not attract the attention of anyone in the lower world, except for a few gods' inheritances, who felt it slightly. Poseidon Island. The high priestess Poseidon was wearing a gorgeous and noble priest robe, and her long silver white hair was simply fixed with a hairpin, but it was indescribably exquisite and gorgeous. She was over 100 years old, but her skin was still delicate and smooth like a girl, and she was incredibly beautiful. She is praying with her eyes closed. May the merciful and powerful sea god bestow his love and protect the people on the sea with his supreme power, so that all creatures in the ocean can live and die in peace. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and a rare look of surprise appeared in her indifferent and compassionate eyes. The sea god actually issued a decree to pay attention to the noble man who can transcend darkness and destruction, the proud son of heaven. However, as the high priestess of Poseidon Island, she was responsible for guarding the sea and could not leave without permission. Poseidon held the scepter in his hand and waved it slightly. A powerful energy wave spread out like ripples. The 7 holy pillar guardians of Poseidon Island were all summoned. Came at the call. The high priest had a solemn expression on his face, and he opened his red lips and said, "Convey the will of the sea god and find the noble son of God who can control darkness and destruction. Bring him to me. Whoever finds him among all the tribes of the sea will receive the blessing of the god." The 7 guardians of the holy pillar were surprised. What kind of genius must the son of God be to be able to attract the attention of Lord Poseidon? "I obey the order of the high priest. The sea is vast and boundless, and the glory of the sea god protects his people." On that day, the ocean shook and all races were in excitement. We must dig deep into the ground to find the Son of God who can control darkness and destruction. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 The Distant Phoenix Cry from Beyond the Stars. Chapter 35 The Distant Phoenix Cry from Beyond the Stars. The scene on Poseidon Island is being played out elsewhere. The City of Killing. On the originally noisy streets, all kinds of degenerates were engaging in intrigues and deceptions, fighting, raping, and humiliating each other without any bottom line. Suddenly, a group of tall knights wearing silver armor rode on war horses and swept across the street like lightning. All the fallen people who blocked their way were mercilessly whipped with whips. This kind of horsewhip is special, soaked in special potion. One whip will tear the skin and flesh apart, just like fireworks, and the sound is as loud as firecrackers. Heart-wrenching screams came one after another. The screams were met with even more ruthless whippings. Until the noisy sounds stopped and the environment became quiet. Convey the will of the Lord King of Slaughter, and find the Son of God who can control darkness and destruction. Anyone who can find and bring him to the king will be the most honorable person besides the king. Below 1 person, above 10,000 people. The leading knight's cold voice came through his armor. He then rode away with his team. Head to the next street to announce the Lord of Slaughter's orders. After he left, the originally quiet street suddenly erupted into noisy sounds. Countless fallen people had bloodshot eyes and looked at the people around them with vicious eyes. The Son of God who controls darkness and destruction, are you? I think you look more like her. The crowd started fighting for no apparent reason. The blood stimulates the nerves and the desire to kill fills everyone's heart. Temple of Angels. The great priest Douluo prayed devoutly. Merciful and forgiving angel God, your holy light shines upon the world, and the glory of angels is eternally bright. God guides the world to seek a place of light and warmth, nourishes all things with gentle light, and cleanses sins with holy flames. Suddenly, a soft glow enveloped Douluo. A divine thought sounded in his heart. Douluo suddenly opened his eyes, ecstatic. He even failed to suppress his own powerful aura, causing the other priests in the hall to look surprised, not knowing what had happened. When he came to his senses, he saw the angel statue emitting a faint glow and exclaimed, "The angel statue has appeared. Great priest, has the angel god passed down any oracle?" Douluo frowned and said in surprise, "The oracle said that I should pay attention to the Son of God who can control darkness and destruction." Although the throne has long been given to Shwetter, it asked me to make friends with this person. Qian Daoliu pondered for a moment, took out a pen and paper, wrote a secret letter and passed it to Jian Rongxiu. Perhaps, this person can also be of great help to Shwetter. The Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong was wearing a nightgown, having just woken up from a nap. She sat on the brocade couch and stretched lazily. Her graceful figure blossomed in a place where no one could appreciate it, and her beautiful face was not as solemn as usual. She was about to stand up, but a divine thought suddenly came from the Rakshasa god inheritance in her mind. The Son of God who controls darkness and destruction? What a mess! Tell Elder Ju to pass the message down and keep an eye out. Spirit World. At this moment, two terrifying divine thoughts were entangled in a distant quarrel. Evil, this is the genius I saw first, he should be my successor. You said you saw it first? Ridiculous, I was the one who noticed it first, but I just didn't find his location. Evil, do you really have to compete with me? That genius can perfectly control the attribute of destruction, and is the best choice to inherit my throne. Destruction? You are the one who wants to snatch it from me. I have never seen a genius with such pure dark attributes who is not corrupted by darkness. He should inherit my evil godhood. The two divine thoughts engaged in a fierce confrontation. The great commotion in the divine world made all the gods extremely curious. But he didn't dare to go forward to spy. It was because the two divine thoughts that were arguing like shrews in the street came from the evil God King and the destruction God King, the two strongest people in the world of gods. Suddenly, a divine thought joined in the communication. Stop arguing. I'm afraid you two won't have a chance to find that person as the successor. After the sound of the phoenix just now, the energy of Douluo star has been disrupted. Even you can't sense that person's location. The evil God King and the destruction God King snorted coldly. Sura, are you going to snatch it from us too? If we remember correctly, the place where your throne was inherited happens to be on Douluo star, but didn't you find the successor a long time ago? God Shura said without changing his expression. Of course I'm not interested. Besides me, there are also Poseidon, Angel, and Rakshasa who have inheritance sites on Douluo star. They are probably very interested and are probably investigating it behind the scenes. He betrayed the other gods without hesitation. Evil and destruction were both angry and said in unison they dare. If I don't inherit my throne to a genius like this, it would be a real waste of talent. Azura God poured cold water on him in the God realm. The God King is naturally the most powerful, but that is the lower world that they have managed for a long time. Even the God King cannot arbitrarily break the rules of the God realm, let alone rob the inheritors of other gods. Do you think they dare? However, fortunately, after the sound of the phoenix, not only you, but even the gods who have inherited the land on Douluo star, all lost their sense of that genius. No one can find it for a while. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After a long silence, the evil God King said, didn't the phoenix leave after it was defeated in the battle with the dragon god? Why is it still paying attention to what's happening here? And how did it sense the birth of that genius? Evil can be sensed because of the birth of pure darkness, destruction can be sensed because of the birth of pure destruction. Some cunning gods in the divine world could sense that it was because the noise caused by evil and destruction working together to investigate Douluo star was too loud, so the news leaked out. However, how could the phoenix god, who had been missing since its defeat in the battle for the divine realm with the dragon god, sense it? Could it be that Douluo star has its own heritage? Shouldn't it? No one could answer the evil God King's confusion, because it was also the common confusion in their hearts. The god of destruction said depressedly, who knows? We didn't detect that prodigy originally. It should be because he entered some secret place and his energy was blocked. We can detect him as long as we wait for him to come out. Now that the phoenix has messed up everything, the chi is in chaos, and even that proud person can't detect it. After thinking for a while, Azura god hesitated and said. Could it be that although the phoenix is fighting with the dragon god, they are still beings of the same level and they respect each other? It can't stand us splitting the dragon god, so it deliberately makes trouble. No one can answer. Who knows what the phoenix is thinking? What good is that for it? End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Primordial Chi, Black Jade Phoenix. Chapter 36, The Primordial Chi, the Black Jade Phoenix. Tisk tisk, Lin Xiao, other girls change a lot when they grow up, and they become different as they grow up. But you are much more amazing than a girl who changes a lot when she grows up. Douluo looked at Lin Xiao in amazement. This kid has changed so much that he's like a completely different person. Moreover, Douluo has been in the spirit master world for many years. What strange things has he not seen? But he has never seen a spirit that can switch forms. Lin Xiao said coldly after the martial soul form was switched. It did affect my appearance, but my mind was always clear, just like normal times. Ye Qingxian walked forward and pinched Lin Xiao's arm. So hard. Muscle density increased? It should not only be due to the physical enhancement after swallowing the magic grass, but more to the current form of the Black Jade Divine Phoenix. You just said that after evolving into the Black Jade Divine Phoenix, you have the properties of being indestructible and incorruptible. Indestructible is easy to understand. After the spirit possesses the body's strength increases significantly. But you said it is not susceptible to corrosion. What does that mean specifically? Ye Qingxian was testing Lin Xiao's physical strength while touching him all over, while asking Lin Xiao questions. She wants to do a systematic investigation. Only after becoming familiar with Lin Xiao's body could she prepare personalized medicinal bath and medicinal diet recipes for Lin Xiao to maximize the effect of his practice. Come to think of it, she doesn't even care that much about Lingling. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said. It means that I will not be corrupted by evil attributes, and I will also be immune to most controls, not just ice, fire, thunder, wind, but also a lot of other things. To be honest, after the Destruction Phoenix evolves into the Black Jade Phoenix, it gains 2 additional attributes, domination and damage immunity. Douluo, who was standing by, felt his scalp tingling. Lin Xiao simply reported all the attributes, and many more. This kid can't be immune to the poison after his own evolution? Douluo still refused to give up and secretly poisoned the person. Ahem, he didn't feel disgusted with Lin Xiao, and it was definitely not for the sake of face or anything. He mainly wanted to try to see if Lin Xiao could be immune to his toxin. If not, at least give him a reminder. Then, Douluo waited quietly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Lin Xiao didn't show any abnormality at all. Douluo. Obviously, the evolution of martial soul is something worth being happy about, but why am I suddenly not so happy about it? At this time, Ye Qingxian clapped his hands and exclaimed, Lin Xiao, do you know how terrifying your physical strength is now? It's close to that of a soul master. This is when you haven't obtained your second soul ring yet. Your hardness alone has even surpassed many soul masters. Add to that the fact that you are immune to many skill effects and the terrifying Black Phoenix fire, and now you are an all-around dual king with high attack, high defense, and high agility. What a monster! Ye Qingxian suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Douluo. By the way, Senior Poison Douluo, aren't you going to try to see if Lin Xiao can be immune to your poison? Try it now and see how strong his so-called immunity to erosion is. Douluo was silent. Ye Qingxian, what happened to Poison Douluo? You look a little frustrated. Did you say something wrong? Lin Xiao also looked at Douluo strangely. Didn't this old poisoner want to get back at his enemies before? Now he refuses to poison him, as if he knows poisoning is useless. Wait, something seems wrong. Lin Xiao looked at Douluo in shock. Senior Douluo, don't tell me that you have secretly poisoned me. Don't be so deceiving. Douluo felt embarrassed and angry and turned away. He doesn't want to talk now, he just wants to be quiet. Puchi Yechingxian laughed out loud, which was rare. If that's the case, it means that Lin Xiao, your immunity to erosion is very high. Switch your martial spirit form back. Lin Xiao released the form of the Black Jade Divine Phoenix and his height suddenly shrank, then his body appearance quickly returned to its original state. Yechingxian reached out and touched Lin Xiao's head. It's still cuter when it's smaller. Just now, he suddenly became almost as tall as me. I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Lin Xiao said angrily, but I don't want to be cute. Haha, when you grow up and want to go back to the past, it will be gone forever. Cherish the present time more, every period of time has its own value. In fact, every time period has its own regrets. But this is for Yechingxian. She hopes Lin Xiao will have no regrets. Only children want to grow up quickly, right? Yechingxian asked Lin Xiao, what is your current soul power level? I'm already level 20. There's still some energy left in my body, but I need to hunt for spirit rings before I can continue to improve. A rough calculation shows that 4 months have passed since Lin Xiao left Soto City. During this period, he hunted a firebird that was more than 12 years old. His soul power reached level 14, and then he cultivated it to level 25. Absorbing the fairy grass and the soul rings he hunted later should be able to help him reach level 26 or. It is worth mentioning that because of the continuous evil fire body tempering, Lin Xiao's soul power has been continuously refined, and both its power and endurance are far beyond those of soul masters of the same level. You are going to rise with the wind one day. Douluo, who was standing aside, was filled with emotion. Ordinary soul masters cannot even reach the level of great soul masters before the age of 12, and even those with good talents have to wait until the age of 8 or 9 to become great soul masters, and 12 years old is roughly between level 25 and 29. However, Lin Xiao is less than 7 years old, but he will become a high-level soul master. Yechingxian began to feel a little worried. Although Lin Xiao has a good heart, his youthful vigor will cause him to become proud and complacent, or look down on others, which will eventually backfire. It's just so-so. Still a small ant in the eyes of the strong. Yechingxian first dampened Lin Xiao's enthusiasm. Said something against my will. Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on the pool of ice and fire. He had gone down to take a look, but did not find anything unusual. Perhaps it was because the time was not right. However, he would come to check it out often in the future. After all, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire is also an excellent place for cultivation. Lin Xiao shifted his gaze back and smiled brightly at Douluo. Senior Douluo, Aunt Qingxian and I both need to hunt for spirit rings, so I'm leaving it to you. It just so happens that there is a strongest worker right now. Of course, we should make the best use of it. Douluo smiled proudly. Well, I'll let you see my skills. Not to mention, after his martial soul evolved, Douluo felt itchy all over. I really want to beat someone up. Especially the Chrysanthemum Pass. However, Huohuaguan's current soul power is level 95, and he is only level 93, so he is not completely sure of winning. Just wait for me to grow up. As for now, let's practice with soul beasts first. Let's go to the Sunset Forest first to see if there are any suitable soul beasts. If not, we'll go to the Star Forest, where there's everything. Let's get going. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Lin Xiao's Persistence, Douluo's Horror. Chapter 37 Lin Xiao's Persistence, Douluo's Horror. In the dense jungle. 3 figures shuttled back and forth. Lin Xiao, have you decided what you want for your second spirit ring? Douluo asked. Let me think about it. I already have a range attack soul skill with a control effect. It's enough for the early stage. I should add amplification soul skills later. Lin Xiao's first soul skill, Phoenix Feather Formation, is a soul ring obtained from a 500-year-old fire bird. It is equivalent to the second soul skill of an ordinary soul master. In addition to the long-range coverage area damage, there is also a second section of the evil fire chain that can block the space, which is enough to deal with the enemy. As a combat soul master who mainly specializes in strong attack, he naturally needs soul skills that can amplify his status, such as Daimyobi's White Tiger Vajra transformation, which is a really good skill. How about the 1,500-year-old Violent Flameluan? Lin Xiao asked. The Violent Flameluan is a bird soul beast, but it cannot fly. It looks a bit like an ostrich, but it has red hair and a huge body. When launching an attack, Violent Flameluan will enter a frenzy state, greatly enhancing its own state, and the attack will also be accompanied by a flame explosion with astonishing power. Douluo and Ye Qingxian both thought it was okay. This is good, but I don't know if there is one in Sunset Forest. Although Sunset Forest is not small, it is not as big as Star Forest. Let's look for it first. Fortunately, the Violent Flameluan is not a very rare soul beast. Towards evening, they finally found a group of these soul beasts in a haystack. Most of them are 100-year-old soul beasts, and the one leading them seems to be the leader of the Violent Flame and Fiery Luan, who is about 2,000 years old. Found it. 2,000 years. What a pity. Douluo was slightly disappointed. What Lin Xiao wanted to hunt was only the second soul ring, and according to records, the maximum number of years for the second soul ring to be absorbed was 764 years. This was the official data from the Spirit Hall. Lin Xiao chose to absorb the 1,500-year-old Violent Flameluan because his physical strength was extremely abnormal and had surpassed many great soul masters. The maximum lifespan of the third soul ring is 1,760. All these data come from the statistics of the Spirit Hall. Interestingly, there is a great soul master named Master who plagiarized the data of the Spirit Hall and put it into his own paper and published it without any note that he cited the literature of the Spirit Hall. But he is just a clown, no one takes him seriously. Let's go look somewhere else. Douluo was ready to give up this 2,000-year-old Violent Fiery Luan. But Lin Xiao stood there without moving. Senior Douluo, I want to try. Douluo suspected that he had heard it wrongly and said in horror. Are you crazy? The maximum age limit for a soul master to break through is 1,760 years. You are just a soul master, and you actually want to absorb a year-old soul ring. It's only been a few hundred years. Even if it improves, how much can it improve? We have plenty of time. We can just slowly look for it. Lin Xiao explained calmly. Of course I know this, but in my opinion, the so-called maximum lifespan of spirit rings is not true. This data is only suitable for reference. But in practice, we need to analyze specific issues according to different situations and make decisions based on local conditions. What affects the soul ring absorption period is nothing more than the quality of the martial soul, the physical strength, and the mental strength. The quality of my martial soul is not a problem. As long as my body and mind can withstand the impact of the soul ring, then the limit of my body's endurance is the true maximum soul ring age. My current physical strength has surpassed most great soul masters, and my martial soul will be even stronger when it takes the form of the Black Jade Divine Phoenix. Douluo still couldn't understand. Even if your body is strong enough, can your mental strength withstand the impact of a 2,000-year spirit ring? If this kid is turned into an idiot by the impact of the spirit ring, how is Douluo going to explain this to Yanyan when he returns? In Douluo's opinion, Lin Xiao was just acting recklessly. However, Ye Qingxian's voice suddenly rang out. Maybe he can. There was a hint of complexity in Ye Qingxian's beautiful eyes. Douluo didn't know about Lin Xiao's mental strength, so how could she not know? Time and again, he tempered his body with evil fire, endured the excruciating pain of being burned by the flames, and at the same time had to practice the Ice Heart Sutra to ensure his clear consciousness. This purgatory-like experience made Lin Xiao's mental strength far surpass that of his peers. He is just a child, but he has suffered so much. How much more burning pain will I have to endure if I continue on this journey? Douluo looked at Ye Qingxian in surprise. The head of the Ye family is a very steady person, and he treats Lin Xiao as his own junior. How could he allow Lin Xiao to act like this? Aren't you afraid that one misstep will lead to eternal regret? Douluo was about to speak, but he heard Ye Qingxian sigh and say, "Poison Douluo, you might as well test his mental strength." Douluo didn't waste any words, he released his mental power to investigate, and then exclaimed, "Close to Soul Master level. How could his mental strength be higher than his physical strength?" Douluo's eyes had changed when he looked at Lin Xiao. What a monster is this? Are you sure this is just a 6-year-old kid? Ye Qingxian just said silently, "Senior Poison Douluo, what does it feel like when your poison explodes?" Douluo's face changed slightly, and he said with a palpitating heart, "It felt like ants were biting my whole body, and I was itching and in great pain. It was a feeling worse than death. Thinking back to it now, it is still unforgettable." Ye Qingxian said straightforwardly. However, the pain that Lin Xiao felt from the evil fire forging his body was far greater than what you felt when the poison erupted. It was through this inhuman experience that he developed a super strong mental strength. Douluo was speechless. He looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes full of words. He really wanted to ask him how a mere teenager could have survived. Lin Xiao smiled. "I've said it before, habit is a good thing. There are many difficulties, but once you get used to it, you'll find that it's just like that. People always grow up unconsciously in habits. Of course, besides that, Ice Heart Sutra is also a good thing. Whenever Lin Xiao is about to faint or is on the verge of his limit, there is always a cool air that cheers him up and helps him get through it." Douluo remained silent. His robes trembled slightly, and the 2,000-year-old fiery Luan fell to the ground. He looked at Lin Xiao and shouted softly, "Okay. Lin Xiao, let me see how far you can go." The violent and fierce Luan was poisoned by Douluo and fell into a coma, with his life hanging by a thread. When the 100-year-old fiery Luan soul beasts saw their leader fall to the ground with no breath left, they all lost their minds and fled in all directions in panic. Lin Xiao stepped forward and killed the 2,000-year-old leader of the violent flame Luan with one blow. A purple soul ring rose up. Lin Xiao summoned the black jade phoenix to possess his body and sat cross-legged. Start absorbing the soul ring. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Second Soul Skill, Flame Explosion Phoenix Transformation. Chapter 38, Second Soul Skill, Flame Explosion Phoenix Transformation. When Lin Xiao absorbed the soul ring, Douluo and Ye Qingxian were both very worried. Although Lin Xiao's physical and mental strength were close to that of a soul master, the fact that his second soul ring absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring was unheard of on the mainland, let alone Lin Xiao directly absorbing a 2,000-year soul ring. If it succeeds, this will be a precedent in the history of soul masters. Douluo's body was tense and his soul power was surging. He was ready to interrupt Lin Xiao's absorption of the soul ring immediately if he found anything wrong. Although it would inevitably cause huge damage, at least he could save his life. Ye Qingxian's 9-hearted begonia martial spirit is also ready to go. If anything goes wrong, use healing skills immediately. However, although Lin Xiao frowned slightly, nothing unusual happened. After half a quarter of an hour, the purple soul ring disappeared. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and showed a look of joy. Seeing this, Douluo and Ye Qingxian both breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Qingxian asked hurriedly, "Lin Xiao, what is your second soul skill?" Lin Xiao summoned the evil fire phoenix martial spirit to possess him. 2 soul rings appeared behind him, one was a rich yellow, and the other was purple. Second soul skill, Flame Explosion Phoenix Transformation. But when Lin Xiao shouted softly, the purple soul ring behind him lit up, his whole body was surrounded by flames, and his height increased rapidly, soaring from 1.2 meters to 1.7 meters. Although he looks thin, his muscles are strong and beautiful. He has a streamlined beauty and terrifying explosive power. At the same time, a red flame mark appeared on Lin Xiao's forehead, and flame patterns appeared on his arms, thighs, and back, which seemed to contain extraordinary power. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, feeling the huge increase. Second soul skill, Flame Explosion Phoenix Transformation. After using it, my attack power, defense power, and agility can be doubled, which means the group attribute is improved. It lasts for half an hour. In addition, flame patterns will appear on my body, which can store the fire attribute soul power that escapes during the battle. They can also refill themselves and release and detonate at any time. This is the Pyroblast. The enhancement of Lin Xiao's second soul skill even surpasses the third soul skill of ordinary soul masters. Group Attribute Amplification is a magical skill among status amplification soul skills. Douluo and Yechingxian were both very satisfied with the result, but after hearing Lin Xiao's next words, they were a little confused. What is a fire explosion? Lin Xiao thought about it and felt that it would be difficult to explain it clearly in a short time, so he might as well demonstrate it intuitively. So he stood firmly in a horse stance, bent his waist, aimed at a century-old tree, and threw an ordinary punch. A punch pierced the tree, sawdust is flying. He turned around and explained to Douluo and Yechingxian, this is the case when I haven't used Pyroblast. Next, I will use Pyroblast, and the noise might be quite loud. After saying that, Lin Xiao changed a tree. In this primeval forest, there is not much else but countless towering trees. Lin Xiao stood in front of a tree that was even thicker than the one before. It was still an ordinary punch. Oh! Suddenly there was a loud explosion, like a bolt of thunder out of the blue, catching everyone off guard. Yechingxian and Douluo were both shocked. It felt like my eardrums were about to be shattered. The dazzling flames illuminated the sky, wood chips and gravel flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. After a while, the location where Lin Xiao was located gradually became clear. The big tree in front of him had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a big pit and charred soil. Cough cough. Lin Xiao was choked by the smoke and dust. I waved my hands and felt a burning pain in my fists. If it were performed in the form of the Black Jade Divine Phoenix, not only would the power be greater, but the fist would also not feel any pain. Douluo was surprised. Your power is enough to severely injure Soul Master. Yechingxian added, not only that, if it explodes at close range, even a soul sect can't handle it. Lin Xiao, what's your current soul power level? Lin Xiao replied to Yechingxian. My current soul power is only level 25. On the side, Douluo almost laughed out of anger. Only, you are so good at using words, why don't you go to heaven? If nothing else, if you can bring me an 8-year-old great soul master, I will be convinced by you. Yechingxian nodded slightly. It's similar to what I thought. Although you have the blessing of the immortal grass and the 1000-year soul ring, don't forget that your soul power has been refined and purified time and time again, and it is far purer than that of ordinary soul masters. Naturally, the level of advancement is also less. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's cultivation speed is not slow. Even in terms of level, he is ahead of most people. Yechingxian thought for a moment and reminded. Lin Xiao, it's best to use your Pyroblast as a trump card. It will have unexpected effects at critical moments. Try to hide your abilities at other times. The so-called knowing oneself and the enemy will never end in 100 battles. The opposite is, no matter how good the cards are, it is best not to reveal them if you can avoid doing so. Lin Xiao nodded. The fire explosion characteristics obtained from the violent flame Luan expanded Lin Xiao's thinking. His flames had extreme properties. Under extremely high temperatures, the flames were extremely compressed, and they would explode in an instant to exert terrifying power. Could he do his own research, try to see if he could improve Pyroblast? If Lin Xiao remembered correctly, in Douluo 2, Huo Yuhao, the son of luck, once obtained the ice explosion technique from the soul bone in the left arm of the ice scorpion. His most glorious achievement was in the Stardew Great Forest, when Huo Yuhao used the ice explosion technique to break the arm of the dark gold terror claw bear, and even scared old Xian who was following him. But his own fire explosion seems to be inferior to Huo Yuhao's ice explosion? But that's okay. Just study more. Lin Xiao really didn't believe it. After all, a fire explosion sounded more powerful than an ice explosion. At worst, it would be like Xiao Huo, who was blown up a few times when he was studying the Buddha's Fury Lotus. Now that he has the form of the Black Jade Divine Phoenix, what if Lin Xiao blows him up 100 times? He's very tough and can take a beating. If you have made any progress, you can try to teach Shui Binger the ice explosion technique. She should be very interested, right? It was dark at this time. There is no rush to hunt for Ye Qingxian's 7th soul ring. So the three of them set up a tent. Prepare to rest for a night and hunt for a soul ring for Ye Qingxian tomorrow. Lin Xiao held up the barbecue grill. He glanced at Bao Yan Liuyuan who was returning to the west. I'll use you to fill my stomach. Although thinking of his sin in his heart, Lin Xiao dragged Bai Yan Lilian to the stream cleanly and neatly, and controlled the temperature of the flame to burn all the bird's feathers. Remove the entrails and cut off the wings and legs. He cleaned the food with great skill. Dugubo leaned against the tree, looked at Lin Xiao, and said curiously, at your age, can you still cook? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. Understood. Dugubo sneered. This guy has installed it, just let him come. As long as he can eat it, thank God. Lin Xiao was slightly distracted. This scene seems familiar. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Dugubo, the fighting is so hot. Chapter 39 Dugubo, the taste of physical combat is so hot. Senior Dugu, you reminded me of someone. Dugubo, who was enjoying his meal with bones piled up beside him, paused for a moment and asked curiously. Is this old man reminding you of someone? Who is this person? Is he a peerless master, or a maverick like me? Dugubo looked somewhat proud. He prides himself on being a loner throughout his life, never following the crowd, and being a titled Douluo level warrior. The one that Lin Xiao was talking about must be a hermit master like him. No, it's an old lady who looks very kind. Dugubo's face froze and he looked over with an unfriendly look. You kid, are you looking for a beating? What's the difference between this and mocking him, Dugubo, for being like a woman? Lin Xiao said faintly, because she doubts my cooking skills just like you do. Finally, you all are so delicious. Dugubo smiled bitterly. He looked at the bones scattered on the ground and coughed lightly. I just don't like wasting food. Actually, the taste. After hesitating for a while, Dugubo finally couldn't go against his conscience and said the word generally. It tastes really good. Ye Qingxian praised, and then seemed to be thinking about something. It turns out that the combination of herbs and spices can be so perfect. I really don't know what's going on in your head. Ordinary soul masters don't have time to study these things. Lin Xiao smiled without saying anything. He really likes cooking. Whenever he sees people amazed or satisfied by his food, he feels a sense of pride in his heart. It is not pride in himself, but the joy of seeing Chinese food culture being recognized. The people take food as their heaven. Simply eating well is the purest happiness. Senior Dugu, and yet, do you know? I grew up eating at hundreds of homes. Although the neighbors I get along with are not soul masters, they are very content with their lives. In my opinion, happiness does not depend on what you get, but on what you are content with. Be content with what you have, however, Dugubo just laughed. However, the soul master wants to make progress, but it is precisely because he is never satisfied. Ye Qingxian also said. Isn't the phoenix's constant rebirth ultimately due to its unsatisfied nature? It is never content with the status quo and is always striving to make progress. You yourself are unsatisfied, yet you are telling us about the principle of contentment. Lin Xiao gave a thumbs up. You two are worthy of being seniors. What you said makes sense. Those who are content know how to cherish, and those who are not content know how to make progress. Both must grasp the right balance. The next morning, the three set out again. The soul beast Ye Qingxian needed was a soul beast called Snow-Hoofed Unicorn, which was required to be about 50,000 years old. After a lot of searching, he finally found it in the core area of Sunset Forest at noon. Snow-Hoofed Unicorn was a rare healing soul beast. Its body was as white as snow, and even its hooves were pure white, like white jade. Although it is a healing soul beast, it can grow to 50,000 years old, so it naturally has its own means of attack. Its horn can emit a blazing white light, piercing and melting gold and iron. It has strong physical strength and explosive power, and is good at using its horn to ram the enemy. Ye Qingxian said in surprise, is this soul beast close to 60,000 years old? Normally, I would have given up on it, but after taking the immortal grass, my physique has been strengthened, and it's not a violent soul beast, so I can absorb it. Senior Poison Douluo, let's take this. Douluo nodded slightly and was about to release the poison. But it suddenly stopped. Lin Xiao and Ye Qingxian looked at Douluo in surprise as he rolled up his sleeves. Douluo coughed twice and explained, I have always used poison to fight enemies, but if I meet someone like Lin Xiao who is immune to my poison, or has a strong resistance to it, I will be at a disadvantage. For example, the thorny porpoise Douluo of the Spirit Hall is also highly poisonous, but also has strong melee capabilities, and would definitely have the upper hand against Douluo. As well as Douluo's old rival Zhu Yueguan, the other party has a great immunity to toxins and can basically suppress Douluo. Of course, this is the former Douluo. Now Douluo's martial soul has evolved and turned into a dragon. Not only is the toxin no longer the same as before, but even the strength of his physical body has been greatly increased. This time, he wanted to test his close combat ability. Ye Qingxian looked strange, but he could understand it. Lin Xiao lowered his head and thought. The jade phosphorus snake spirit has taken the poison to the extreme. Whether it is Douluo or Douluyan, all of their spirit skills are poisonous. This can certainly make the poison stronger, but it can also be easily restrained. As for Sister Yanyan, I should have a good talk with her after I get back. At the very least, I should have 1 or 2 melee soul skills that I can show off. This will greatly increase my safety. This is the biggest weakness of the green phosphorus snake martial spirit. In the original novel, Tang San simply sprinkled some realgar wine and then burned it with fire, and Douluyan's green phosphorus snake venom was neutralized. There are so many flaws that I don't know where to start. It is clearly recorded in medical books realgar has no detoxifying effect, it can only repel snakes, because its smell is pungent and not liked by snakes, and some highly venomous snakes are not affected at all. But Douluyan, who was at the soul sect level, was turned into a cripple by the so-called realgar wine. It was hard to explain. Let's just assume it was the hidden weakness of the green phosphorus snake. But after evolving into a golden-horned jade dragon, it will never be easily defeated like this again. Douluo's 9 spirit rings have been finalized and cannot be altered. But is it not a smooth road to take poison to the extreme? The fact that his green phosphorus snake martial spirit could evolve into the green phosphorus snake king might have something to do with this. Ha ha ha. So happy. At this time, Douluo was fighting fiercely with the snow-hoofed unicorn. He deliberately did not use any poison. Relying on his strong physical strength, he rode on the back of the snow-hoofed unicorn and beat the unicorn with his fists. The picture is so beautiful that I dare not look at it. Ye Qingxian couldn't help laughing and said Senior Poison Douluo is still strong despite his age, but this battle is purely based on physical strength, without any rules. It's okay to fight soul beasts, but it's a bit difficult to fight against strong people of the same realm. When I go back and learn some self-created soul skills, it should be about the same. Create your own soul skills? An idea suddenly came to Lin Xiao's mind. Yes, since there are corpse explosion, ice explosion, and fire explosion. Then why can't there be poison explosion? Anyway, the principle is the same. As this thought came to mind, Lin Xiao's heart suddenly became hot. Looking at Douluo, who was punching like a turtle, he felt so disappointed. Confused, your toxins are so awesome, why don't you develop some skills? In the field, the snow hoof unicorn was beaten up by Douluo and became angry, but it could not hit Douluo. A blazing white light flashed on its horn, and it quickly expanded into a huge ball of light, and it was actually using the skill of exploding on the spot. When one is prosperous, both are prosperous, when one is lost, both are harmed. Kill this biped on your back. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. This method may harm the harmony of nature, but it will not harm the harmony of the family. Chapter 40. This method may harm the harmony of nature, but it will not harm the harmony of the family. Boom! Before the blazing white ball of light could explode, the unicorn fell to the ground, its four legs twitching, foaming at the mouth, and losing its ability to fight. Douluo jumped down somewhat disappointedly and muttered, "It still doesn't work. I have a strong physique, but I don't have the corresponding powerful soul skills. Without poison, I don't have a move to kill the enemy with one blow." He suddenly noticed two pairs of eyes staring at him and turned back sharply. He just happened to see Ye Qingxian and Lin Xiao staring at him, their eyes wide open, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Douluo's old face turned red. "Well, I have never tried close combat before. I just wanted to try it out, but I didn't expect to be addicted to it. The feeling of punching someone in the flesh is really addictive. Master Ye, please go and absorb the spirit ring as soon as possible." Douluo quickly changed the subject. Ye Qingxian nodded, gathered his soul power in his palm, and struck the snow-hoofed unicorn at its temple, killing it. A dark soul ring then rose up. Ye Qingxian sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb. Douluo and Lin Xiao stood by to protect him. Lin Xiao glanced at Douluo and said, "Senior Douluo, are you worried about not having a powerful and effective spirit skill other than poison? Are you thinking that if your toxins are suppressed, you will feel annoyed by the feeling of being unable to use your whole body? Hey, if there is a soul skill that can burst out amazing power even if the poison is immune, it would be great, but unfortunately my 9 soul rings are already full." Douluo's face darkened. Lin Xiao's first words made him feel itchy, the latter words made him feel painful. "Which pot is not open to mention which pot, what? Can you give me one more soul skill? Lin Xiao, if you feel itchy, just tell me and I'll loosen it for you." Douluo spoke in a bad tone. The look he gave Lin Xiao was filled with danger. Hearing this, Lin Xiao sighed and said regretfully, "Really? Originally, I wanted to introduce you, Poison Douluo, to a powerful self-created soul skill. It is so powerful that it can even be used as a trump card against the enemy. It seems that I was too self-indulgent." After saying this, Lin Xiao seemed sad. He murmured, "It seems that I can only teach it to Sister Yanyan." Douluo first looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously. How can a mere kid be taught to create his own soul skills? And you are so shameless that you say it is so powerful that it can be used as a trump card? Who believes it? Neither of them spoke. A quarter of an hour passed in silence. Douluo glanced at Lin Xiao out of the corner of his eye and saw that he was concentrating on observing Ye Qingxian's condition, with no intention of coming over to talk to him. Douluo couldn't help it. He hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Xiao Lin Xiao, can you tell me what the details are of the poison explosion technique? After all, you said you wanted to teach it to Yanyan. What if this soul skill has any hidden flaws? Poison explosion or something like that, it sounds very dangerous. As a titled Douluo, I can naturally help you keep an eye on things." Lin Xiao glanced at Douluo. "I really want to say, Senior Douluo, why are you so confident at first and so respectful later? But considering the huge gap in military strength between the two." In the end, Lin Xiao chose to be tolerant. Poison Douluo, do you know the fire explosion technique? Is that the one you used before? It is indeed incredibly powerful. It can even turn defeat into victory and reverse the situation of the battle by taking the enemy by surprise. Douluo's voice was expectant. Can poison explosion have such power? Lin Xiao shook his head. Before Douluo could show his disappointment, he said firmly, poison explosion, even stronger. Especially the poison explosion technique that you, Senior Douluo, used. The principles of explosion, excluding nuclear explosions, can be divided into two main types, physical explosion and chemical explosion. A physical explosion is caused by a sudden change in pressure due to a change in the state of matter. To put it simply, it is an explosion caused by extreme compression or expansion in a limited space in a very short time. Chemical explosions are caused by the rapid oxidation or decomposition of substances, which causes a rapid increase in temperature and pressure, indirectly affecting the physical state and forming an explosion. Lin Xiao classified various explosive soul skills. Chemical explosion, corpse explosion. Physical explosion, pyroblast, ice blast, ring explosion. The most common physical explosion is the explosion caused by the release of compressed energy. Tang Hao's explosive ring is the most powerful, because the soul ring contains the most energy, and the soul ring itself is constructed of huge energy. As for the poison explosion technique, in Lin Xiao's opinion, it should be somewhere between physical explosion and chemical explosion. After the sudden explosion, it will not only produce a powerful shock wave. The most terrifying thing is that the poison will spread suddenly at lightning speed, bringing Douluo's poison advantages to the fullest. Comparable to enhanced biological weapons. Lin Xiao told Douluo all his insights. Douluo's eyes widened, he looked at Lin Xiao with some horror. This bastard! What a vicious heart! He didn't even dare to think of such a brutal move. It is foreseeable that once this poison explosion technique is performed, with Douluo's titled Douluo level strength, the terrifying toxicity of the 9 poison spirit rings superimposed, and the extremely rapid spreading effect produced by the explosion, in a flash, the area within 100 miles will turn into purgatory. In no time. Bones are exposed in the wild, and no rooster crows for thousands of miles, Lin Xiao said calmly. Of course, it seems that compared to the power of the explosion, the rapid spread of the poison caused by the explosion has caused much greater damage in the area. Douluo remained silent. He stared at Lin Xiao intently, as if he wanted to see clearly into the depths of this young man's heart. Was he an angry Vajra who wanted to punish evil and promote good, or a demon from hell who killed people without blinking an eye? How could someone come up with such a trick that is detrimental to the harmony of nature? Lin Xiao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Douluo, and said helplessly, of course, Senior Douluo, if you think it's too dangerous, just pretend I never said anything. Don't use this kind of trick again. Ha 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 ha. Douluo laughed loudly. Use it, why not? On the battlefield, life is worthless, between life and death. Titled Douluo is nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. If I die, who will take care of Yanyan for me? This method may harm the harmony of nature, but it will not harm the harmony of the family. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He heard Douluo mention the word battlefield. It seems that Douluo also knows that the poison explosion technique is the most powerful weapon on a large-scale battlefield and is a true technique to destroy a country. Lin Xiao reminded Senior Douluo, you should not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Or you can control the amount of poison and make it less powerful. Don't hurt innocent people by mistake. Douluo waved his hand. Of course I know this. I am not a murderer, and I don't want Yanyan's grandfather to become a murderer. Do I need you to remind me of this? This is a cruel move. Let's think about it carefully after we go back. After saying that, Douluo couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao again. Among the 5 poisons in the world, how can your heart be as poisonous as yours? Who is the poison Douluo between the two of us? Lin Xiao smiled slightly. I am a good person, and everyone knows it. If I ever make a terrible mistake, it must be because someone forced me to do that. It's not my fault. Douluo's heart skipped a beat. I thought to myself. This kid looks docile, but he is actually a dangerous person. If someone drives him crazy in the future, I am afraid that everyone in the world will be dragged into it. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. How could he be the kind of person who sells his daughter for fame? Chapter 41. How could he be the kind of person who sells his daughter for fame? Wait a moment. Ye Qingxian has absorbed the soul ring of the snow-hoofed unicorn, and a powerful aura bursts out of his body. Although he is only an auxiliary soul master, it still makes Lin Xiao's heart tremble. Douluo said calmly. The two biggest watersheds in the realm of soul master cultivation are the Soul Saint realm and the titled Douluo realm. Needless to say, the latter is only when you reach the Soul Saint realm, you can possess a martial soul and unleash the true power of your martial soul. Lin Xiao nodded. He agreed with this point. Even soul beasts that transformed and rebuilt themselves would completely turn into humans after reaching level 70. Even titled Douluo could not see their foundation. Ye Qingxian's white clothes were as white as snow, with fluttering sleeves. Open your beautiful eyes, full of energy. My nine-hearted begonia true body, after being cast, can increase the healing effect of soul skills by 3 times. Unless they are killed instantly, I can pull them back from the near-death state and restore them to full health in a moment. The nine-hearted begonia is a magical martial soul that takes healing to the extreme. All of its soul ring skills have only one effect, which is area healing. Even though Ye Qingxian's martial soul has evolved, this characteristic has not changed. The only difference is that the martial soul curse has been broken and the healing effect has been enhanced again. In the original novel, when Tang San faced the Tiandu royal team which possessed the nine-hearted begonia, he used the deadly poison on the 8 spider lands to render the other 6 members incapable of combat, and eventually forced Ye Lingling to treat Xiao Wu. In other words, if a soul master is not afraid of control-type soul skills such as poison, with the assistance of the nine-hearted begonia, he is basically immortal. Lin Xiao felt that his life was becoming more and more secure. And yet, what a reassuring woman. Douluo commented intuitively. Nine-hearted begonia's healing ability is terrifying, and it has an area of effect skill. If it is used on the battlefield, it will be even more troublesome than a titled Douluo. Even in a battle between titled Douluo, if the nine-hearted begonia spirit master is not killed, a 1-on-2 battle is not a problem. 1 battle, 2 battles, 4 battles, 8, tisk tisk. Unfortunately, no one is so stupid. If a fight really breaks out, everyone will focus their fire on killing the auxiliary soul master at any cost. Ye Qingxian patted her skirt and said with a smile, those 2 girls have been waiting at home for a long time. They must be very worried and looking forward to it. It's time for us to go back and announce the good news. Douluo laughed. Yes. Yes. Not only are the 2 girls anxious, but aren't we all eager to go home as well? He couldn't wait to tell Yanyan the good news. That girl is so miserable. How old is she to have no parents? If it weren't for a friend like Ye Lingling, and if Lin Xiao didn't appear, his personality would definitely become more and more withdrawn and more like himself in the future. How could Douluo bear to see this scene? He slapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain, but he shouted. Thank you, Lin Xiao. If you were not so young, I would have entrusted Yanyan to you. But it is okay to arrange a marriage for you first. When you grow up, I will give Yanyan to you. Douluo had a sharp eye and could tell at a glance that Lin Xiao was no ordinary person and would transform into a dragon when faced with storms. In fact, innate full soul power, phoenix martial soul, fairy grass evolution, strong will, extraordinary character, many factors combined together. There is no need for a sharp vision. As long as you are not blind, you can see that as long as Lin Xiao is not dead, he will definitely be an existence that stirs up the world in the future. What's more, this guy seems to be quite self-disciplined. Douluo's eyes lit up. He was just worrying about who to entrust Yanyan to in the future, and now that person is right in front of him. It doesn't matter if he's younger, he can wait. Lin Xiao's expression changed. He looked at Douluo in horror, and said angrily, Senior Douluo, how old am I? What's the difference between what you're doing and forced buying and selling? If Sister Yanyan heard what you said, she would definitely be angry and think you were belittling her. Douluo's face froze, waiting for an explanation. Ye Qingxian's dissatisfied voice was also heard from the side. Why are you telling this to a 6-year-old? If someone doesn't know, they would think Yanyan can't get married. How can anyone rush to get married? If they didn't know what kind of person you are, they would definitely misunderstand you as someone who sells his daughter for fame. Seeing that Lin Xiao and Ye Qingxian spoke so seriously, Douluo was speechless. Finally, he said angrily, I was just saying this, how come you guys think I'm selling my daughter for fame? I just saw that Yanyan and you have a good relationship, and I admire you. I had good intentions, but I'm being slandered like this. Just don't mention it anymore. After saying this, Douluo waved his sleeves, feeling somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, and stopped talking. Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere began to turn awkward. Ye Qingxian and Douluo were both silent. Lin Xiao laughed and tried to ease the atmosphere. Oh, come to think of it, this reminds me of something. No one cares about him. Lin Xiao. He could only speak to himself. When I was in Soto City, the evil fire broke out for the first time. At that time, I didn't have Aunt Qingxian to help me treat it. I had to bear it all by myself. Almost died. Ye Qingxian and Douluo, who had been silent, raised their heads and glanced at Lin Xiao when they heard the words. Lin Xiao continued, a soul saint wanted to take me to a brothel, but I refused. He thought I was dirty, so he gave me 2 options, buying the innocence of a commoner with money, or getting engaged to a clean family. I rejected them all. If you succumb to evil fire for the first time, you will do it countless times. Eventually, you will lose your true nature and become a beast controlled by the evil fire. This is the main reason. Besides, I think it's unfair. Paying for innocence is too high-handed. Finding a decent family to marry is something that the parents decide on their own. Who has ever asked the girl for her opinion? Douluo snorted coldly. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. A soul master who forcibly took a commoner's daughter and gave her money and left was considered kind-hearted. And there are people like you who are different. Ye Qingxian sighed. The phoenix is endowed with 5 virtues, a bird of high purity. If you allow yourself to degenerate, you may enjoy a temporary ease, but I'm afraid you will never see the wider sky again, and you will never become a true phoenix. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. This is not the point of my story. Senior Douluo, what I mean is that the elders in this world always make their own decisions to arrange the lives of their descendants. I have never met that woman in person, or even her parents. Besides, her parents don't know what kind of person I am. But her parents agreed to the engagement. Who cares about the girl's opinion? You just said that you would marry Sister Yanyan to me. Did you ask Sister Yanyan for her opinion? Douluo's old face turned red. He knew that Lin Xiao had no good intentions. The real purpose was revealed, and finally he had to be lectured. This kid is really bullying me. Douluo said unhappily. That's enough. Stop scolding me in a roundabout way. If Yanyan is determined not to give in, will I force her to give in? I just acted first and asked for permission later. Lin Xiao and Ye Qingxian stared at Douluo with dim eyes, without saying a word. Douluo felt uncomfortable being stared at. Feeling annoyed, he waved his sleeves. Let's go. Go back and get it over with. What kind of look is that? How could he, Douluo, be the kind of person who would sell his daughter for fame? isn't this just to help Yanyan reserve a seat first? If Yanyan doesn't want to, he can just give up his reputation and break the contract. Alas, annoying. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Waiting for the Return in the Snowstorm. Chapter 42, Waiting for the Return in the Snowstorm. It has been a month since Lin Xiao and his friends left Ye family residence. With the first snowfall, winter begins. Outside the window, the north wind was howling and heavy snow was falling. Tiandu city seemed to be covered in silver, waiting for people to return in the wind and snow. Duguyan has been living with Ye Lingling during this period. The two of them are bored after school and look forward to Lin Xiao and the others coming back day and night. Sister Yanyan, why don't you think Lin Xiao has come back yet? If he didn't come back, he didn't come back. There's no reason why. Sister Yanyan, do you think the martial spirit defect can really be solved? Do not know. Sister Yanyan, mmmm. Before Ye Lingling finished her words, Duguyan grabbed her mouth and ravaged it, then said unhappily. Can you be more cool and aloof like you were in school? You ask me, who should I ask? It's so annoying. Ye Lingling looked resentful. Sister Yanyan, okay, let me ask you another question. You are always in a daze, what are you thinking about? Duguyan's forehead was exposed with veins, and he said in embarrassment. I was thinking about you, big head ghost. Ye Lingling is such a huge contrast. In school, he looks aloof from a distance and socially anxious up close, but he is always nagging to himself like an old mother. She said everything to Duguyan. Lingling, if you continue like this, you will eat alone at school from now on. No, Sister Yanyan. Ye Lingling was panicked. She only feels safe when she is with Duguyan. If she eats alone, she will feel uncomfortable and as if everyone around her is staring at her. It will kill people. What if a boy comes up to chat with me, how will she face it without Sister Yanyan? I don't think you are socially anxious at all. When you first met Lin Xiao, weren't you quite talkative? Duguyan rolled her eyes. That's different. Lin Xiao is just a child, and he's pretty, like a little girl. Ye Lingling argued in a low voice. If Lin Xiao hears you saying this, he will fight you to the death. Duguyan kindly reminded. Hehe, I didn't say it in front of him. Besides, they are all away on a long trip now, and this is my home. So what if I speak loudly? Humph. Who can control me? Duguyan was too lazy to pay attention to Ye Lingling. What a villain. She is obviously a little coward, but she likes to act like an older sister in front of Lin Xiao. If she hadn't been there, she would have been exposed long ago. Ye Lingling said, Sister Yanyan, do you know? Recently, there have been girls sending letters to Lin Xiao, one after another, and they put a lot of thought into each letter. Duguyan was slightly startled and turned around. There are girls sending letters to Lin Xiao? Isn't he an orphan? Who knows? Maybe he's a friend I know. How do you know it's a girl? Did you open the letter and read it? How is that possible? But the envelope has a faint fragrance, and it is beautiful and exquisite. Of course it can't be a boy. Sister Yanyan, tell me, is this Lin Xiao's girlfriend? At this age, you have a ghost girlfriend. Duguyan retorted loudly. Ye Lingling waved her slender white fingers. This is what Sister Yanyan said, you don't understand, many children already know what it means to be in love, and some even have boyfriends or girlfriends. But in the eyes of adults, this is more like a game of playing house. If you've known each other since childhood, we're called childhood sweethearts. Duguyan's face turned red. Do we count as having known each other since childhood? Hey, Sister Yanyan, we are both girls, so it doesn't count. The two were chatting, both guessing who the girl was who sent the letter to Lin Xiao. What does it look like? How old is it? In a trance, I didn't notice that outside the window, in the vast snow, there was a touch of bright red maple color, as bright as autumn maple. Ye Lingling glanced at it out of the corner of her eye, and was suddenly startled. She opened her mouth in surprise, unable to speak. Duguyan followed her gaze. However, in the midst of the snow, 3 figures of varying heights slowly approached, one of them a red maple in color that was particularly eye-catching. In the lobby, Ye Lingling and Duguyan both took the magic herb. The martial soul is evolving. It's much warmer inside. Duguyan didn't have much toxin accumulated in her body, and Ye Qingxian had already proved that the martial soul curse of the 9-hearted begonia could be broken, so the atmosphere was quite relaxed and comfortable. Waited for half an hour. Duguyan and Ye Lingling completed their martial soul evolutions one after another. Duguyan's green phosphorus snake martial soul had a silver horn growing on its head. Its body size was also slightly smaller than Dugubo's golden horned jade dragon. It also condensed a silver inner elixir. The toxicity of its martial soul was slightly weaker than Dugubo's. Ye Lingling's 9-hearted begonia is the same as Ye Qingxian's. The effects after evolution are exactly the same. Both of them had surprise on their faces. My soul power has reached level 30. Mine is the same, and I feel like there's a lot of energy stored in my body. Lin Xiao smiled and said. How's it going? You didn't break your promise, did you? I told you to wait for good news. Didn't you come back with good news not long after? Duguyan and Ye Lingling both came forward. He ruffled Lin Xiao's maple red hair. Xiao Lin Xiao, you are amazing. You can be considered a great benefactor to me and Sister Yan Yan. Lin Xiao's face turned dark. Knock the 2 men's hands off. I can't say I'm a benefactor, just stop calling me Xiao Lin Xiao from now on. If not Xiao Lin Xiao, what should I call you? Ye Lingling pretended to be surprised. That's little Lin Xiao. Duguyan had a bright smile on her cold face. Call me Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, and 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, appeared behind him. Of course, you can call me Brother Lin Xiao. I will protect you from now on. 1000-year soul ring. Ye Lingling and Duguyan looked stunned. The second soul ring is the 1000-year soul ring. How did Lin Xiao do it? Lin Xiao doesn't like to show off, but he pretended to be so in front of Duguyan and Ye Lingling. He felt very happy in his heart. He just loved seeing the expressions of these 2 girls who had never seen the world. I've already told you that you can call me Brother Lin Xiao now. When I grow up, can I not take care of you too? Do you understand the upfront investment? Lin Xiao was speaking wildly. 2 pairs of slender hands attacked at the same time. Grab Lin Xiao's hands and feet respectively. Lingling, Xiao Lin Xiao is too pretentious, let's throw him out and build a snowman. Support. Lin Xiao was carried to the backyard by 2 people. It was thrown into the snow pile and disappeared without a trace. Duguyan and Ye Lingling laughed non-stop. Boom! Suddenly, a huge flame broke out. Lin Xiao came out from the snow pile, holding 2 big snowballs in his hands, and made accurate shots, hitting the smug faces of Duguyan and Ye Lingling. Good for you, Lin Xiao. Duguyan and Ye Lingling rushed into the backyard. Pick up the snow pile and fight back. The scene was chaotic. Listening to the noisy laughter in the backyard, there was a faint smile in the eyes of Ye Qingxian and Dugubo. Ha ha ha, I won't get involved with the kids playing around. Master Ye, Yan Yan will stay with you for a few more days. Sorry to bother you. Senior Poison Douluo, you are too polite. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Promise, Tian Shui City. Chapter 43 Promise, Tian Shui City. Dugubo kept to himself. After entrusting Duguyan to Ye Qingxian, he left. I don't know what he was going to do. Maybe he was just trying to show off in front of some old acquaintances, who knows. Ye Qingxian walked towards the backyard and passed through the long corridor, her clothes fluttering like snow and clouds. Aunt Yet. Suddenly there was a shout. Ye Qingxian glanced sideways and a snowball suddenly flew into her arms. Okay. Ye Qingxian's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. This monkey is so brave. Mom, let's smash him together. Ye Lingling and Duguyan together were beaten by Lin Xiao alone and fled for their lives. At this time, they seized the opportunity and quickly invited Ye Qingxian to join the battlefield. Ye Qingxian sneered. She is a mature and steady woman like an eagle. Only children like to play snowball fights. Unexpectedly, several more snowballs flew over. Accurate hit. Ye Qingxian couldn't bear it anymore. Lingling, let me help you teach him a lesson. She picked up the snowball and threw it at Lin Xiao. Mom! It hit, it hit. Aunt Ye is so amazing. Ye Lingling and Duguyan were shouting and screaming. What is there to admire about this? Just have some hands. Ye Qingxian sneered, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. You two should learn from me and see how I throw snowballs. It must be steady and accurate. Night. Ye Lingling and Duguyan slept together. Two pairs of white and tender little feet put together. Sister Yanyan, do you feel that after taking the magic grass, we seem to have become more beautiful? I feel that your skin has improved a lot, and there is no blemish at all. You just noticed? Not only has your skin improved a lot, but your figure has also changed a bit. Ah? Why hasn't mine changed? Sister Yanyan, let me touch yours. Ouch! You're going to die. Oh, that's not fair. Why can you, Sister Yanyan, still promote growth? Come on. Don't you feel that you have an elegant floral scent? Hey, let me smell it, it's real. The joy after the evolution of martial soul. The two little girls couldn't sleep that night and they tossed and turned until late at night before they fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as expected, I stayed in bed. Early morning. Lin Xiao got up early, opened the window, and saw a light snow outside. Red tiles, white walls, and blue bricks covered with snow. He sorted the letters that Shui Binger had sent him these days by time. Then he read them one by one. The envelope has a light fragrance and is exquisite and beautiful. Zhuangzi's handwriting is very beautiful. It seems that one can see a gentle and lovely face between the lines, feel a sentimental girl's heart, and endless longing. As the saying goes, the white hair is as white as new, and the friendship is as old as before. Neighbors who have known each other for more than 10 years may still speak ill of each other, people who meet on the street may hit it off, but they may feel that they met too late. Lin Xiao subconsciously touched the storage soul guide on the middle finger of his left hand. Inside was a brocade purse and a considerable number of gold soul coins. This was the first pot of gold in his life. Well, it comes from living off a gigolo. Speaking of which, Shui Binger is also a noble lady. I wonder what her life is like at home. Shui Binger is no different from Duguyan and Ye Lingling. Both of them are the only descendants of the same family. They are like little ancestors in the family, without the complicated interest relationships of a large family. But Shui Binger is very talented. This is the biggest bargaining chip. I guess life should be pretty good, right? Lin Xiao looked at the last letter. Unlike the previous letters that revealed the daily life of a little girl, the emotions in this last letter were particularly strong. The girl's earnest anticipation came through the letter. Brother Lin Xiao, do you still remember our agreement? Agreement? Of course Lin Xiao remembered. It seems that all the junior colleges have already had their holidays. Even the Advanced Soul Master Academy where Duguyan and Ye Lingling studied was about to have a holiday. So, wanna meet up? Lin Xiao put all the letter papers into envelopes, sorted them out, put them in a small box, and then stored them in the storage soul guide. He wasn't going to write back. Thousands of words on paper are worth more than seeing it in person and giving Shui Binger a surprise. Stretching, Lin Xiao walked towards the lobby. And yet, passing by the corridor, I saw Ye Qingxian practicing Ba Duan Jin. She was wearing a loose white training suit, but her graceful curves were still faintly visible. Her every move was different from Lin Xiao's, but she also had her own elegant and lively demeanor. Lin Xiao did not hide his knowledge and taught Ye Qingxian all the 5 animal exercises and 8-section brocade. Du Yan and Ye Lingling also learned a little. But the 2 women seemed to think that practicing boxing was a boring thing. Only Ye Qingxian silently persisted and gained something. Ye Qingxian slowly finished his training. A fine layer of sweat oozed out of her fair forehead, and her complexion was rosy and as beautiful as a peach or plum. Your 8-section brocade is really good. After practicing a whole set of boxing techniques, not only will your body feel healthy, but your soul power will also flow through your meridians. If you persist in doing this for a long time, you will be able to strengthen your physique and improve your talent. I will force those 2 girls to practice later. They are indecisive and don't understand the essence of it. Naturally, they can't persist. It will be fine after they are guided into the basics. Ye Qingxian glanced at Lin Xiao. I didn't ask him where he got the 8-section brocade and 5 animal exercises. She is not such a boring woman. Why, do you want to talk to me about something? Lin Xiao nodded, hesitated for a moment and said, I'm going to go out for a while. Having lived in the Ye family for a long time, Lin Xiao sometimes almost thought that he was a member of the Ye family. So much so that you have to report before going out. Going out? Where to go? Ye Qingxian's eyes narrowed slightly and she walked towards Lin Xiao. Tian Shui City. I'm going to Shui's house to meet a friend of mine. Ye Qingxian frowned and said, when? Yanyan and Lingling are going to hunt for the 3rd spirit ring soon. Poison Douluo will definitely accompany them. Isn't it dangerous for you to go alone? How about this, I'll find someone to escort you. But it would be best to wait for Yanyan and Lingling to come back from hunting spirit rings. You can ask Senior Poison Douluo to go with you. This will be safer. Yanyan and Lingling can also go with you and get to know your friends. Lin Xiao laughed and shook his head. I don't have any enemies, why would I make such a fuss? Isn't that a giant baby? Sister Yanyan and Sister Lingling don't know my friend. If they take them all the way there, neither side will be happy in the end. I'll just go. It just so happens that when Sister Yanyan and Sister Lingling come back from hunting spirit rings, I will be back soon. Ye Qingxian nodded and said, without doubt, then I'll ask someone to escort you. Suddenly, she narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled. Is your friend your boyfriend or girlfriend? Lin Xiao's face turned dark. We're normal friends. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Once you make a promise, you won't break it. Chapter 44, Once you make a promise, you won't break it. 3 days later. Lin Xiao, Sister Yanyan, and I are going to hunt for spirit rings. Do you want to come with us? Or wait for us at home? Ye Lingling happily broke into Lin Xiao's room. Just about to lift the quilt. But suddenly I found that there was no one on the bed. She was startled and muttered. What about people? She went to the corridor, the lobby, and the side yard to look for it. Mom! This is terrible. Lin Xiao is missing. Ye Lingling was panicked and screamed. Ye Qingxian was practicing Ba Duan Jin in the backyard and glanced at her. What are you yelling about? He left this morning, but he's not dead. Gone. Ye Lingling stood there in a daze. A bitter feeling suddenly arose in my heart. My eyes were so sore and seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Water vapor swirled in the eye sockets. She had just made a new friend other than Sister Yanyan. Why did she leave so soon? Ye Qingxian was surprised and said, why are you crying? After a moment's thought, she said angrily and amusedly, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiao has been away for a while. He has a friend in Tian Shui City. They are pretty good friends. Now that he is on vacation, he went to visit him and will be back soon. Ye Lingling stared at Ye Qingxian blankly. There were traces of tears on that fair and pretty face. The surprise came too suddenly. Ye Lingling burst into laughter. I was so scared, I thought he would never come back. The happiness didn't last long. Ye Lingling saw Ye Qingxian with his arms crossed over his chest, looking at her with an extremely strange look, and a thoughtful expression on his face. Her face turned red. Mom, don't tell anyone else about this. Ye Qingxian nodded. Okay, I won't tell you for your sake. Ye Lingling still felt embarrassed after all. Ashamed and annoyed. He stomped his feet and prepared to escape from Ye Qingxian's sight. When he turned around, he ran into Duguyan and Dugubo who were ready to go. Dugubo seemed to be still mumbling something. I knew it would be right to reserve a spot in advance. Ye Lingling felt like the sky was falling. A tragic social death is worse than whipping the corpse. My head is buzzing. Pupils lost focus. Fortunately, Duguyan did not laugh at her. Instead, he looked at Ye Qingxian and asked. And yet, who is Lin Xiao going to Tianshui City to find? Oh, a little girl, about the same age as him, named Shui Binger. Lin Xiao said he met her on the way to Tiandu City. That girl seemed to be very nice to him. Ye Qingxian said thoughtfully. I was wondering, he said he was an orphan, but he had a soul guide ring on his hand and was dressed very well. It turned out that he was hooking up with a wealthy woman. He does not mean that. Ye Qingxian was just joking. However, Ye Lingling and Duguyan remained silent after hearing this. The atmosphere was somewhat silent for a moment. Seeing this, Ye Qingxian said no more and waved his hand. Aren't you going to hunt for spirit rings? Go go. With poison Douluo here, I won't follow you. Dugubo set off with Duguyan and Ye Lingling. Ye Qingxian looked at the backs of several people and sighed softly. Lingling is just like that, shy and sensitive. I don't know what to do in the future. Can Yanyan still take care of her forever? She has to grow up. As for the matters between the younger generation, Ye Qingxian has always believed in the principle of going with the flow. As adults, why should we interfere in children's affairs? Besides, now, we are just friends. Besides, Ye Qingxian is a loner, but doesn't he still live a free and easy life? However, if that kid Lin Xiao was kidnapped, I would feel a little uncomfortable, my life would be lonely from now on. Most of the things in the world are not as we wish. How can one remain untouched while living in this world? The rumbling sound of the carriage gradually stopped. Master Lin Xiao, we're here. An old voice sounded. Lin Xiao bowed slightly to the man and said politely. Thank you, Uncle Li. Li Bo's real name is Li Kangsong, his martial soul is Panshi Staff, and he is a level 64 soul emperor. I owe Ye Qingxian a favor, or rather a life. Furthermore, know the ins and outs. This time, he was the one who escorted Lin Xiao. Uncle Li smiled kindly. You're welcome, young master. Speaking of which, this was the first time in Lin Xiao's lifetime that he was called young master. It's just that I didn't feel that comfortable at all, instead I felt very uncomfortable. Lin Xiao got off the carriage. Looking at the exquisite and beautiful city in the wind and snow ahead, there are a few ancient big characters above the city, Tianshui City. After entering the city, walking along the road, you can see many exquisite ice sculptures. It seems that this is also the characteristic of Tianshui City. There are still many young and beautiful girls on the streets. Either in twos or threes, or in groups. The moth is like a golden thread of snow willow, and leaves with a smile and a faint fragrance. There are so many beautiful women that it's hard to take your eyes off them all. On the contrary, boys rarely see it. This is normal, because in Tianshui City, there is an advanced Soul Master Academy with all female students, called Tianshui College. In the future, after Shui Binger graduates from the Junior Soul Master Academy, she will most likely join them. Lin Xiao suddenly heard whispers coming from all around. There were occasional snickers. Many eyes were on him. Lin Xiao couldn't help but touch his maple red hair. It seems that in this city dominated by ice blue and snow white, his blazing red maple color is a little too bright. That little brother is so cute. Yet, she has long hair and a pretty face. What a pity, I wish it was my brother. So what if he's your brother? If it were my brother, he would look better in a skirt. Ha ha ha, don't let my little brother hear it. Lin Xiao's originally leisurely mood disappeared. His little face turned dark and gloomy. His first bad impression of Tian Shui City came from these unruly big sisters. Ah, is he angry? He's even cuter. I really want to rub his face. Tell me, if I give him a string of candied haws, can I trick him into going home? Silly, there's someone following him. Lin Xiao didn't want to listen to these malicious words anymore. The 12th lunar month of winter. What these little girls say is even more chilling. Lin Xiao followed the address Shui Bing wrote down, asked an uncle, and walked quickly there. Master Lin Xiao, why are you walking so fast? Don't you want to see the scenery of Tian Shui City? Uncle Li was in a very relaxed mood. He treated this escort mission as a vacation. Tian Shui City is so beautiful. Lin Xiao said depressedly. Uncle Li, let's go to the Shui family first. After I get there, you can take some time to look around. Uncle Li smiled. Young master, are you missing him too much? Lin Xiao. He doesn't miss her too much. He was afraid that he couldn't control his desire to kill people. 7 twists and turns. Came to the Shui family. Lin Xiao smiled at the guard at the door and said, Hello, please inform Miss Shui Binger that Lin Xiao is looking for her. At this time, a scream came from behind. Brother Lin Xiao. But behind Shui Binger, she saw Grandma Shui Yuehua following. The girl in the sky blue dress is as beautiful as a princess. The fair and delicate face is full of surprises. Lin Xiao chuckled and said, Ms. Shui Binger, Granny Shui Yuehua. You're all right. Once you make a promise, you won't break it. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 The Ultimate Ice Phoenix Style. Chapter 45 The Ultimate Ice Phoenix Style. I went into the Shui family's house and found a pavilion to sit down. After chatting for a while, Lin Xiao suddenly said, Binger, can I go to your room and take a look? I have something I want to tell you. Just the two of us. As soon as these words were spoken, Shui Binger's face turned red. Grandma Shui Yuehua also looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. As far as she knew, Lin Xiao had always been sensible. Why would he make such an rude request as going into a girl's bedroom and being alone with her? Although Granny Shui Yuehua believed in Lin Xiao and knew that he could endure the pain of being burned by the evil fire and would definitely not do anything dirty, she still felt it was inappropriate. However, Shui Binger nodded with a red face. Okay, brother Lin Xiao's words are fine. Granny Shui Yuehua seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. Lin Xiao turned to look at her and smiled. Don't worry, Grandma Shui Yuehua, it's a good thing. Then, Lin Xiao said to Li Bo, Uncle Li, please don't let anyone disturb us. Li Kangsong nodded. To be entrusted by others is to be loyal to others. He will naturally do his duty. At this time, Shui Binger came to Grandma Shui Yuehua shyly and whispered something in a low voice. Grandma Shui Yuehua showed a helpless look on her face. This little ancestor knew that it was inappropriate, but she still asked her to help her watch the door and not tell her parents. It was really... Oh, I didn't know what to say. Shui Binger brought Lin Xiao to her room. The girl's room was very elegant, with a sweet fragrance in the air, giving her the demeanor of an aristocratic lady. The furnishings are also very simple and elegant. There is a potted plant on the windowsill, with sparse and slanting shadows. It is a bunch of small dwarf bamboos, still green under the cover of snow. The exquisite window grills seem to be engraved with the girl's elegant and graceful heart. Lin Xiao made sure that there was no one else in the room. Then he said seriously, "Binger, do you remember the gift I said I would bring you?" Shui Binger lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Brother Lin Xiao, your coming here is the best gift." Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. There were some ripples in my heart. He always believed that if people wanted to have a long-lasting relationship, they should be less false and more sincere. Therefore, when he interacted with Ye Qingxian and others, he was always honest with them. Shui Binger is his first friend and the only person in the world who cares for and helps him without asking for any benefit or reward. Lin Xiao didn't say much. A jade box was taken out from the jade born from the clear water. "Binger, this is a natural treasure that Senior Poison Douluo and I found when we went out. It is a fairy grass called 8-angled mysterious ice grass. It can help your martial spirit evolve. Add the 10,000-year phoenix blood grass and the 1,000-year cold jade ganoderma to it. Swallow them together." Shui Binger stared at the jade box in a daze. She could feel the attraction of the star anise mysterious ice grass to her, and her martial spirit even began to stir, as if she couldn't wait to swallow it. But Shui Binger bit her lip and pushed open the jade box. No, Binger may be young, but she knows the value of this thing. It is a natural treasure that can help the spirit evolve. It is something that even titled Douluo dream of. This thing is too precious. Brother Lin Xiao, Binger can't have it. In this world of human interaction, it is always customary to decline gifts. But when faced with unimaginable treasures, how many people could say no? Moreover, Lin Xiao could feel Shui Binger's inner struggle and the sincerity of her words. He felt more and more that it was worth it. "Binger, if you don't take this star anise mysterious ice grass, is there anyone else in the world who is worthy of you? Feng Xi, you have fallen to this point. I also want to see how powerful the ultimate ice phoenix is." Previously, Lin Xiao thought that Shui Binger's ice phoenix martial soul was the ultimate ice, but his further understanding of martial souls these days made him realize that ultimate attributes and ultimate ice are two different things. Being close to ultimate ice is said to have ultimate attributes, but it still has not reached the critical point required for ultimate ice. So, isn't the ice phoenix martial spirit the ultimate ice, while the ice jade scorpion martial spirit is the ultimate ice? Lin Xiao hopes to see the charm of the ultimate ice phoenix. Shui Binger was still very conflicted. Lin Xiao frowned and thought, then suddenly said in a cold voice, "If you don't accept it, it means you look down on me, or you don't want to be my true friend. Since I am being sentimental, I will go home." Brother Lin Xiao. Shui Binger's clear eyes were filled with moisture. I'll just eat it." Shui Binger took the magic grass and swore secretly in her heart. Binger, you just gave your storage soul guide and your small treasury to Brother Lin Xiao, but he gave you such a precious treasure. You can't even pay it back even if you sell yourself. You must cherish Brother Lin Xiao and listen to him." Lin Xiao watched Shui Binger swallow the magic herb. 100,000-year-old star aniseed black ice grass, 10,000-year-old phoenix blood grass, 1,000-year-old cold jade fungus. The magic grass is so precious that Lin Xiao doesn't trust anyone, including Grandma Shui Yuehua, so he asks to be alone with Shui Binger for some time. He must see with his own eyes that Shui Binger swallows the magic grass and her martial soul evolves. But Shui Binger's long ice blue hair was flying. The shadow of the ice phoenix martial spirit emerged behind him, emitting a melodious phoenix cry. Countless ice crystals fell off the ice phoenix's feathers, and even more icy and biting ice crystals were born. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly, and even a thin layer of frost formed on the tables and chairs. Shui Binger's petite body inexplicably exuded a kind of cold aura, as if she were an empress. "I am the only one in heaven and on earth," becoming more and more noble, like a goddess or fairy. The process lasted nearly half an hour. The ice phoenix spirit had completely transformed. Its gorgeous feathers were even more beautiful than the neon lights in the sky. Its awe-inspiring aura was as noble as an emperor. Its extreme coldness kept people at a distance. Even Shui Binger's temperament had become difficult to approach. People could only watch from afar and feel ashamed of themselves. Shui Binger opened her eyes. And there was a biting coldness in her clear blue eyes, but it melted the moment she looked at Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin Xiao!" Shui Binger called out, but suddenly didn't know what to say. The magic herb Lin Xiao gave her was far more precious than she had imagined. She really couldn't pay it back even if she sold it. "I just felt like a seed was planted deep in my heart." Lin Xiao had a faint smile on his face. "Binger, your soul power has reached level 20, right? You can hunt for the second soul ring now. I wonder if it has the power of your first soul skill." Shui Binger's first soul skill, freezing, sounds ordinary, but it has 3 properties: instant, group control, and lock. This is not ordinary ice, this is the ice in Wang Wei's poems. Now, Shui Binger's martial soul has evolved into the ultimate ice phoenix, with one more attribute: extremely cold. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Perfect Compatibility, Ice, Fire, and Phoenix Combination. Chapter 46, Perfect Compatibility, Ice, Fire, and Phoenix Combination. Miss Binger. Granny Shui Yuehua's anxious cries were heard from outside. She saw Shui Binger's room, where extremely cold ice was seeping out and freezing the steps in the yard. The extreme coldness made her heart palpitate slightly. "I can't care about that at the moment. I could only shout loudly outside." Squeak! The door was pushed open, and Lin Xiao and Shui Binger walked out of the room. Both of them were neatly dressed and had healthy blood. Grandma Shui Yuehua finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the extremely cold frost on the ground, and said hesitantly, "Ms. Binger, these." Lin Xiao took the lead in explaining. "Granny Shui Yuehua, I got a treasure from an elder that can help a soul master's martial soul evolve. I've given it to Binger." Lin Xiao didn't say much about the magic grass. He just took out 2 tokens from the storage soul guide. One has the word "Ye" engraved on it. One has the word "poison" engraved on it. "My master is the contemporary successor of the 9-hearted begonia martial spirit, Ye Qingxian, and the poison Douluo Kobo, who is also my teacher." In fact, Lin Xiao did not become a disciple. When leaving, Ye Qingxian and Kobo handed him the token and told him to remember to register his number when he went out so as not to be looked down upon. Lin Xiao was too lazy to explain and simply called himself the apprentice of Ye Qingxian and Kobo. Grandma Shui Yuehua widened her eyes, the wrinkles on her face were squeezed together, and the look she gave Lin Xiao was full of astonishment and a little confusion. "What's the situation? The little sparrow really turned into a phoenix?" Grandma Shui Yuehua was almost frightened into suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Granny Shui Yuehua left in a hurry. "Hey! Granny Shui Yuehua, where are you going? For such a big thing, I'll tell the head of the family." It turned out that he went to tell tales. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in brocade clothes and with an elegant temperament came over. His gaze stayed on Lin Xiao for a moment. "What a handsome young man!" Shui Shengxiao praised in his heart. Then he looked at Shui Binger and asked, "Binger, let Dad see your martial spirit." Shui Binger released the Ice Phoenix martial soul. The powerful aura made Shui Shengxiao's condensed water flying Luan martial soul tremble involuntarily, and he was terrified. The elegant man's body trembled slightly. He opened his mouth to speak but no words came out. His breathing was rapid and disordered, and a dazzling brilliance burst out of his eyes. Fortunately, Shui Shengxiao was well-mannered and calmed down after taking a deep breath. He looked at Lin Xiao and suddenly bowed deeply to him. "Although you are willing to help Binger because of your friendship, but no matter what, the Shui family of Tian Shui City thanks you. Please ask the kid to say hello to Poison Douluo and Patriarch Ye on my behalf." Shui Binger's martial soul has evolved and reached its peak. For the Shui family, she will most likely be the person who will be recorded in the most glorious page of the family tree in the future. How could Shui Shengxiao not be excited? Shui Bing'er said softly. Dad, my martial soul has also broken through to level 20. I feel that the level can be further improved, but I have to hunt for spirit rings first. Shui Shengxiao swayed and felt dizzy. Level 20. In addition to the huge surprise in his heart, there's also an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. The look he gave Lin Xiao was also strange. This kid made such a big move. I would believe you if you said you were here to propose marriage. But how old is Bing'er? My sweet little cotton-padded jacket hasn't even warmed up yet. And he's being targeted. Shui Shengxiao was a little unhappy, but the gift that Lin Xiao brought was so generous that it was a gift that no one could refuse, and it made him very happy. Amidst this mixture of happiness and unhappiness, he spoke with difficulty, his tone somewhat weak. Bing'er is still young. Shui Bing'er's face turned red. Lin Xiao? He looked at Shui Shengxiao in confusion. No, what is this uncle talking about? Hello uncle, I am Shui Bing'er's friend Lin Xiao. I think Granny Shui Yuehua has already introduced me to you. I helped Bing'er evolve her martial spirit simply out of friendship. And Bing'er is kind. I think a girl with a pure heart like her should go further on the path of a soul master. I also want to see the ice phoenix soaring higher in the sky. Shui Shengxiao was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, because you are friends? Lin Xiao nodded. Just because we're friends. There are so many drinking and eating friends in the world. Excluding those who are just friends and those who only play around for fun, it is a blessing in life to have one or two close friends. Shui Shengxiao looked at Lin Xiao, who looked calm, and was suddenly touched. Once upon a time, he also had pure friendship, but later everyone drifted away. Shui Shengxiao touched Shui Bing'er's head. Bing'er, cherish your friend. He might be your only real friend. Shui Bing'er nodded vigorously, her pretty face full of seriousness. Dad, I will listen to brother Lin Xiao. Shui Shengxiao's face froze. A question mark appeared on my forehead. I told you to cherish, not to listen to him in everything. Shui Shengxiao's expression changed. Finally, I sighed. That's fine. Just listen to him. He won't harm you. Shui Shengxiao looked at Lin Xiao and asked, I am going to prepare a big banquet. Welcome you to our Shui family. I will ask my nephews and nieces to serve you tea as a courtesy. After all, when you receive a generous gift, even if you cannot repay it, you must still be utmost polite. No need. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Uncle, I came to Tianshui City just for Bing'er. Why bother meeting so many people again? Shui Shengxiao had a general understanding of Lin Xiao's character. This young man was a real person, and he had no other motives in coming to the Shui family this time. He came purely for Bing'er. Well, it should be said that he had no other motives, right? He praised. As expected of you, you are the disciple of Patriarch Ye and Poison Douluo. Afterwards, Shui Shengxiao asked Shui Bing'er a few more questions, and after learning that Shui Bing'er's martial soul evolution had no side effects, he left. He has a high EQ and knows not to be a light bulb. Shui Shengxiao walked very quickly. On the one hand, there was some excitement, on the other hand, he couldn't wait to tell his wife the news. Shui Bing'er blinked her eyes and promised. Brother Lin Xiao, from now on, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Lin Xiao complained weakly. What can I ask you to do? Just be yourself. However, Lin Xiao really had something he wanted Shui Bing'er to do with him. As early as when we first met, Lin Xiao and Shui Bing'er released their martial spirits at the same time. The scene of the ice and fire phoenixes attracting each other and singing in harmony was still vivid in their minds. The two could even vaguely sense each other's emotions. It's simply, the degree of fit is perfect, therefore, Lin Xiao really wanted to know, as both of them had the most powerful phoenix martial spirit, and now that both of them had taken the magical grass, what would happen if Shui Bing'er and he performed the martial spirit fusion technique? How high is the success rate? How powerful is it? End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Improved Pyroblast Technique. Chapter 47 Improved Pyroblast Technique. In the evening, Shui Shengxiao brought Shui Bing'er's mother to meet Lin Xiao. Compared to Shui Shengxiao's complicated emotions, Shui Bing'er's mother was much more enthusiastic towards Lin Xiao, and this enthusiasm seemed to be out of control when she saw Lin Xiao's face. It seems that all women are like this, they have no resistance to cute human cubs. Shui Bing'er's mother wanted to reach out and rub Lin Xiao's face several times, but she finally held back. There is also Shui Bing'er's sister Shui Yuer. This girl seemed to be much more lively, giving people a feeling of innocence, but she became very shy after seeing Lin Xiao, and even hid behind Shui Bing'er to secretly look at him. At night, Lin Xiao stayed in the guest room arranged by the Shui family. Bing'er and I have already discussed it. Tomorrow, she will be taken by Uncle Shui to hunt spirit rings. After she has finished hunting spirit rings, I will try to develop a martial soul fusion technique with her. It seems that I have to stay in the Shui family for a while. The next morning, Shui Bing'er said hello to Lin Xiao, and then was taken by Shui Shengxiao to hunt for soul rings. Lin Xiao slowly began to practice boxing in the courtyard. Practicing the 5 animal exercises and 8-section brocade can also increase soul power and strengthen physical fitness. Lin Xiao naturally would not waste his time and has been persisting in practicing them. In the corridor, a young girl appeared out of nowhere, hiding quietly in the distance, watching Lin Xiao practicing boxing. She watched the young man with red maple-colored hair move his feet in an orderly manner. There was a strange charm and mystery in every move, and she couldn't help but be fascinated. After Lin Xiao finished punching, he smiled at the girl and said, "Miss Shui Yuer, have you had breakfast?" The girl's face suddenly turned red. Without saying a word, he just ran away. Lin Xiao didn't care. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, took a shower, and after breakfast, he came to the outskirts of Tianshui City accompanied by Uncle Li. The sky was covered with snow and ice, and the whole world was covered in white. Even though soul masters can use their soul power to resist the cold, there is no one wandering around in the suburbs on such a snowy day. The world is silent with only the sound of wind and snow. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't come out here to suffer the cold because he had nothing to do. He did not forget to study pyroblast. Only after thoroughly studying the fire explosion technique could he enhance his own combat power, help Shui Bing'er study the ice explosion technique, and help Kobo develop the poison explosion technique. His second soul skill, fire explosion, can only be released close to the body. Lin Xiao wants to develop a fire explosion technique that can be used for remote and instant explosion, and at the same time try to see if he can enhance the power of fire explosion technique. Second soul skill, flame explosion phoenix transformation. Lin Xiao let out a light shout, and his body grew a little taller. His muscles also began to swell, but not in an exaggerated manner. It was just within a very suitable range, full of streamlined beauty and explosive power. A flame mark appeared between his eyebrows, and red flame patterns appeared on his arms, thighs, back. He looked majestic and extraordinary. Fire explosion is the extreme compression and instantaneous release of fire energy in a limited space. It has the same effect as Xiao Huohuo's Buddha's Fury Lotus. Lin Xiao felt it carefully, and he infused his soul power into the flame patterns on his own. As the energy was constantly accumulated, Lin Xiao could feel his body surface getting hot, which was a sign that the energy had been fully accumulated. Lin Xiao stretched out a finger and tapped on a frosted boulder. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. The huge rock was blown to pieces in an instant, and a loud echo came from the distant valley. Countless ice and snow on the mountain peaks fell down, suddenly waking up the drowsy Li Bo. "Master Lin Xiao! What have you done?" When Uncle Li found that Lin Xiao was missing, he shouted anxiously, but he didn't see Lin Xiao for a long time. The soul ring on his body appeared, and he was about to use his soul power to explore. Cough cough. Suddenly, a big fire broke out. Lin Xiao crawled out from the snow pile and gave Li Bo an awkward smile. Uncle Li, it's okay. I'm researching my own soul skills. Li Bo. He felt that Lin Xiao didn't seem to be researching his own soul skills, but rather was courting death. As the old saying goes, you just get used to it. A few minutes later, Uncle Li stuffed cotton in his ears, lay in a rocking chair, and watched what was happening over there from afar. Boom! There was another explosion. However, Uncle Li shook his head and commented. Tisk tisk, it still doesn't work. This firecracker is much less powerful than the ones just now. Lin Xiao, you need to practice more. Lin Xiao climbed up from the snow pile as usual, spit out the ice in his mouth, and muttered to himself in disbelief that doesn't make sense. Aren't the flame patterns attached to my second soul skill just the soul power of fire attribute compressed according to a specific structural limit and then suddenly released? I changed it a little bit. Why is it that instead of firing a dud, it blew itself up first during the process of accumulating power? However, Lin Xiao still accumulated some experience in the process of being constantly bombed, that is, there is no need to use too much soul power, otherwise he would be half blown to death before the fire explosion technique is developed. Study the skills first, then increase the fire power. So, Lin Xiao blew himself up all day long outside Tianshui City. In the end, he was taken home by Uncle Li with his clothes in tatters. First day of researching Pyroblast, no progress. It was unknown whether Lin Xiaoyan had made any progress in his research on the explosion technique in the following days, but his psychological ability to deal with explosions had been significantly improved. I think about it day and night. Being bombed during the day, reviewing at night. Lin Xiao finally figured out the trick. Pyroblast requires 3 conditions: fire attributed soul power with extreme properties, soul power structure compressed to the extreme yet stable, the fuse for detonation. What Lin Xiao lacks are the last 2. The soul power structure can imitate the flame patterns of the flame explosion phoenix. If you want to increase the power and cannot improve the soul power structure temporarily, then increase the number of soul power structures. If one is not powerful enough, then use hundreds or thousands. As for the fuse that detonated it, is there anything more suitable than Lin Xiao's evil fire? His evil fire has extreme properties and has been infinitely close to the ultimate fire. However, Lin Xiao is still waiting for the next evil fire to temper his body, so he has been reluctant to take Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and Fiery Apricot. He hopes to make further progress on his own and then take the magic grass for help to maximize the benefits of the magic grass. Do it when you think of it. The nth day of researching Pyroblast, Lin Xiao returned to the suburbs. He took a deep breath, opened his palms, and began to continuously compress his soul power to construct a fire bomb. Countless fire attribute soul powers in the palms were stacked together, and finally formed the shape of a mini fire phoenix. The soul power structure is quite stable. Then, Lin Xiao put a ball of evil fire into the mini phoenix. Even if the evil fire leaves his body, he can still control the temperature of the evil fire. Lin Xiao pushed with his tender palm. The fire phoenix seemed to come alive and flew away. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Flame Explosion Phoenix, Explosion is Art. Chapter 48, Flame Explosion Phoenix, Explosion is Art. The mini fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew away. There is a ball of strange evil fire in its eyes, which just happens to be the pupil, making it more lifelike, dangerous, and charming. The mini phoenix flew towards the distant mountains and gradually disappeared among the hills. Even Lin Xiao could not see its trace and could only sense its location through some connection. It should be almost done, right? In order to test the power of the improved fire explosion technique, Lin Xiao poured most of his soul power into it, and finally created a little phoenix made entirely of ultimate fire attribute soul power. He thought that the power would be many times greater than the previous time he blew himself up, so naturally he would send it to a deserted place far away from him and then detonate it. Thinking it was almost time, Lin Xiao began to control the evil fire, allowing its temperature to continue to rise until it reached the highest point. Infinitely close to the ultimate fire. Boom! A thunder on the ground, because the distance is very far and it is blocked by mountains. Lin Xiao only heard one explosion, but it was not as loud as the sound he heard when he blew himself up before, so naturally he thought it was not a big noise. Uncle Li, who was resting with his eyes closed in the rocking chair, opened his eyes, looked at the sky, and wondered, there is thunder in this horrible weather? It's really weird. Boom! Boom! At this time, there was a continuous echo coming from the valley in the distance. It was the sound of huge rocks rolling down from the top of the mountain, long and distant. Li Bo was stunned for a moment, and said subconsciously, "Who is so wicked as to blow up the mountain?" Lin Xiao. He tried to minimize his presence. But Li Bo still noticed him. Because that long red maple-colored hair is so eye-catching. In this white snow, it is as hot as fire. Li Bo was shocked and said, "You are the wicked one. Why are you blowing up the mountain?" "No." Uncle Li stood up suddenly, shook his head, and said in horror, "Master Lin Xiao, how did you manage to blow up the mountain?" Lin Xiao was silent. Li Bo also fell silent. He knew that Lin Xiao was not ordinary. After all, before he left, the head of the Ye family and Poison Douluo came to him in person, gave him strict instructions and implicit threats, asking him to ensure Lin Xiao's safety. Not a single hair can be lost. He also knew that it was truly shocking that Lin Xiao was already a great soul master at his age. But even if you are young and promising, even if you are gifted, even if you are regarded as a treasure by the head of the Ye family and Poison Douluo, isn't it a bit exaggerated for a mere great spirit master to blow up the mountain? At least one has to be a soul sect or even a soul king to be able to do this. The two looked at each other speechlessly. After a long time, Lin Xiao said angrily, "I didn't know this thing was so powerful. 1,000 bombs exploding in succession are really not as powerful as 1,000 bombs stacked together." Lin Xiao could only be thankful that he had sent the mini fire phoenix far enough before detonating it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing if you end up hurting yourself while researching a self-created spiritual skill? "Master Lin Xiao, you really gave me too many surprises." Uncle Li's voice was full of emotion. In fact, he wanted to say that he was frightened, but for the sake of Patriarch Ye and Poison Douluo, he finally held back and could only kindly remind Master Lin Xiao, "The power of your self-created soul skill is really exaggerated. Even I can't withstand its close-range instant explosion. You must not study it without the company of a powerful soul master." Lin Xiao nodded honestly. "But I couldn't suppress the excitement in my heart. It worked, an improved version of Pyroblast. Xiao Huohuo's ultimate move has a resounding name, called Buddha's Wrathful Lotus." Lin Xiao felt that his Pyroblast technique should also have a resounding name, preferably one that is vivid and has its own characteristics. What name should he choose? Buddha's Wrathful Phoenix? Bah! Phoenix Fire Lotus? Let's just call it Flame Explosion Phoenix. The fact that Lin Xiao improved the Pyroblast technique does not mean that the old version is no longer applicable. On the contrary, the old version is far more practical than the new version. Because the new version is too powerful, it is intended to kill people, but the current atmosphere in the Soul Master world seems to be good, and generally speaking, people are not killed. As for the old version, who could have imagined that you could hit your opponent in the face with a punch during a fight, or suddenly be hit by an explosion during a close combat? Although its power is far less than that of the Pyro Phoenix, it should not be underestimated and is enough to make the enemy lose its combat capability. Or you can pretend to be dead, and wait for the opponent to come up to finish you off, then give the enemy a big surprise. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Explosion is art. Uncle Li looked at Lin Xiao, who was talking to himself with an expression that could not hide his excitement, and shook his head slightly. For the first time, he felt that this job might not be a good one. If anything happens to this kid Lin Xiao, Li Kangsong's life will be in danger. Oh! He looked quite well behaved at first. I didn't expect that he was also a little ancestor. Li Kangsong couldn't help but think of another little ancestor, who was about the same age as Lin Xiao and was the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. At first, he took a job to look after her, but it turned out that this little guy, who wasn't even a soul master, had put a lot of pressure on his old bones. If Lin Xiao meets that little witch someday. Hey, that's really fun. Master Lin Xiao, it looks like you have successfully developed your own soul skill. Li Kangsong said helplessly, then today. Just go back early today. Lin Xiao rushed to say. Uncle Li, thank you for your hard work during this period. But Lin Xiao complained in his heart. Uncle Li is really a real eyesore. It's still that old poisonous guy Douluo who's more interesting. If it was that old poisonous guy following him, who knows how envious and jealous he would be right now. Maybe he will even beg Lin Xiao to teach him the poison explosion technique. The successful development of the pyroblast technique made Lin Xiao overjoyed. He felt that the fun in it should be much more interesting than those boring things in a brothel. The beauty of explosion is far better than that of a woman. Pyroblast can be further developed. In the afternoon, followed Uncle Li back to the Shui family. But he saw Shui Shengxiao had returned. Uncle Shui! Lin Xiao shouted, and then asked, did the hunt for Bing'er's second soul ring go smoothly? Water Shengxiao said of course it went smoothly, and the rewards were beyond imagination. Lin Xiao was surprised and was about to ask, but he saw Shui Binger trotting forward with her skirt lifted up and said happily. Brother Lin Xiao! My second soul skill is called Frost Invasion. It is a domain-type soul skill with amplification and control effects. Within the domain, my soul power recovery speed and attack power are doubled. At the same time, the frost will invade the enemy's body, causing deceleration and frostbite. After hearing this, Lin Xiao looked strange. He is thinking. It seems he can still rely on Shui Binger for support. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix, a match made in heaven. Chapter 49, Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix, a match made in heaven. Phoenix, the king of all birds. The male is called Feng and the female is called Huang. Lin Xiao once keenly observed that although his and Shui Binger's martial souls were both phoenixes, they were very different in appearance. His fire phoenix spirit has longer and more gorgeous feathers, a gorgeous posture, and a larger body. Shui Binger's ice phoenix spirit is slightly smaller and not as gorgeous and ostentatious as Lin Xiao's, but it has softer curves and appears more restrained. Among birds, males are usually more gorgeous, while females are relatively plain. Male birds need to show their beautiful side in order to attract female birds. After Shui Binger came back, Lin Xiao became busy. Lin Xiao asked her to release the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, and at the same time he released his Fire Phoenix martial spirit as well. The two Phoenix shadows, one of ice and one of fire, actually circled and chased each other involuntarily. The gorgeous Fire Phoenix chased the Ice Phoenix, forming a magnificent picture. Shui Shengxiao, who was present, turned pale when he saw this scene. This poor father! Fortunately, he didn't know that when Lin Xiao and Shui Binger released their martial spirits at the same time, they could sense each other's emotions and had a tendency to be in tune with each other. Of course, thinking the same thing is often an exaggeration. It is too exaggerated to say that two people know what the other person is thinking. Perhaps being able to sense each other's emotions can be considered as thinking the same thing. Shui Binger and Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel this wonderful feeling. The compatibility of your two martial spirits is really high. Suddenly, a sour voice sounded. Shui Shengxiao looked at the scene of the Fire Phoenix chasing the Ice Phoenix, and felt that her good mood of the whole day was suddenly flawed, and she felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Shui Binger's face flushed red. She didn't dare to look into Shui Shenxiao's eyes and lowered her head shyly. Lin Xiao said happily. It seems that what I thought was right. As spirits of the same type, and with complementary attributes, our spirits are perfectly compatible. He ignored Shui Shenxiao's jealousy and asked. Uncle Shui, do you know the martial soul fusion technique? Shui Shengxiao was slightly stunned. It turns out that Lin Xiao asked his daughter to summon her martial soul not to stage the phoenix seeking the phoenix drama, but to try the martial soul fusion technique? Shui Shengxiao frowned and thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he clapped his hands and said, why didn't I think of that? Your martial spirits are both phoenixes, one is ice and the other is fire, and their attributes complement each other. It would be unjust if you cannot perform martial spirit fusion skills. Shui Shengxiao was not unfamiliar with the martial soul fusion technique, because he and Shui Binger's mother were able to perform the martial soul fusion technique and knew the mystery behind it. 1 + 1 = 2, 1 + 1 = 5, 1 + 1 = 10. Even beyond that. The martial soul fusion technique can allow two low-level soul masters to challenge higher-level soul masters across levels, and they have an unmatched advantage between soul masters in the same realm. However, the requirements for performing martial soul fusion techniques are also extremely demanding. The conditions for martial soul fusion skills mainly include three aspects. First, the martial souls are highly compatible. Second, the soul masters using martial soul fusion skills have a telepathic connection. Third, they meet specific martial soul combination requirements. Shui Shengxiao stroked his chin and savored the taste. Your two martial souls must be highly compatible, otherwise there wouldn't be the scene of the phoenix shadows chasing each other just now. The specific martial soul combination mainly determines the effect of the martial soul fusion technique, and it does not hinder the use of martial soul fusion techniques. So, as long as you can communicate with each other, or have enough tacit understanding between you, you can theoretically perform the martial soul fusion technique. However, the tacit understanding between soul masters cannot be cultivated overnight. I'm afraid that the holiday time alone is far from enough. Shui Shengxiao felt that he was an authority and had the absolute right to speak in this regard. When he and his wife were practicing the martial soul fusion technique, it took the old couple half a year to figure it out, and it sometimes worked and sometimes not. Lin Xiao and Shui Binger, it will take at least 3 years. Well, since the two of them don't see each other often, it might take even longer, or even never be able to be performed, but Lin Xiao felt that it was worth a try. Binger, how about we try to perform the martial soul fusion technique during this period of time? Shui Binger nodded, like a little follower, honest and naive. I will listen to brother Lin Xiao. Shui Shenxiao's face turned dark and he ran away. Come on. I wish you all the best. However, I secretly complained I really don't believe it. My wife and I have been working together for half a year, and you can show your skills in these few days? If you can do it, I will admit that you are a golden couple, a match made in heaven. Lin Xiao's time in Tianshui City is limited. He had to return to Tiandu City before Shui Binger started school. Otherwise, if Ye Qingxian and Douluo didn't see him for a long time, it would be ridiculous for them to come and take him away personally. Therefore, Lin Xiao had to complete what he had to do within a limited time. Help Shui Binger evolve her martial soul, hone her martial soul fusion skills, develop ice explosion skills. Just complete as much as you can. Do your best. Binger, let's start now. Ah! Shui Binger was stunned. So fast. But she still nodded happily, because as long as she was with brother Lin Xiao, she felt that everything she did was very interesting and she didn't feel bored at all. Lin Xiao and Shui Binger came to the spacious area in the backyard. Neither of them had experience in performing spirit fusion techniques. Therefore, one can only follow the instructions and perform according to the requirements of the martial soul fusion technique. The Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix martial spirits were both summoned and chased each other. Amid the clear sounds of the phoenixes, Lin Xiao and Shui Binger held hands together. Lin Xiao's expression did not change, but Shui Binger blushed quietly. Binger, concentrate and try to feel each other's feelings. This seems redundant. Lin Xiao and Shui Binger held hands. As soon as the thought of the martial soul fusion technique came into their minds, their soul powers began to entangle with each other, spinning, jumping, and blending. The shadows of the Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix martial souls also circled at high speed and gradually merged together. The cold falls in love with the heat, and the heat embraces the cold. The two attributes of extreme cold and extreme heat do not confront each other, but silently make up for each other's shortcomings and complete each other. The brilliant light illuminates the sky. A blazing fire phoenix appeared in the sky, swooped down and turned into a throne. And above the throne, the shadow of a young man gradually appeared. Looking at his appearance, he is actually 70% similar to Lin Xiao. It turned out to be the grown-up Lin Xiao. The young man was as solemn as the abyss, sitting quietly on the throne, stretching out his right arm, extending his slender index finger, and lightly pointing to the sky. Boom! The extremely hot flames condensed into a beam and pierced the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Soul Fusion Technique, Emperor Flame burns the sky and boils the sea. Chapter 50, Soul Fusion Technique, Emperor Flame, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The extremely flaming fire beam condensed to the extreme, pierced through the sky and suddenly exploded. Endless flames spread out and formed a sea. Raging flames fell from the sky. While still in the sky, the terrifying high temperature melted the ice and snow on the ground, causing all the people outside the Shui family to panic and look at the flames in the sky in despair. What's the situation? The Shui family was attacked. Who dared to set fire and injure people in Tian Shui City? Shui Shengxiao, who had just walked out of the backyard, also looked up at the sky with a stiff expression. The temperature of the flame was beyond his imagination. And the strength of his soul skills has actually reached the Soul King level. Asshole! Who dares to come to my Shui family and act so unruly? A powerful soul power fluctuation suddenly erupted, and the 7 standard soul rings lit up behind them. Shui Shengxiao was shocked and angry, and now he could only block these flames as much as possible. But the scope of this sea of fire is extremely vast. Shui Shengxiao can only protect 1/3 of the area at most, and the rest can only be left to fate, or rely on other strong men of the Shui family to block it, but it is bound to still cause great losses to the Shui family, who on earth is so bold. However, before Shui Shengxiao could make a move, endless flames seemed to be summoned and gathered in a certain direction. The originally huge sea of fire finally condensed into a small fire phoenix and drilled into a figure. Shui Shengxiao frowned and looked at the figure in the distance. It seemed like an illusion. With long red maple-colored hair and a calm temperament, he looked very handsome. He sat on the flame throne with his eyes lowered. He had an indescribable aura of an emperor, noble and majestic. And many more. The more I look at him, the more he looks like that kid Lin Xiao. And this direction, isn't it the backyard of the Shui family, where Lin Xiao is? Shui Shengxiao thought about it for a long time, but he didn't expect that this was actually Lin Xiao's work. Although the power of soul skills is limited by the level of soul power, can a young man really possess the momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea? Suddenly, Shui Shengxiao had a shocking guess in his mind. He remembered that Lin Xiao seemed to be trying to figure out a martial soul fusion technique just now. Impossible. I just don't believe it. Could it be that this guy and my daughter are really a match made in heaven? Even so, I have never seen anyone successfully perform a martial soul fusion skill on the first try, and the power is so terrifying. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Shui Shengxiao gritted his teeth and hurried to the backyard. At this time, the shadows of the handsome young man and the fire phoenix throne gradually dissipated. Who? Lin Xiao let out a long sigh, beads of sweat soaking his forehead. His face was as pale as paper, and he felt that his body was hollowed out, or completely drained, with not a drop left. His soul power has reached the bottom. His spirit is also sluggish, and a huge feeling of fatigue surges into his heart. Shui Binger's situation was better than his. After all, the leader of the martial soul fusion technique this time was Lin Xiao, so he was the main force and consumed the most soul power. Brother Lin Xiao, that was so scary just now. Shui Binger patted her chest with lingering fear. Seeing Lin Xiao's pale face, she said anxiously. Brother Lin Xiao, are you okay? Fine. Lin Xiao also felt scared. The incident happened suddenly, and the martial soul fusion technique was performed so smoothly that Lin Xiao and Shui Binger didn't even have time to react. They felt the soul power in their bodies being quickly drained away, and in a moment there was very little left. Moreover, the power of the martial soul fusion technique is truly terrifying. First, the fire beam that is condensed to the extreme can penetrate the sky, and then the fire beam can actually spread to the left and right, forming a sea of fire. Almost burned the sky red. It seems like the Shui family was almost burned down. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had absolute control over the evil fire and was able to control it with ease. You guys really did this. A not-so-calm male voice sounded, and Shui Shengxiao was seen standing at the door of the backyard with a mixed expression on his face. He was looking at Lin Xiao and Shui Binger with an extremely complicated look. Lin Xiao's heart tightened, and he inexplicably felt like a guilty thief. Shui Binger seemed to know that she and Lin Xiao almost got into trouble just now. She lowered her head in embarrassment, and her little hand quietly pulled the corner of Lin Xiao's clothes, obviously an accomplice. Shui Shengxiao. He felt that Lin Xiao and Shui Binger were a family, and he was the outsider. It's hard to describe the sadness. Shui Shengxiao came back to his senses and marveled at the fate between Shui Binger and Lin Xiao. Could it be that they were really a match made in heaven? You two have caused me so much trouble. Now the Shui family is in a panic. I will go and calm them down immediately. You don't have to worry about the aftermath. Shui Shengxiao said something unhappily, then turned and left, still thinking in his heart. That doesn't make sense. My wife and I are in perfect harmony, but it took us a full 6 months to barely perform a martial soul fusion technique. Is it because their martial souls are so compatible that they don't need to communicate with each other, or is it because they have a natural understanding of each other, and the power is too exaggerated? Shui Shengxiao had never thought of another possibility. The martial souls were too compatible, and after both parties released their martial souls together, the soul masters would have a tacit understanding like fish in water. In addition, since ancient times, like repels like and opposites attract. There cannot be two tigers on one mountain, but a male and a female can coexist perfectly. Magnets also have completely different properties, one yin and one yang, which will attract each other and are inseparable. Shui Binger and Lin Xiao, one is ice, the other is fire, one is female, the other is male. They both took the immortal grass, and their martial spirits evolved. It is hard to find another pair of people in the world who are so perfect together. After Shui Shengxiao left, Shui Binger's little hand was still holding the corner of Lin Xiao's clothes, as if she was willing to follow him wherever he went. Lin Xiao patted her little hands and said helplessly, Binger, it's okay, Uncle Shui has left, don't worry. Oh. Shui Binger quickly let go of her hand and explained with a red face. Lin Xiao, my father loves me the most. If I stay with you, he won't be cruel. Lin Xiao thought to himself that he was not afraid of Shui Shengxiao's viciousness, but he still thanked Shui Binger for her kindness. Although the power of this martial soul fusion technique is somewhat unexpected, great power is always a good thing. Let's get more familiar with it later and try to reduce the consumption of soul power by controlling the power. Also, I was the lead in this martial soul fusion technique. Next time, I'll let you take the lead. I'm looking forward to seeing how the martial soul fusion technique you take the lead in will look like. Can you see what the little girl will look like when she grows up? Will the gentle and introverted little girl become even more gentle as water and as domineering as the Ice Queen in the future? Lin Xiao is looking forward to it. This martial soul fusion skill should be given a resounding name. Let's call it Emperor Flame, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Shui Shengxiao left the backyard and quickened his pace. Facing the anxiety of the Shui family, he took a deep breath and still couldn't help but boast. What are you panicking about? With me here, how can the sky fall? When will you be able to be like me and remain calm in the face of great events? Some people couldn't help asking. Master, what on earth was that powerful attack just now? Shui Shengxiao curled her lips and said calmly. What a fuss! That was just Bing'er's ordinary martial soul fusion technique. Its power barely touched the threshold of Soul King. What's so surprising about it? His tone slightly emphasized the word Soul King, but his expression was indifferent. Everyone took a deep breath in unison and said in shock, Soul King level? Miss Bing'er's martial soul fusion technique. No, I know all these words, but why do they sound so confusing when they are put together? Shui Shengxiao said nothing, but was secretly happy. End of this chapter.